Actually, we have an approved agenda yesterday, and we did recess last night at 7:53 p.m. Stated that we'd come back into session at 10 a.m. this morning. This is day two. We are here in Window Rock, Arizona, on the Navajo Nation via teleconference. For the record, I do have Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Edison Winika. Looks like I have Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton too as well. I've seen here Honorable Freeland, Honorable Otto So. So again, thank you for being here this morning. I know that we have my colleagues too on the teleconference, as we still are having these teleconference calls. Presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Again, good morning to everyone. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order at this time. The time now is 10:04 a.m. If we could, are we ready to do roll call? Ms. Uvella could do roll call this morning. Thank you very much.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not enter roll call. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Doug Kealan is present. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. entered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. entered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not enter roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not enter roll call. Honorable Amber Canes-Barcati.
Yeah, this is Delegate Amber Canes-Barcati. I'm on the line, thank you.
Honorable Amber Canes-Barcati entered roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Good morning. I'm present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. entered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not enter roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona is present. Good morning.
Honorable Pernell Halona entered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not enter roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not enter roll call. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Ricky Ness entered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater entered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. entered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. entered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not enter roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Good morning. I'm present.
Honorable Charlene So entered roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So entered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So entered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not enter roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not enter roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not enter roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present in the chamber.
Charles Newton is present. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Honorable Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I'm here.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika is present. Honorable Ed Nyazi. Honorable Ed Nyazi. Honorable Ed Nyazi did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. With that, Mr. Speaker.
I'm here.
Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland is present. Honorable Elmer Begay answered roll call.
This is
Honorable
Edmund.
Jamie,
I'm on call.
Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo didn't answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Ed Nyazi.
Here.
Honorable Ed Nyazi answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have 21 members that have answered roll call. Mr. Speaker.
Hello?
Huh? 21. Thank you very much, colleagues, for being on the line this morning. Good morning. I think been where are we at? 24 delegates. Oh, 21 delegates. Sorry. Thank you very much, colleagues, again for being on the line. We're back in session. It's 10:04 a.m. We did approve a roll call. We did have an invocation for the week that was conducted by Honorable Otto So yesterday. We left last night after receiving a financial report from the controller's office, and there was a motion to hear oral reports, start back on that this morning. So at this time, colleagues, we are going on to item number 8, which is our oral reports. 8A, which is the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Did we get a copy? Usually, let me make sure. I mean, I think we got their report, but I'm just making sure, see when Manuel sent that out electronically to everyone. It was sent out Friday, the 21st, January 21st at 3:30 p.m. Mr. Rico, could you send that out again? Just forward it out again to all my colleagues. And I think we have the BIA Regional Director on the line, Mr. Greg Mahojo, or Miss Curley.
This is Greg Mahoja, Speaker.
Good morning.
Good morning. And good morning to the council delegates. Good morning to yourself, Mr. Speaker, and others present and listening in. I'm ready to give a brief report.
Yes, Floor is yours. You have 20 minutes on the board.
Thank you. I promise not to use it all. Let me turn on my video here. And before I
Go ahead, Mr. Mojo.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I get started, I just want to apologize for this mark on my face. I got a little too rowdy with my dog, and she reminded me that I have to clip her nails here pretty soon. But good morning to everybody. Good morning, Council delegates. I'm Greg Mahoja, the Regional Director for Navajo Region BIA. As with the pandemic, we continue to work through maximum telework, and given the surge in COVID cases, I've recently directed my staff to drastically scale back in-person meetings to the extent possible to prevent the ongoing spread. We don't want to be a catalyst for any contagion or spreading of the virus, and so for the time being, we're scaling back in-person meetings, but we do continue to be available for remote meetings, phone calls, Zoom calls, at the request of the nation, the president, vice president, speaker, RDC, and other honorable council delegates. If you need a meeting with us or my staff, please feel free to reach out and we will schedule it quickly and timely so that we can continue doing the work of the Navajo Nation people. We submitted electronic copies and hard copies of our quarterly report to the Office of the President, Vice President, Council delegates, and to the Speaker's office. And I think you're forwarding those around right now, Mr. Speaker. I won't go into that report. If you have, anyone has questions about any of the material or the report out statements, please reach out to me and my staff, and we will address any of those concerns or questions. We reported out on our accomplishments and ongoing projects in our quarterly report for this past quarter. And as I said, we're happy to answer any questions the council has. I have Ms. Cheryl Curley, Tribal Operations Officer, on the line with me as well to take notes so that we can provide responses back to any questions that we can't answer here today. With regards to the budget, we are on a continuing resolution until February 18th. At which time we will either get a full budget, a continuing resolution, or the government may shut down, but recognizing that we don't expect another government shutdown. We have a number of requests from the tribe for funding of 638 programs that we've unfortunately had to decline because of the lack of a budget, though we are committed to getting contract support costs to the nation as soon as Congress provides us with a budget. So please don't take those declinations as no funding in the future for the programs. We just don't have the money yet distributed to us to be able to fund the programs. And we understand that's a hindrance to the operations of the tribal programs. And we're working hard to make sure that we can get the funding to those programs as soon as it becomes available to us. I was on yesterday all day to listen in and hear the report outs. I did hear from a number of the council delegates yesterday and President Nez about a number of issues that we will be working on this quarter to advance them towards completion. Some of these include the Chinle land transfer. We have 2 broadband projects that we're diligently working towards completion, the Tuba City Healthcare Project, and the recent lease sale for allottees in the area around Chaco Canyon. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to try to answer any questions I can today or take down notes and make sure that we get responses back in a timely manner.
Speaker, point of privilege. Speaker, Delegate Yellowhead is on the line for the record.
Speaker, motion, Delegate Ricknez.
Point of privilege, second the motion too.
Mr. Mahojo?
Yes, sir.
This is Speaker Damon. So you're completely done with your presentation?
Yes, and I don't want to take up a lot of time. I know that you have other things going on. I want to be able to make myself available to answer any questions here today, and also to, if I can't answer them today, to make sure that we take down the notes and respond back in a timely manner to the delegates' questions.
Okay, thank you. What a privilege, Honorable Eugene So.
I should say, I'm sorry to say, but it's not downloading the report that was sent out from the BIA.
It's not?
Thank you.
It's
It's not downloading, yeah.
downloading.
Thank you.
Try it again. Does anybody download it? In here? Did you download it, Melinda? Melinda, send it out from yours. Everyone try it that way. Oh, it's downloading now. Might take some time, Honorable Eugene. So, and it might be because it's 100 and colleagues, can someone mute your phones? It's 130. How many pages? Honorable Eugene, so it's 134 pages, so it might take some time for it to download, especially if you're trying to download it on a phone.
Put me in the queue, Che.
Okay, with that, colleagues, is there a motion?
Delegate Rick Nez.
Good morning, Chairman. Motion by
Morning,
Chairman Rick Nez. Second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. That colleagues, Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours. Oh, actually, sorry, Honorable Keon Begay. Sorry, Che.
Speaker, Yellow Hair's on the line for the record.
Good morning, Honorable Yellow Hair.
Yeah.
I just now got notice that if you are in the chambers, they're bringing hard copies of that BIA report right now. Well, Keon Begay going twice. Honorable Otto So in the queue. Keon Begay going 3 times. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours.
Speaker, somebody keeps muting me. Well, go ahead and go on to the next one, but just put me in the queue then.
I don't want to get you mad, Che. Let's not start off.
I'm not mad, Speaker. I'm not mad.
Let's start off with good day, Che. Floor is yours. Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker, I just don't want to be put in a bad position because of the technical difficulty of the system that we have. It is frustrating trying to unmute and you think that you're unmuted, but the system continues to mute you and then you try to unmute yourself. Mr. Mahoja, appreciate the presentation, the short presentation, which I believe expresses that there needs to be a better communication and better work relationship with the Navajo Nation. Speaking on behalf of the central agency, I've been bugging your office about a lot of issues that we're dealing with. Most of it is the natural resource, agriculture, windmill, and earthen dam are a lot of areas that we continue to struggling to get it fixed. And but I do appreciate some of your staff had coming out last year for on-site visit, but since then, not much has been brought back to my attention about the overall assessment of what was needed and what the community and the chapters have been asking for assistance in terms of funding and resource. So I believe that you as the regional director, I believe that there needs to be a better communication and also a better response on a lot of the areas that my community and the central agency chapters continues to request for services. So the one thing that you've been listening in on the Resource and Development Committee, I will be moving forward in the I know the president and others have expressing their concern or not supporting it, but on behalf of the Navajo petition land people for the reissuance of the grazing permit, I will be sponsoring legislation to increase from 10 to 50. Yes, I know that the range management and everything else needs to be resolved, but I think we really need to have an understanding of why our Navajo people are somewhat frustrated of not only giving them enough numbers of the sheep unit. Road is another major area that we continue to be dealing with, and I believe that BIA received a certain amount of funding, but I think that we need to step up and advocate for additional funding. Watershed is another area that I continue to ask the BIA to help and assist in working with the Army Corps of Engineering. That's another area that I believe that we need to continue to address that. Again, just because of the pandemic, they have canceled for a meeting with the Army Corps of Engineering. So again, natural resources is a big area that I really need a coordination, especially in some of the areas that have farmland, the access to water, and again, some of the diversion dam or improving the irrigation system in some areas. So I'll be looking forward to working and sitting down with you to discuss a lot of the funding needs from the chapter level. So with that, Speaker, I'd like to reserve the rest of my time.
Oh, shoot. Somebody muted me. On McKeon Brigade, 1 minute, 18 seconds on reserve time. Moving on down. On with Eugene So. Floor is yours.
Ja, das ist auch our courses, they had this in the Kalaki, we had three, so I'll just try to make it shorter. So keep to some of that question that was going to ask. Now, the main purpose for my call recently to you and again to have a meeting, to sit down, is in regards to the land relinquishing back to the tribe. And we did dissect that area. It's not all of the area we're talking about. It's just the area where the BIA never used it, the virgin land. That one is the only one that I'm very interested in. And those are the one we might have to start economic development and make put a big building on there so we can compact all those trailers that's spread out across the Chinle area. Put them in one office, one building. So that was my dream. But it seems I don't know if the pandemic had pulled on with this my vision for Chinle and to put another motel up there with conference rooms where we can have conference. So those are some of the things, because a lot of the divisions that's in Chinle within the Navajo Nation government are in need of offices. And I would like to try to find out how we can do this. The last time I was told was 4 to 6 months that, to that it's going to be turned back, relinquished back. And sometimes in there, they confuse, I think, the BIA and maybe the president or whoever confused. I'm talking about the whole chunk of land where there's buildings on there, there's other stuff on there. I'm not talking. I kept telling them I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about the virgin land. It's already mapped out. It's already been clearing. So that's the one I really want to sit down and have a say-so with you and try to push it. As of yesterday, I told them this 3 years ago we've been working on it. So I would really like to hear something from that. I reserve my time, Chiche.
That 2 minutes and 37 seconds on with Eugene So on reserve time. Let me move on down. Honorable Otto So. Good morning, Chair.
Good morning. I did Shinanta, so Speaker, I own the other members of the Navajo Nation Council. So thank you for the time. Mr. Mahoja. Yeah, Kododa Hinso, you made your summary brief and short, and you gave us the documents to review since Friday. So I've been looking at it, and I am pleased on a lot of the operative of the operation of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Alcohol, just one area I believe that I think that could really just not a direction, but just something to consider. To have the Bureau of Indian Affairs to start consulting directly to the Navajo chapters that are certified, because a lot of what the tribal organization, the Navajo tribe, gets updated does not end up at the chapter level. And I believe the certified chapters are up there to be able to be directly consulted. For instance, we had a conversation pertaining to a request in my community, and I believe that request should have been done directly where the Bureau of Indian Affairs, instead of having the council delegate as the middle person, when they make these requests, the Bureau of Indian Affairs should be able to reach out to the chapters directly, because you have staff out there. You have a agency office out in Western Agency that's manned up by how many employees that you guys are paying, but they should be addressing all the local concerns there with the chapters, instead of us going to area office and requesting you guys to address this, address that, do this, do that. And I think it will relieve a lot of the issues that are going on here with the council. And like the windmill repair and other areas that our trustee is responsible for. Because your job and your task there is to fulfill your trust responsibility to the Navajo citizens. So that's all I'm asking you, is that your program directly communicate with the chapters, whether it's windmill repairs, whether it's BIE educational information, whether it's for something relating to the services that you provide there at the local level, because we have people out there asking us. For instance, there's a windmill right below Preston Mesa that needs attention, and they keep asking me. And that's in Tuba City jurisdiction. And I go to Water Resources, and they just, I don't know what the administration is doing, but your office also has that trust responsibility to repair these windmills. Also, our roads up beyond Preston Mesa, below Preston Mesa, the road that cuts across from Tonalea to Gap. That road is horrible, and I keep bringing it up to Navajo INDOT, but INDOT does not address that. Where is the communication from the Bureau of Indian Affairs to the local levels? What type of collaboration does the Bureau of Indian Affairs have with the certified chapters? Because the certified chapters shouldn't be saying, come over here, you got to talk to me. You should be able to go there and communicate with them, and your Western Agency office should be able to do that. A lot of how the business is done through Navajo now is the council delegate becomes the middle person to try to get meetings situated, but your program should be directly consulting our chapters, all chapters. So that is just some of my frustration that I have with the Bureau. And then, because when you go to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, at times it's always locked, it's always closed. And what do you do? Where do they go? Where do we send them? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So that, moving on down, Chairman Yazi, good morning.
Speaker, good morning, members of the council. Happy second day of the winter session to everyone, everyone that's listening online. This is Edmund Yazi, and I'm calling from my place of residency here in Coolidge, New Mexico. I just want to say, first of all, my appreciation to the BIA office, from the Gallup office and to the Crown Point office. I know when, just for an example, with the Crown Point office, Mr. Sosi and his staff were out to get the road salted from Mariano Lake all the way to Church Rock, BIA road. So I just want to say I appreciate that. And I'm very thankful with the work of BIA, Ms. Curley and Mr. Mahojo. And I know we all have tough jobs. I wish, we could resolve everything at 100% capacity, but, we're only humans. And I know, we have our downfalls and we have our setbacks and, of course, our frustrations. But I just want to just give you all a pat on the back, and I'm grateful that you are working with the area that we represent on the Eastern Agency area. It as a teamwork effort. No I stuff. It's always a we effort, and that makes things to move along, projects to move along in a good way. I just want to say, Mr. Mahoja, I want to say that we are still in the legislative write-up for Church's Chicken, and we can't wait to get that up and going for Daru, so we can eat our chicken, when we get hungry. And so I did ask our legislative staff if we could draft up the legislation per you, Mr. Mahoja, and if Dana, Ms. Barbara, I appreciate your work with your staff. If you could just please, get that going for the fee to trust for this only half an acre in the downtown of Daru, so we can set up the Church's Chicken when spring times come up this soon here. And so, Mr. Mahoja, again, for the record, per your request, we're waiting for the legislation to be drafted, and I hope we can get your approval on that feeder trust so we can all have our Church's Chicken sitting on the tailgate. So anyhow, good job, good work, keep it up, and keep strong in our prayers. Speaker, I don't want to reserve my time. Sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman Yazi. Let me go ahead and go on down to Chairman Daniel So, and I'll come back to you, Mr. Mahojo. Chairman Daniel So.
Oh, Speaker Damon, Navajo Nation Council delegates, President, Vice President, Chief Justice Joanne Jane, and Mr. Mahoja and staff. Thank you for providing the written document. And the main concern is, and I'm glad you put it at the front end of the report, Federal Indian Minerals Office basically approves in their aspect of authority surface disturbance. in the not so kind reference to fracking, and that involves transportation of water into the well sites as well as sand. And I've in correspondence with you and your fine staff assistant, we did impact the sand hauling trucks that were tearing up and disturbing traffic. As of last week to yesterday, I still see the sand trucks using N5. Perhaps they think that nobody's monitoring on the weekend, but I witnessed several trucks. The other aspect is over on the east side. 50 wells were approved within the Rio Perco field office, and they tore up roads within the Farmington field office, part of N46 and part of 474. And I guess the Rio Perco field office then gave them a different route. And that route goes from Deer Mesa, that's east of Ojantino, right straight to 550. And that road appears to have been constructed in the aspect of the gold standard federal roads. And so there's quite a difference. They tear up roads for community members, and the children, students, use those roads. 5 different schools have that same school bus route, and there's quite a danger to the folks that travel those 2 areas. And then, of course, the remaining presence of the oil industry directly south of Counselor. And I really wish that there would be a better federal response to the email that I had sent out, because school bus route, school buses still deliver food and necessary work assignments to the people of the community. And we certainly would like attention. Since the FEMA, what can we do to get industry to repair the roads that they damaged? And there was a time where BLM used to send their own grader out during the recent snowstorms because of misunderstanding of what the interagency road agreement agreed, the contents of it. Those roads remained snowpacked, and when snow's not removed, then the roads become muddy. So those are some things that are of great concern. Speaker, I'll reserve my time and wish to get the floor back once other folks pose their statements and questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Reserve time in 9 seconds. Okay, with that, let me go back to you, Mr. Mahoja.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you, Honorable Council delegates who provided your feedback today. It's helpful for me to hear your priorities and your concerns. We always endeavor to be timely with our feedback, with our responses. We want to be substantive in the information we provide to be as helpful as possible. I'll start with Honorable Delegate Keon Begay. I know that the sheep units issue is an issue. We do have some constraints that we have to work within. The BIA was sued by Navajo Nation for overgrazing and breach of trust responsibility. So we need to be mindful of that. We have to work within the carrying capacity, and that carrying capacity is determined by science. Some land will have more carrying capacity than other land. Some folks might have more sheep units there than in other places. We have 4 corners that we're trying to work within. We do commit to working with the tribe and the council and the president's office. So that's not a closed door. It's only a description of where we are right now. The dam issues, I've recently had a discussion with Central Office Safety of Dams, and we are working on various dam issues, specifically in your area, Honorable Keon Begay. So we will be providing some updates on that. We just had some discussions last week. There has been analyses done on the watershed, the flooding, and the dam. So keep your eyes out for a response from our staff to you on those issues. Roads, always challenging. It's something that I've been learning about. It's definitely an issue. We had really tough monsoon season this last year and endeavored to fix and repair and maintain as many roads as we could. We know that there's issues with snow and mud during the winter. We again endeavor to make sure that we have graders available where we can, salt trucks wherever we can, to try to address those issues. And it's an ongoing challenge, but it's a challenge that we're committed to working with. The Chinle land relinquishment that was brought up by Honorable Delegate Eugene So. We have been working diligently on that, and I would like to schedule a meeting with you if we could. I know we've been trying to get together on it. My realty staff is working, and we have some updates that we can provide to you. We will get those out to you as soon as possible, but within probably a few days. We want to make sure that we get that project done. That's a project that's a priority for me. My leadership has made it a priority for me also. I know it was something that previous regional director Stevens had been working on, and we continue to endeavor to get that completed. It's something that I want to get completed this year if possible. So we are driving that one down the road. So if we could, we'll get my staff with your staff and we'll schedule that meeting. I will commit to you that we will do that within the next day or two. With regard to some issues that were raised by Honorable Delegate Otto So, we do want to work directly with the chapters. We have some constraints. Technically speaking, I have to say this, our government-to-government relationship is with the president and the vice president's office. But that doesn't mean we don't work with the council, the resource development committee, and the chapter presidents. We respect you as well as government leaders for your chapters. And I'm in the process of having my staff conduct an analysis as to whether, one, we can staff the agencies with line officers. At some point in the past, those line officers were done away with. I'm not sure why that was, but I want to look at whether or not that's something that we can do. I think agencies should have line officers, and then they can work directly with the chapters that they represent. We also need to figure out too in this analysis if we have the budget to support those line officers, and if we don't, how do we get funding for it? I've been working with my career leadership in central office to kind of front load that for them so that they have an understanding about what we're doing and why we're doing it and what we might need from them. So we're going to continue to work on that analysis, and we'll be able to report out each quarter about how far we've gone what the possibilities are looking like. But I hear you, and we do endeavor to be more transparent and direct in our conversations with the chapters themselves. Honorable Delegate Edmund Yazzie, thank you for your kind words. We appreciate that. We are committed to making sure that that fee to trust application is pushed through and completed this year. As soon as we get a council resolution, we want to finish that because we'd like to come out and celebrate with some chicken on somebody's tailgate. Chairman Daniel FEMO is a very critical part of our operations. And as I said, we worked with allottees to push that lease sale through despite the challenges that we were facing from the withdrawal area around Chaco. And it was successful. And we endeavor to continue to do that, to identify allotments that we think that we could include in future lease sales. It's a priority for me also to make sure that I forward the progress on economic development opportunities for the Navajo people. The road repairs, I'm going to get with my folks and talk to them about that. I'm going to get with BLM and talk to them about that, and we will get a response back to you. I wasn't aware that the sand trucks were still being used on those roads, and so now that I know, we will address it and we'll take care of it. So be on the lookout for that as well. And thank you again for letting us know. We want to make sure that those roads are safe for Navajo children in their school buses, and that it's safe for community members as well. With that, Mr. Speaker, I will return the floor to you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mahoja. Let me go back to the floor right now. I do have, this is who's in the queue. I have Madam Chair Amber Crotty, then Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater, then Honorable Elmer Begay, and then Madam Chair Charles Zoon. So with that, let me go to Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Good morning. Floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, good morning, Speaker, and we appreciate Shiaja's prayer for helping us through the week in this discussion and deliberation on the council. So if I may ask, I want to appreciate the BIA staff that's been helping District 12 with some of our outstanding issues when it comes to land relinquishment in the Sanofsy boarding school area. And also in terms of the right-of-way that is desperately needed on Highway 64. We are, my hope is that when we follow up with the call, that all of our partners, Speaker, and this is where, you know, as delegates, we're forced to act like the executive. And let me clarify that statement. I'm a legislator. My job is to make laws and policies and to appropriate dollars. But about 80% of my job is having to manage projects and basically do the job of the executive. So I understand the BIA government-to-government relationship is with the Office of the President and Vice President, but the reality here, and I could speak for all of my colleagues, is it's delegates who do that work, and it's the chapter presidents and officials that keep us updated to move along these projects. And so there needs to be a frank conversation in terms of accountability and how we move these projects forward on Navajo Nation, because it cannot be the majority of my time as being a project manager or trying to get executive programs, Navajo executive programs, to communicate and work with each other. I think that's important to note. And that's where BIA, I have found, in some of our discussions, are waiting for Navajo Nation executive programs like the Land Department, or areas where Navajo Nation has 638 contracts like Biological. We're waiting on these programs so that we can move forward with different right-of-ways or move forward with the projects. And the public still thinks BIA manages the roads and road projects. And so I think more education needs to take place and especially the accountability. And I could provide weekly reports on how much time I spend trying to get executive programs to coordinate, work together, and get projects done. So I just want to recognize that and have a conversation, speaker, with your office, with the BIA, in terms of what model works best for Navajo Nation, and as we want to decentralize from Window Rock, because I cannot even recall when there's been a presidential staff at one of my project meetings to help, or they're the ones who should be facilitating these conversations as being representatives of the executive staff there. And they get paid. They are well taken care of staff, and yet it falls on the delegates to move this forward. So with that comment, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank the BIA staff for always answering and providing recommendation, although we would like some of these projects to move forward swiftly. We understand that during COVID, there is some time, and that we need to continue as Navajo leadership to force our congressional leadership to continue to fund our federal programs at the level that they need to be funded, or look at different strategies in terms of maximizing Navajo Nation process in some of these discussions. And so these are more comments. I just want to thank the staff at BIA for the help, District 12 and Navajo Nation wide. And then I wanted to yield the rest of my time to Chairman so that he could finish his thought. And I think it's important to understand what is happening when it comes to the fracking, as we're going through this helium development in Northern Agency. Thank you.
Chairman Daniel, so there's been an allocation of the remainder of the time, which is 17 seconds.
Thank you, plus my 8. Thank you. Basically, the other question is, NABI passed the legislation, Historic Established Federal Roads, that basically establishes a timeline of 1970, wherein those roads that were established before then shouldn't require archaeological clearance and necessary right-of-ways, because they were governance roads in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. For the record, colleagues, if there's anybody that's willing to give some time over to Chairman Daniel, so probably be good to help out, Chairman. That, moving on down, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, what's yours?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Mahoja. I have one simple request at this time, and that is for your office to study and deeply consider what the appropriate staffing levels are for the Chinle Agency Natural Resources Management. As I was made aware, we have the highest number of agricultural land use permits in the entire Navajo Nation, or the Northern Agency, and there are currently several ongoing agricultural revitalization projects that are taking place. Many farms in wheat fields and Saley, and there are new efforts that are cropping up in Round Rock and Mukachukai. So, in addition to Rock Point. So I would sincerely ask that you look at staffing that office to an appropriate level, bringing in soil scientists, soil technicians, and then also moving forward on the noxious weed management and working with the local district 11, 10, and 9 to identify corridors or areas along our waterways that we can do weed removal and improve our soil quality and retention along our washes. So that's my sincere ask at this time, and we'll probably have another follow-up after this. But thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Slater. 3 minutes and 42 seconds on your reserve time. Moving on down. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Good morning, Speaker.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
yes.
Good, Shahad, Speaker, other than the members of the Court, Council delegates. Good morning to Hoja. Good morning, and your staff, the BIA. I'm with the Budget and Finance Committee, and as you know that working with budget, so we're aware of the BIA and IHS budget, and they do the formulations and throughout the years. So right now, as I understanding that the BIA did not do any budget request for FY 2024 funding year. So I know that the IHS process is in progress right now, and you know by law that Indian self-determination requires BIA and IHS to assist Navajo Nation with this budget. And as for, with this type of budget, it's an opportunity for the Navajo Nation to submit budget funding needs. But as far as we know that up to today now, there's none from the BIA. We know that you do the budget for 2 years prior, so we need that budget for FY 2024. So that's my question there. Do you have anything available? Because we have a new president and vice president there with the in the government, United States government. So I know that yesterday President Naz didn't mention anything regarding the BIA budget. So do you think it can give us maybe a reason why it's not been done yet? Maybe there's a letter there, maybe that we need to discuss that. So that's my question. Speaker, reserve my time.
That 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Honorable Elmer Begay. Moving on down. Honorable Brown. She said remove her. Remove her for now. So Honorable Brown.
Kaya teacher atau responsaan terus itu sebenarnya mas lagi. Yeah, Mr. Mahoja, for your report. One of the questions I have, and I don't see it in the report, is there animals on the Navajo Nation or livestock that our Navajo people own? My understanding, I'm not sure if this is rumors, but I think this is getting ahead of the game on the Navajo Nation. The United States is going to require that all animals to only be vaccinated to be treated by I guess, certified, educated veterinarians. And this would impact our Navajo people's livestock. My other question is that, as you may know, that IHS will receive $3.5 billion for sanitation facilities construction from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Over 5 years for the IHS sanitation facilities construction program, these funds are likely sufficient to address the current estimate for all known deficiencies. The Navajo Nation expects these estimates to change over time as the projects are refined. However, how can we improve coordination with IHS and DIA Currently, there's redundancy between the pre-construction environmental assessment performed by IHS and the BIA. This redundancy results in a great deal of extra time being spent on reassessing the environmental impacts of the project exclusion, categorical exclusion policy to accept IHS CADEX policy. Projects can move through the assessment phase more quickly without foregoing environmental safeguards. The other question would be, why doesn't BIA only pay out portions of the continuing resolution 1 and 2? Another question, why are we declining contracts? It's one of the 5 declination criteria. It has been my understanding that continuing resolutions allow the government to be funded based on percentages until a full appropriation is passed. This would allow the Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act contractors to operate. So I reserve my time, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brown. That reserves time at 2:25. Let me go on to Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, and then I'll go back to you, Mr. Mahoja. Honorable Yellowhair.
Oh, yeah, that's been a good morning to the Speaker, Damon, Navajo Nation Council, 24 Council Nation, I take a morning. I don't know, ich bin da ist noch eigentlich da ist a 5 agency here. Welcome, Mr. Hodger, to the Navajo Nation Council Chamber. Then you probably sitting in there or you're on call. Welcome to the Navajo Nation, one of the largest Indian tribes that you represent. You're on a challenge here in the Navajo Nation under which BIA. This is the biggest Navajo nations that we have here as under Navajo Regional Office. I welcome you, my friend. My name is Jimmy L. Hurricane. I represent Black Mesa, Forest Lake, Pinon, Whipwell, and also Hartrod area. As you know, this is one of the back in 1974, there's about maybe over 12,000 Navajos that have been relocated, and you probably know about history. We're having a hard time under the United States government. There's some problems where it's never been filled. There's empty promises. I hope you fulfill these areas for us in the NPL area, and also not at the my colleague, Honorable Raymond Smith, also Benefries area in the Tuba City area too. And the problem I have is we need help is we need to repair some homes that were built in 1974, and also we need a windmill that needs to be repaired or drill more ground into for the water. We need that windmills to up to date. There's lacking a lot from BIA, your BIA office. That's why I said welcome. We got a big challenge, and we need also Navajo Dam Reservoir. That we need that one for water, so we can have water supplies for the summer. If there's no water, the reservoir or dry up, probably to be some restore. Please, I need your help. People need your help up there in Black Mesa area. Also, we do care about our land. Vegetation is kind of poor. I do care about Mother Earth. We had to do our best to give a permit back to the Navajo wherever they're allowed, that we can take care of. Everybody who are taken away from these permits should be given back to them, because there's laws. There's a law that in the NPL area already resist those of permitting experience, and other law that I'll probably have to share with you. I want to ask a meeting with you sometime in mid-February or any time. I'd like to meet with you. The next is
these permits that were also been to be a probate case. A lot of BIA officers holding on to the permit. I don't know why they're holding on to it. Like outside Big Navajo, permit needs to be returned back unless your office has money for a conservation plan. That's the only way you can hold on to permit. We don't have money to make these type, but I need your immediate attention to permit to be returned back to Navajo. It shouldn't be held, but these are all the laws that was placed back in 1968 regulations and promises from PIA. I'm going to make it very short, and I'd like to reserve my time, Speaker. Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wheeler. That reserve your time at 1 minute, 10 seconds. Let me go back to Mr. Mahoja.
Thank you, Speaker. And again, thank you, Council delegates. This feedback is important to me, so I can help prioritize our work based on your priorities. And so I'll go through each of the comments one by one and provide what information I can. Starting with Honorable Delegate Crotty, thank you very much for your feedback. We appreciate hearing that our collaboration is continuing and that it works. We continue to endeavor to improve our collaboration and working to build partnerships with the folks out at the chapters, our BIA folks, and Council, RDC, and the Office of the President, Vice President. So thank you. We hear you, and we will continue to do that good work on behalf of the chapter. Honorable Chairman So, I hear you about archaeological clearances on roads. I'm not sure about the nuances of those particular roads that you mentioned, but we will look into it. Some of those, NEPA is a tough thing, right? And sometimes we're required to go through NEPA analysis. Sometimes we're not. Sometimes it's long and sometimes it's short, but we will get back to you on that. I'll have my staff look into those issues on those roads, and we'll get you some information. Honorable Delegate Slater, with regards to staffing levels out at our agencies, we're sometimes limited by budget. But what I'll do is I will get with the superintendent and I will talk to our budget folks and see what things look like. One of the hopes I have is to be able to conduct a region-wide analysis, and part of that is the line officers out at the agencies to determine where the budgets might be able to shift to address current conditions. You know, these budgets were established a long time ago, and they often aren't changed or modified, and they don't always meet the current conditions. They may have met the conditions at the time, but not now. So I will commit to you that we're going to conduct that kind of an analysis to determine whether or not the staffing levels are appropriate and whether we have the budget to address them. With regards to the noxious weed management program, we are really close to wrapping up a major component of that program. My staff are currently right now meeting with the team to address some rollout. So that is going to be coming soon. That's also something that I want to be able to bring forth to the nation as one of our accomplishments to address some of those issues. Honorable Delegate Elmer Begay, budget formulation. I spoke with Navajo Nation OMB recently. That question did come up about why we didn't do a formulation this year. That was a determination made by the Tribal Interior Budget Committee, the TIBIC. That group determined that rather than do a budget formulation every year, that they would do it, and us in collaboration, but it's largely their activity. They would do it every other year. And so this is the every other year this year. We're going to be doing a budget formulation next year. And I would have hoped, and maybe they did, I'm not sure, that the TIBIC representatives would have messaged that out to the tribes. But if not, we will provide some information if we can find it from the TIBIC and forward that on to you. Honorable Delegate Brown. I don't know anything about this issue with regards to certified vets vaccinating animals. I will look into it with my natural resources folks. It might be that's a requirement that agriculture is placing upon us. I'm not sure, but we will look into it. I don't know that we have any funding for it, but we can try to advocate to find some funding if that's possible. Some of these are not within our lane. Some of these activities, some of them are assigned to Indian Health Service, some of them are assigned by agriculture, and they impose those requirements, and we're not a part of that discussion, but we will look into it. With regard to continuing resolutions 1 and 2, there's 2 issues outstanding on that with regards to what we have to provide for the programs. The first is we can only provide what we have. And the continuing resolutions don't always fund everything. The second issue is that some of those contracts expired and need to be renewed, and we're working with Navajo Nation OMB on those issues. Honorable Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, I do want to meet with you. I want to get together with you. Again, right now we're trying to scale back some of the in-person meetings just for safety reasons, but that doesn't mean that we can't have a telephone call or a meeting like this. It's my endeavor to be available to any of the council delegates when requested for meetings. Pandemic makes it challenging, right? But we are always available to you. With regards to home repair, we do have a housing improvement program. Traditionally, that program is very, very underfunded. And there's never enough money in those programs to meet the needs that are submitted to us. I will have my housing improvement program coordinator talk with you about that and give you the kind of the lay of the land and the processes for making those requests. There's also ARPA funds and CARES Act funds that the tribe received that might be able to be leveraged for those purposes as well, in addition to any funding that we have available to the tribe. Dams and reservoirs. We are in what I would classify as a catastrophic drought right now. We didn't get a lot of rain last year. We're not getting a lot of snow this year. Water availability is going to become a challenge if this continues and continues. But we will make sure that we are reviewing the infrastructure itself, and where possible, provide resources and technical support to ensure that those are in good care and condition to make sure that they serve the Navajo people. With regard to permits, you know, again, here's when NEPA raises its ugly head, right? We have to sometimes conduct NEPA analysis on those permits. To the extent that we can return any back to the tribe, we will do that. I have instructed my natural resources staff throughout the region to push those permits out as quickly as possible. Again, staffing issues, NEPA analysis, they can be challenging, but we are working forward on those. And I've heard from a number of council delegates, the Resource Development Committee, and the President and Vice President's office, that those are priorities, and they're now my priority too. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll return the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mahoja. With that, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions at this time? I don't have anybody else. Before I go back to reserve time. If there's no other further comments, I'm gonna go back to reserve time. Honorable Keon Begay, 1 minute, 24 seconds.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Mahoja, appreciate the report. I guess let me throw another statement back at you. I believe science also will also determine that people need food. So this sheep unit is not just for a situation where animals are just taking up space on the land in certain location. So I think that's one thing that we need to understand. I always hear my colleague saying that we got to hear directly from our Navajo people. So this is not me. This is directly coming from the Navajo people that the sheep unit needs to be up to 50. So that's my determination to accomplish that. So it's just a matter, I guess, that BIA will probably be in some odd on this particular issue, but we are here on behalf of our Navajo people. So I guess anticipate for me to push that particular issue up to wherever it needs to do in order for our Navajo people to get back the 50 sheep unit. Ako excellent. Ano sini yido sik kodo bia yel kito hanana si ko akin lache shag ande ko akin the babnal so anes nona pata bakha san ki khoi dalia kodo slatin da bakha dan hada to ki no kodo bia yes so I hadn't seen you do this other colleague. If you have some time that you're not going to use, please give me some more. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Killenby. Moving on down. Honorable Eugene So, 2 minutes, 37 seconds.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, question. Sure. I might need some time too in regards to my questioning or just trying to figure out what's going on. Okay, now, Nana, Mr. Mahojo. A few years back, there was an executive order, 1317-5, 13,175. It recognized the tribal sovereignty. So also, it has respect for tribes for their protect sites for religious and cultural significance and the important goal of consultation. So what the unique relationship between the tribes, the U.S. government requires special attention. Its complexity needs to be beyond that of the civil rights issue because it is tribal sovereignty, not minority status. That shapes this relationship because tribes are sovereign nation before European colonization of the American, and sovereignty is considered inherent in the BIA and other federal agency government-to-government relationship, and that relate trust responsibility with the Navajo Nation. But that's why I'm asking for my land back. In this regard, there was a memorandum of an agreement that was made by Tira Sweeney, Assistant Secretary, Indian Affairs, Department of the Interior, William Norrie, Undersecretary for Production and Conservation, United States Department of Agriculture, Richard Forsyth, Administrator, Former Service Agency, U.S. Department of Agriculture, Matthew Laurie, Chief Natural Resource Conservation Service, United States Department of Agriculture, and Laurie LeConte, Director, BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs, the United States Department of Interior, on November 6, 2019, that became good 2020. So in that regard, the natural resource area, we are very questioning is the CFR 25 Indians, Chapter 1 BIA, Department of Interior, Subchapter in Grazing, Part 167 Navajo Grazing Regulation. I'm really trying to identify, put my target on the 167.3 objectives. There's objectives in there, what BIA.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So. Moving on down. Honorable Elmer Begay. 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Speaker, put me in the queue. This is Vice Chair Smith.
Will do. Well, Elmer Begay going twice.
You are unmuted.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, Shaway, around the members of the Navajo Nation Council. Back to Mr. Mahoja. Thanks for your response. But as you know, that this it's a law which was used for federal law to have a budget formulations and budget preparers, and it gives us Navajo Nation an opportunity to submit the budget need for the nation. And through this, you mentioned that there was a decision made by the Tibet Tribal Interior Budget Council, and through that, that you're going by that. Is there? Can you share a documentation with us? We would like to see it, and this will be a request from the Navajo Nation Council as well as from the Budget and Finance Committee. So, as far as we know, that there's no documentation requesting for, making these decisions. So, Speaker, I reserve my time. Thank you.
Every time at 1 minute and 2 seconds. Honorable Elmer Begay. Moving on down. Honorable Daniel Brown. 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
Mr. Mahoja, if you could answer the questions that I asked, starting with the $3.5 billion for the sanitation facilities and working between IHS and BIA, there's that categorical, the NEPA categorical exclusion. We feel like that's, the work is being done twice and using more of our engineers' time, etc. The other thing would be, do you have, I'm looking at your noxious weed and invasive plants. Do you have a total amount of, acreage of how much invasive plants are on the Navajo Nation that is taking away from some of the farming? I know in the area where we live, where animals are, there's a lot of noxious weeds that are coming out, and that also is tapping into a lot of the water. So I know that some of these Russian weed plants are using a lot of the natural water. From that, do you also have a percentage of how much water do we have in all the aquifers that Navajo sits in? I'm specifically interested in Western Agency with the Sea Aquifer, Navajo Aquifer, the other aquifers, and especially where the impacted areas where the Peabody mine has been extracting water. If you can send me that information. And also with that, with the Kayenta mine, I know that we're pushing for reclamation. I know there have been times where Peabody has stalled, and of course, during the pandemic, a lot of work has slowed down, but our people in the area continue to push for reclamation efforts in Kayenta area. And then also I reserve my time, Speaker.
At 27. That Honorable Brown, 27 seconds unreserved time. Let me go back to Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, and then I'll go back to you, Mr. Mahoja. Honorable Yellowhair, 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to ask Mr. Hojo to appreciate for his personal staff, like Dr. Curley for his assistance that helped me out, and also the rest of your staff, the assistants, your assistant too. Thank you very much. I'll be looking forward to meet with you because it's very important. I just want to do less talk and do take care of the business. I look forward to meet with you. Share for the time. In the remaining time, yield it. Chat. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yield here. I'll go back to you, Mr. Mahoja.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you again for your comments, honorable delegates. And so I apologize, Honorable Keelan Begay. I didn't intend to offend anybody by my discussion about the sheep units. I understand that they're significant culturally, historically. They provide food resources, food security. So I do understand that. I apologize if I offended you for that. That was not my intent. Honorable Delegate Eugene So, tribal sovereignty is why we're here, right? My job is to essentially work myself out of a job, to support tribal sovereignty through Indian self-determination, by exercising our trust responsibility to the tribe and the people of Navajo. And I commit to you that that is first and foremost my responsibility and my obligation, and I'm gonna fulfill that every day we work for you. Honorable Delegate Elmer Begay, budget formulation in TIBIC. Yes, I know that was a decision by TIBIC to do the budget formulation every other year. If there was communication, it should have come from TIBIC leadership, but we will find that for you and forward it on to you. And I understand that that's a request, not just from you as an honorable delegate to the council, but a council request and from the finance committee. But we will get you that information. Honorable Delegate Brown, I don't have an answer for you on the 3.5 billion sanitation facility and the issue of redundant work, but what we will do is we will engage our immediate action team. It's made up of subject matter experts across a number of fields, and we can coordinate with Indian Health Service to make sure that we're not engaging in redundant activity. Unfortunately, in some cases, we can use another agency's environmental analysis. In other cases, we can't. I don't know whether that's the issue here, but we will get our team put together and we'll start coordinating with IHS and we'll get you some responses and some feedback. I don't have the numbers for the acreages of noxious weeds or the percentage of water in all of the aquifers, but I can try to get you that information if we have it. The issues with the aquifer volumes, I'm not sure if we have that, but I can double check. We're getting our hydrologic support from Southwest Region BIA, and I've been looking into hiring a hydrologist specifically for Navajo region so that we don't have to rely on somebody else and split time. As an old water lawyer, I can tell you that those analyses are challenging. And a number of times they're estimates, right? Because we can't actually measure all of it. We can do it through pump tests and other types of inquiries. But we will, if I have that information, we'll get it to you. And the same with the noxious weeds. And I just had a call last week on Kanta Mine Reclamation, and we are coordinating with the Office of Surface Mining and Reclamation and the BLM Arizona office to make sure that reclamation is ongoing and continuing and it doesn't stall. So that is something that is front and center on our plate. And Honorable Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, yes, we will work together with you. We'll coordinate our staff with your folks and yourself, and I do look forward to a meeting with you in the near future. And with that, Speaker, I return the floor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mahuja. Let's go back to the queue. I do have Honorable Vice Chair Smith in the queue. Vice Chair, floor is yours.
Good morning, Speaker. Thank you. 24th Navajo Nation Council and those that listen on board, and Mr. Mahuja for presenting the report. We had a meeting with you in Gallup, and we were talking about 9402, and I know that COVID-19 is a stickler on behalf of meeting face-to-face again, but that meeting we had over there was very beneficial, and House Chapter and Dudzi officials and also Lupton officials were there. And we did hear from Garrett Silversmith on behalf of helping out with the 9402. That's a 20-mile stretch from Lupton all the way out to through Halk and out towards Sanders. And there's a lot of lands that are within the communities of Lupton and Halk that we'd like to have help in reference to getting consent on that. And we're trying to set up another meeting, probably more likely with a teleconference than face-to-face, since now we have another variant of this Omicron that's even more contagious than what we have experienced right now. So I'm not sure exactly where BIA is on this, or if you had. I know that we talked about the election, and that would be BIA's help on behalf of trying to resolve that right away. And the other question too is, did we know if the infrastructure funds were signed by the Biden administration? And I'd still like to invite NDOT too to the meeting when we do coordinate. It's probably next month with my LDA. So those are the two topics I want to speak right away. I have a couple other questions, so I know 5 minutes is pretty quick. So, Speaker, thank you. I'd like to reserve the rest of my time.
That 2 minutes and 53 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours.
Okay, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues and staff and everyone on this call this morning. Mr. Mahuja, thank you for the report. And I always think of the days of our leadership, our past leadership in this chamber, and the stories that I recall of how the BIA used to hold the key to this chamber, and the superintendent used to come across the street with the key and would have all of our leadership waiting outside. And we've come a long way since then, and there's a lot of history with this chamber. So I just wanted for us to kind of remind ourselves of where we were and where we are at this time. I want to thank your staff, particularly from the Eastern Agency Office, Mr. Lester Sosi, Mr. D. Grote, everyone that's there. They've been very exceptional in working with our chapters and guiding us and providing assistance, answering questions to land status, and working with 23 different land statuses on each agency is always a challenge, but we thank them for that, for their guidance and their assistance. We have a large task ahead of us here, particularly with the ARPA potential if a legislation does pass this body to give our people running water, electricity, and of course bathrooms, but we're going to have to get right-of-ways in Eastern Agency, and we're going to need the help of the BIA big time. And I'll say this, and I'll continue to say this, that Eastern Agency is already at a disadvantage because of that, and because of land status, and we'll continue to rely on your assistance and the assistance of Mr. Sosi out there. This is a huge task. We're thankful for the assistance with the escrow account as well, and we want to look forward to working once that does get audited. We want to get that back to our farmers and ranchers out there and get some potentially relief to them and get that going. We also are looking at for Crown Point chapter are needing some assistance with reclamation of the old BIA buildings there. They're still up, they stand stagnant. We worked with Senator Heinrich's office, but we're going to need help cleaning that up. It's on the executive order land, but if Nelly does go through, we want to obtain that land and give it to the chapter for economic development potentially. So we're going to need your help, ask for your help on that cleanup of the old BIA complexes in the Crown Point. We call the old Crown Point downtown area. So Mr. Sosi knows where those are at though. But with that, Speaker, I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Two minutes and 2 seconds. Honorable Freeland. That moving on down, Honorable Herman Daniels. Floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, Ecuador. The Ecuador Shinat Ecuador 24th Nomination Council. Yeah. Thank you to Mr. Mahoja. Thank you for your report and also answering some questions that were posed to you. Just like what the delegate Alan McGay alluded to with the NPL, we heard it from the people. We heard it from the ranchers about the reissuance of the grazing permits. And also throughout the Navajo Nation, there were some grazing permits that were transferred, but they're still sitting at the agency offices. So that's what our people are concerned about. And also, we have to look at the land too. As you drive across the Navajo reservation, our land, as you look at the forage, it's not there no more. All you see is dirt. Compared to back in the olden days, there used to be grass, but nowadays it's different. We're in this drought stage for I don't know how many decades now. So, what is your plan moving forward from the BIA side? That's the question I'm going to ask. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to give my time to Delegate Kiel McGay in regards to grazing permits in NPL. So if you my remaining time, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. That you have 2 minutes and 55 seconds. Che, Honorable Keon Brigade. Accept.
Delegate Daniel, Speaker. As I was saying earlier, Mr. Mahoja, this is coming directly from our Navajo people and those that continue to struggle on the NPL and the former Benefreeze area. So we can't limit. It's just like saying bashes to not sell or have too much items on the shelf. So that's basically what we're telling our Navajo people, not to have too many food on the table. So that's the main reason why that I'm really, and we would like to push. And I'm asking directly to you for us to work together. Yes, science is there. Yes, the land is there. But it's just a matter that we just need to, do what we can to help our Navajo people. As far as Resource Development Committee, I know that we are in the position to listen to the Navajo people. invalid Italia the Kushina Hayeta a codon hitch a Honda Znaco Codon hit Ashibe Kenny dot and the Anazana Tabacato Liscoto need a codon hit at this Ado Bahatahiso Zito ba Bebin hitch Hatahiso Zio Bebenago Codo because only Beslahondo Lissigit 8 Itan Lachina Socia Hill Source a Cogen Officer Legislative Council Diego Gohasha Dines Nabakaki Slatino Ash Bato Nil the A that the Nen Dindikishi Joye Han Sakhisto Lito Ye Chayal Kitole Ahos Kodo Slatin the Nen Dindiki but the Ba Ile Histole the Shint Ita hot out the Ben Dindiki to Sita than Dindiki hot ego could nepe in Dindiki hot Ape Panet in the key that at the a quack ye kissing Kodo Bia ein Dindiki to a Aja Kodonal sauce and Dindiki Satope Hohnik go a quack a baby nache open he cut to Chato Jordan and Dindiki Yis needs out or little deep a call a baby nachigo Kodo e ba yashtiki ashik e no Dindiki so benago Hago national sauce and Dindiki Nhat Eliago go e Kodon hitch a Kodo link go ad Shiba Hanato Sato Ado Kodo Bespons and Dindiki Shin ye lana aseto le ko Asian de Kodo dona kin lingo e Kodona sauce and Dindiki de ni kedo Asian ade hitch a Hune nato le to ashi hata is not to le ashik e no Dindiki hala ben hitch yast hitik at the Ben Lini Adbe Kashita e Kaya Lini Bay Hini Natron Hitone a ko ashi ni hot the Satan or the Nigo go 80 comp conduct not card on the Haskin Benadik and then Gigo for Hit Ashin has Anhazlin the hot in the Shane Kodo on Habayel Kito Little he had none he dish need or little Ashkin of Denigido Delegate Daniel. Thank you very much for the time.
So no one else added a reserve. That thank you very much, Honorable Keelan Begay and Honorable Herman Daniels. I'm gonna go to Madam Chair Charles Newton at this time, and then I'll go back to you, Mr. Mahoja.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the planner. This January is what we call Yes Nish is my understanding. I'm trying to learn how to read Navajo. Today a domodo nakija. So I just wanted to say thank you, Speaker, for that. Mr. Mahoja, good morning. Thank you for your presentation this morning. Also, thank you for meeting with me when I requested answers from BIA. I just want to say that Cheryl is doing a fantastic job and has always assisted me with setting up meetings. So thank you very much. I want to start by saying that just letting you know that the Navajo Nation Council is the governing body of the Navajo Nation. As such, it is important that council be in the loop when major decisions have to be made. I did notice that some of the Dear Tribal Leader letters are not directed towards council when in fact they should be. So with that, I just want to reiterate that it is crucial for BIA to involve council in the decision making, especially if it's on behalf of the Navajo people. I have specific questions and I'm getting ready to email you. I did text Cheryl to ask for your email address. Number one, on page 6, there is information that $344,162 was, I'm not sure if it was used, if that amount is in the process of being used, but it says for weed inventory planning and environmental assessment for land management district. The report does indicate that the work was completed. Again, I am confused and I wonder if this amount was used towards that project or if that amount was awarded that money and the project has yet to be completed. Per the report, a pre-work meeting was held. Can you please explain what this is and possibly provide notes from this meeting? Number 2, you also state on page 6 of your report that a purchase order was awarded for restriping. Can you clarify if this restriping project was for the Mesa Farm Road? If not, what road is going to be restriped in the Shiprock agency? Number 3, on page 10, there are 2 projects listed. Can you please elaborate some more and tell me what noxious weeds were found and how BIA plans to rid the Shiprock community of these noxious weeds. Number 4, question 3 leads me to the statement made on page 23 of your report. As you know, Shiprock has had several fires in the community. We have met regarding preventative measures that would lessen human-caused fires, just as your report states. Can you tell me what BIA plans to do to prevent fire in the Shiprock community? Can I suggest we do a controlled burn of all noxious weeds and clear out areas along the river in an effort to prevent fires? Number 5, can I get a summary of what was discussed on June 20th, 2022 regarding the Shiprock uranium disposal site? That is on your report, page 33. Number 6, page 40, you talked about the Shiprock Administrative Reserve. Can you tell me when the BIA plans to demolish the 46 buildings? Also, did BIA include the house located along US 64 that needs to be demolished? My understanding is this project should be included in the programmatic language there for BIA. Can you explain to me exactly what the programmatic language statement is and how that will assist with completing this project out? Number 7, can you update us on how many projects are currently needing right-of-way approval? What does your list look like? What is the average time frame for getting right-of-way requests addressed? I ask specifically for the US 64 project from Shiprock to Arizona state line. This project is a New Mexico state project and it cannot be stalled for right-of-way approval. Time is money and funding was provided to start the project. I want to ensure that the project does get completed. Perhaps we can schedule a meeting with New Mexico DOT, Navajo Nation DOT, and BIA. Last, I do have a question that is in the email that I will not state on the record, Mr. Mahoja, but I'm hoping that you can respond to these questions via email. I can send them as soon as I get the email address to you, Mr. Mahoja, and I am CCing Cheryl Curley on these questions. So thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. 19 seconds on reserve time. Mr. Mahocha, floor is yours. Going back to you.
Thank you again, Speaker. I'll start with Honorable Delegate Vice Chair Smith. I very much enjoyed our meeting, and I look forward to more of those in the future. I think, you know, the projects out there that we've seen, the bridges and the roadway projects, is a really good example of how we can collaborate together with the chapters, with the tribe, with the BIA staff, and get things done for the benefit of the community. And I look forward to doing more of that. The infrastructure bill was signed. I can't tell you the status of the distribution of the funds, but I will find out and we will get that back to you. And regarding the consent from the allottees for that right of way, I need to talk to my staff. Normally, that is something that is required by the permittee. Whoever seeking the permit is generally required to obtain the consents. I'm not sure if we have the staff resources to do the entire thing ourselves. I do know that we've had a discussion on it recently with my regional realty staff. And as I sit here right now, I can't recall exactly what we discussed and what options we had on the table, but we will get you a response to that, and we'll let you know what the status is. Honorable Delegate Mark Freeland. The Eastern Agency staff are fantastic. They're phenomenal. They have forgotten more about the work that they do than I'll ever learn. And I lean upon them quite a bit. I'm glad that they're working with you in a collaborative way. And again, as I mentioned to another honorable delegate, we continue to look at budget funding and staffing resources to make sure that we're applying the resources necessary to get the job done. And that's going to be ongoing. And that includes work with the BIA buildings out there in Crown Point. We were moving forward on that, and we ran into a significant funding problem for the environmental site assessment. You know, we need to do NEPA on those to make sure that we can demolish them and clean up that area. So we continue to seek funding for that, and I can't tell you whether we're going to be successful or not, but we're going to give it a try, and we're going to keep trying on it. We know that that's a priority, and we want to make sure we can get that done if we can. Honorable Delegate Herman Daniels, I hear you. I'm glad that this has been brought up in this way today regarding the people and them speaking directly about this. It's a challenge, and it's something that we're going to continue to work with. We're going to work with the council, the president's office, grazing officials, and the resource development committee leadership. I know it's been a topic of much debate and discussion recently and historically, and so we're gonna see what we can do within the bounds of the law, rules, and regulations. Honorable Kielami Gay, same NPL Bennett Freeze area, challenging stuff. There is an RDC meeting on NPL scheduled for March 1st. So hopefully we can make some progress in that. I plan to be in attendance at that meeting. I attend most of those NPL or those RDC meetings, and we'll make sure we have the right staff on that call to provide whatever assistance we can. Honorable Delegate Charles Newton, I enjoyed our meeting very much. I think it was one of the very first meetings I had one-on-one with a council delegate, and I'm always honored and happy to meet with any of you, and it's always especially enjoyable to meet with a fellow Kansas Jayhawk. You have a number of very specific questions, and Cheryl is going to get you my email address, and I'm not going to try to answer those questions here on this call. I want to make sure that we do a thorough review and research and provide you back the most accurate, correct information that we can. So look forward to that, and I look forward to working with you in the future. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll return the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moja. That, colleagues, let me go ahead. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. So let me go ahead and go back to reserve time. I do have, someone say something? You hear somebody?
Yeah, a speaker, Delegate James, with the question.
Oh, okay. Good morning, Honorable James.
Oh, yeah, a speaker.
Oh.
Doshnan ano sanigi. Deshman sa ana kodon hilta nasus 20 dosha hasin ko is not agi. Ado BIA kodot report in lehiki. Ashin the neck achitin ako konzata. Ahot a base yadil kion hilta hoel jisnle. In regards to roads, particular road that I'm going to be talking about is N15 from Burnside all the way to Flagstaff. I brought this up many times with even the former directors, where the pavement there's big dips on both end of the bridges, majority of that N15 route. And then when there's another couple portion, a small area where there's some big dips right before loop. And that has been an issue that I've been bringing up as well, and has not been addressed. It's just a small portion, so that needs to be fixed regarding those dips. That's one of the biggest concern. And then there's another big dip over here on N151 where the pavement and bridge meet as well, west of Cornfields Chapter. I don't know what kind of notice, I don't know what kind of question or how the wordings need to be for you guys to get out there and address your guys' paved roads. If you can assist me, that would be helpful. to address those big dips, because it's a big safety hazard, and some of our people drive through there in high speed, and sometimes in those certain areas there's accidents that occur, or damages to vehicles. So hopefully you do something, or you'll just be part of the history of BIA director not doing anything or addressing the issues. You'll probably just be added to the listing if you don't address it again. So hopefully you help. Second one is I also need some assistance in regards to Toye, which is west of Steamboat. Everybody just left and up and moved from Toye, and it's been an awful mess out there, and it's still in the same situation. And BIA, we need your help out there to address that Toye issue. It was given to BIA at one point to make development, given to the nation to make development, and they did the development, but they left, and nothing has been done. And now there's abandoned buildings and abandoned materials that are just blowing around, that are just sitting there, making the landscape look ugly. So it would probably be a different story if the state highway went along that Toye industry. So that's something that really that we need to address. Asbestos is one of the areas that we have issues with throughout the nation, and this is one of the areas that has that big concern of asbestos as well. So hopefully you can address those, and like I said, I'm just a call away, a text away. Hopefully you can reach out to me when you're available to discuss the issues in Toye with Steamboat commissioners and Jedito chapter officials as well. So I'll be listening and waiting out for you. Thank you very much. Reserve my time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vince James. 40 seconds on reserve time. Let me see here. Moving on down. Vice Chair Walker. Floor is yours.
Yes, Speaker, although members of council, although the listening audience that we have today, second day of our winter session, the Pendigibi, that was Agoko, Yan Hitcher, Bentley, or the other kind of dish, kitchen, so yeah, Chaho, Chunan, Swiss on. Hello, the presenter, Mr. Mahoja. Good morning to you and your staff, and thank you for being on the call with leadership here, discussing the issues of the day, the concerns, the questions of the day. So it's always appreciative when our trustee can have our attention. So I wanted to express my appreciation in that way. Although I just want to pick up where my colleague, Mr. James, Vince James, his comments, his concerns, I want to also join him in calling attention to the needs of the state of repair of Navajo Route 15. Navajo Route 15 is a very important route, as we all know, just next to 264 and I-40. when I-40 shuts down at Winslow or Flagstaff due to weather or whatever situation that prompts the roads to be closed, that N15, that's where people go to travel from east to west, and becomes for a day or two, becomes the mother road. So heavily used road, and right now it's in a state of repair. As my colleague indicated very eloquently, these are some of the issues from Nico, and I too would join him in calling attention to the items that he mentioned, especially the bridge areas. Although just wanted to go back to a few months ago when Loop Chapter had sent a resolution to your office, Mr. Mahoja, requesting for street lighting right in downtown Loop, Arizona, for safety purposes. So again, we followed up on this question back in December. So the resolution was sent back in September 2021, and then we had a follow-up during a meeting like this back in December. So I thought I'd raise that again just to make sure that attention is provided to N15 and the request for street lighting. So I wanted to say that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for this time, and I reserve my time.
1:37. Reserve time. Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker. Any other comments, questions? I'm going to go back to reserve time then. Honorable Elmer Begay, 1 minute and 2 seconds.
You are unmuted.
Speaker, can you hear me now? Somebody's mute me again. Thank you.
Yes.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay. Back to Mr. Mahoja. Thank you for your response. Our next meeting, the Budget and Finance Committee, is on February the 1st. So I'm not sure if you can be available during that time to provide that documentation to us, the decision made by the TBIT. And I think this is the only communication we have through the budget, what kind of Navajo Nation needs, and to have the federal understands us, and then also we could understand the federal what their priorities are with through this budget. So it's very important to us. So I'm not sure why you're not really providing the information to us. And then also I don't know who will be the person that represent the nation during that budget hearings there, that you guys make those decisions. So that will be my question, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. That, moving on down. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, 27 seconds.
Speaker, I'll waive the rest of my time. Yeah.
Thank you. Moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes and 53 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll reserve my time.
2 minutes and 51 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Freeland, 2 minutes and 2 seconds.
Speaker, I'd like to yield my time to my brother, Honorable Keon McGee Jr.
Honorable Keon McGee, 2 minutes.
Speaker, Adolshant Anofindigi. Kodot, again, Mr. Mahoja, I appreciate everything that you all do. BIA, yes, I'm sure you guys are interpreting or viewing my statement or comments or the tone of my voice as it's just more of being a frustration that everything is kind of like being at a standstill, especially if you're facing or have to encounter the people that you represent through the Navajo Nation Council. As they always will say, is that why everything is still as is, why isn't anything being done, why is it that we just have to follow certain policy that we could be able to make changes on. So these are the things that we hear at the local level. So, but again, I think it will make a big difference. And that's the reason why I continue to send information to ask you to come down to a certain chapter in the central part of the Navajo Nation. So I know every Indian tribe has different situations as far as land issues, as far as social issues and so on. So we really need to take a grasp of our Navajo people situation. And then also even the Navajo Nation, we have different situation at different, all 110 chapters. Some of our chapters are close to metropolitan area, and then some are in the rural part of the Navajo Nation. So those are the people that we need to continue to listen to and hear. So I guess I respectfully ask if you could be able to make the time, the effort to come down into the central part of the Navajo Nation, especially the Tissigene region, to hear directly from our Navajo people and see the situation. Yes, reports are there, science is there, but the one thing that I continue to ask you is to come down to the Navajo Nation. So with that, Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you. That we go back to you, Mr. Mahoja.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Delegate Vince James, I hear both you and Honorable Vice Chair Walker's concerns about those two roadways, and we're going to take a look at that and we're going to see what we can do. I'm not sure how long that's existed, but if we can fix it, we will fix it. And so we will be getting a meeting scheduled with you and your folks as soon as possible. We could probably schedule it for next week if you have availability. That'll give us a little bit of time to do some research on our end so that we have some answers for you. And the Toye issue, I don't know much about that. The cleanup and the buildings and the debris, we'll probably have to figure out who owns that land to determine what path we need to take. And so we'll try to get that research done ahead of time too, so that we can respond back to you and let you know what our thoughts are. And with regard to past leadership at the regional director's office and what has and hasn't gotten done, I can't speak to that. I can tell you that I was brought here because I'm effective and I get things done. They would not have trusted such an important job to somebody if that wasn't possible. And my commitment to you is to move the ball down the field on the projects that are the priority of the council, the speaker, president, vice president, and chapters. So that's my commitment to you, and I would ask you to judge me by my actions and not my words. And I appreciate your thoughts. I appreciate the frustration. It's clear that there has been some issues in the past, and I hope to rectify those on behalf of you, your folks, and the tribal communities. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, it was so nice to meet you at Twin Arrows during the grazing meeting. We worked together quite a bit remotely, but it was nice to see you in person. And again, I hear your concerns about the roads. I remember the lighting issue, and I know that we have done some research on that. I can't tell you, as I sit here right now, what the answer was. It might have been a funding issue that we were trying to work through, but we will get you a response to that by next week. And I apologize for the delay. Honorable Delegate Omer Begay, we will get you that decision letter if we can find it, or if there. I'm not even sure how it was communicated, but we will run down the communication, whether it was an email or a resolution from TIBIC or a letter from the TIBIC leadership. We'll get that to you before February 1st so that you can have that in hand for your meeting. The TIBIC budget representatives, the Speaker Damon is one of the representatives. Budget and Finance Chair Jamie Henio is another. Delegate Paul Begay, Delegate T. Allen Begay, Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, Delegate Pernell Halona, Delegate Raymond Smith, and Chief of Staff Charlene Yazzie are those delegates, and those are chosen by the tribe and not by the BIA. And they change from time to time, depending on who's in those positions, but that's a decision made by the tribe, and we provide support on our end, both by our budget office and myself. I would attend those meetings, and I've attended them in the past for Southwest Region. So, and finally, Delegate Keon Begay, I do hear the frustration, and I'm glad that we're having this discussion. I'm sure you hear this quite a bit, and I'm going to go back and get a status update from my folks on those grazing permits so that we can figure out what the delay is, what's holding us up, and how we can move them through the process faster. And I look forward to working with you on the sheep units and providing the assistance that I can provide to you. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I return the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mahoja. With that, colleagues, let me go. I don't have, oh, yes, I do. Chairman Ez. Good afternoon, Chairman Ez. Floor is yours, and then I'll go to Chairman Henio. Chairman Ez, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker Damon. Mr. Mahoja, thank you very much for your report. Before I go down, I would like to let you know, Mr. Mahoja, you have some awesome staff over there. Ms. Cheryl Curley, Dr. Curley, Lester Sosi, and others. Always appreciate them providing information to Leadership, Resources, and Development Committee. Mr. Mahoja, the discussion on the 10 sheep units in the Navajo partition land has been before us since I took office. Back on the 23rd Navajo Nation Council's RDC, they passed a resolution, RDCMA-2718. It was recommended to that RDC that according to the vegetation studies, the recommendation for the sheep units was 10. We all see as leaders and grazing officials that our Navajo Nation grazing land is in really poor condition. We have had this drought for years,
and we have feral horses. We have people that go beyond the numbers that are written on their grazing permits. And it's really difficult for grazing officials sometimes to keep up with these tally counts because people somehow hide their animals and do things like that. But they know that this is an issue that we have on the Navajo Nation. Yes, there is legislation requested by one of my colleagues to increase the number to 50. What I would like to request from your office, Dr. Mahoja, which we did also at RDC meeting, is an updated vegetation studies. And I understand that these studies were given to grazing officials at Navajo partition land area as well. So we would like to also have from your office a recommendation letter whether to increase this is feasible based on the drought that we have. And currently, yes, our Navajo people, it is their way of life. They treat their little lambs, the bayages, as their children. And some of my people truly do know how to take care of their livestock. And from these sheeps, we have our mutton stew, our mutton, as well as people making their rugs and doing the best they can to utilize their permits in these areas. So my only question to you, Mr. Mahoja, is if you would provide that letter of recommendation to the current RDC, however way your recommendation is, we would like to hear from that. We also would like to have an updated study, a vegetation study from your office. That's all I would like to say. And I would like to give the rest of my time to Honorable Elmer Begay.
Honorable Elmer Begay, 52 seconds.
Okay, Don. Thank you, Don. Delganez. Back to Mr. Mahoja. Yeah, to this, I think we always say that thinking about and talking about priorities with the Navajo Nation and the priorities from the federal. Then as we talk about priorities, we need some plans. So both sides, I think we need to have these fundings and an opportunity for us to provide our funding needs from the Navajo Nation. Then also to give us an idea what the federal or their priorities are. So I think this is very an opportunity to have this funding to have requests for funding needs. So then also I'm not sure if some of these is there another opportunity that's going to be coming around to see if there's any federal consultation regarding funding? It's completely available. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Begay, for those comments. Let me go on down. Chairman Henio. Good afternoon. What was yours?
Good afternoon, Speaker Damon. Thank you, Adoption and the 21st Navajo Nation Council, Mr. Mahoja, for coming for council to give you a report. And we do appreciate everything that you have reported. I'm just asking, requesting that you provide a lot of support for Eastern Navajo also, as we have a good working relationship with the Eastern Office. Mr. Associate and his staff have been very helpful in the satellite communities that I represent. So I just want to say thank you for that, and look forward to working with you again. With that, let's Speaker Damon, I yield the rest of my time to Shana, Delegate Eugene So.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. With that, 4 minutes and 14 seconds to Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, you say?
Oh.
Yeah. I was still in my whereas when my time ran out. Whereas the last one, CS-105 Indians, section 167.3 objectives. There's A, B, C, D, and E. That's the grading committee's authority. And I believe most of the government, sometimes we don't really recognize that because there's a lot of laws and, we overlook a Corbin Nago. With at that, Mr. Mahoja, there are needs that we already see that most of the comments and questions are on natural resource. I got a booklet, natural resource plan, Candy Shade, Candy Del Mercury, Solana Creek, Watershed. It's everything is studied. Everything is ready to go, except we need some money. $2,366,200. I'm pretty sure that it has uplifted now, maybe in the 10 millions. But all these studies are made already. The soil, geological rangeland, surface water, hydrogeology, semi-metallurgy, etc. All the way down the line, it was all been studied and it's ready to go. I was wondering if by this agreement that I wrote, the members of agreement that I read to you, maybe we can work on this big project with the United States Natural Resource Conservation Service as well, Keisha Tatum. We can all join hands, and there's money in there, I'm pretty sure. So we can start working on this project all the way from the Sahili and all the way from the fortified area. So, I need that help. In regards to the land, going back to the nation, that needs to be done, not next year, but it has to be done. Like Stevenson gave you that booklet, all the documents saying it has to be ready in 6 to 4 months. I want that one. The virgin land. I'm not talking about the whole chunk of land, the parcel A, B, C. I'm not talking about that. Only part of it. So I really need that land because that's where the development's going to start. So I can't wait for next year or 2 more years or 5 years because there's a lot of population growing in Chinle. I really want it done. Like yesterday, like I said, it needs to be done. I'm thanking everybody and the share.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene. So that let me go on down to Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I heard a couple of delegates mention the 10 sheep units signed to their livestock permits. being suggested that it be raised up to 50. I'd like to address my remarks specifically to the Resource and Development Committee, because they are the ones that ultimately will hear the issues on that. Okay. Shanat Ahmafini, Resource and Development. Di ni madon hije dan zini ni hiche ni nala. Ni holong wa ya ya te. Ado ya ye betaya hote. Ako ni fazon do ani don da tinda. Ado hajon te na tsasta. Akot ende. Ye betaya hote to le higi. Jo latin je ba analia ko ya atole. Akoshi to yan sa kistole. They know if there's not enough vegetation out there. Koshi yan ni tole. Ado to koshi latin de holon da tole. Hala ke ya ni spahazin. Tinan khadi spahazin. Koda to kuigo na kago. We owe that understanding, the knowledge that they have in taking care of their sheep. We owe that to them. I don't know. This is for their well-being. And I'll give you a good example. My mom passed away a couple of years ago. We are one of the relocatees, families that relocated. My mom relocated to Tuba City. Sheep is not allowed in the town of Tuba City, where you have your house built. But in there, we did a small pen. We made a small pen and we bought a couple sheep. Every day, you chichinata, eight or the 30 yana just obey the Tayaho, each Latino work here to give you a yan dollars, Chiyan Yachia, Petro, Indolus, Ebony, a concept near Mississippi, the spars, not in the car, Bahayan, the Bahayan, the spars. Just to feel assured, to feel the security. She like being corn shapaka alia. The Kayaho Petole, Ishi Isi, the Media. What means not a yapaka, Haiha, Edo, to Hale Holon, the Akotego. The big Kashi Holon, the Chimizoda. That equals to 5 units. Asago Zingo. King Doda equals to 5 units. The link Holon, no, he asked. I think what we got is because that's 10 units right there. Edo Hali Holong Yeda. Edon Oshaban, so keys to listen. If you didn't to the house, none of the AEC, David Dahui, not on over Ego Nash, he's over Ego Ban, so keys. Ye the Kayaho, Edo, the Ebony, as not being banned or Winter Ajo. Nakamanta, Ingoyat, Cochelinda has new the Shidan mission, cutting this thing that names card only. Joe Longo, you had Idole. Kadea Mitchell, let them. For Ebony Nashi, of the Shian mission, only. I don't know, Nash, Lata, to the middle, I'm straight. So you could out over by his father, that had your body down, Midoyanda or Khan. They quite a day of Baha Street or she came and language the hard monkey 1934 had done by the whole team of the budget. She has now got this street at the whole British about so case over her speaker.
Time. Right on time. Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay. That I'm going to go, Mr. Mahoja. I have a couple more with reserve time, so I'm going to go back to them and then I'll come back to you. Madam Chair, Charles Newman, 19 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I just want to use this time to remind my colleagues that we do have other, delegates who have run out of time. Delegate Daniel So does need some time, and I know that my 19 seconds wasn't enough time to give, so I apologize, and I just want to put that out there to say that other delegates need some time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Moving on down, Honorable Vince James, 40 seconds.
Another speaker, members of the council, thank you very much for that response. And then also I'll go ahead and wait for an email, either from yourself or from Ms. Cheryl Curley to set up a meeting. It is very important that we discuss these matters because I have brought it up before and I've received similar response that you provided back to me. And I believe the last one I did also bring this up and it was a similar response that you just gave back to me. So I think it's vital that we set up and schedule a meeting to discuss these issues because it is a safety issue very much for our Navajo people. Thank you.
That moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes, 51 seconds.
Okay, non-speaker, Bishmasan. Thank you for this time, Mr. Mahojo. My question is, we talk about the water rights in the watershed. One time there was a big dam over at Wide Ruins that would capture the water coming off the Fort Defiance Plateau. I'm wondering if we could entertain that and stop most of the water in that area because that was viable during the time when drought would hit. It held up a lot of water and folks would use that for irrigation. And big gully, I guess you could say. Water just runs through there. There are several places to be explored for that watershed. The areas that are connected towards the Little Colorado River in my area. So I know that I'd like to see if we maybe get dialogue going on that. The other one too is I just want to appreciate and thank you for the 1.5 million on the sewer lagoon for the Wide Ruins Community School. That. The other one is Nadzil is wanting to get some safety devices for pedestrians within their area, maybe speed bumps and things of that nature around their community, around the school area. The other one is the bridge down in Arizona. How far along is that? Is that going to be completed this coming year? I know it's been quite some time and funding has been fully committed and reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 1 minute and 8 seconds. Let me go back to you, Mr. Mahoja.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Council delegates. Honorable Delegate Begay, we're always available to talk about priorities for budgets and projects. So anytime you want to have a dialogue with my staff, it might be helpful if you invite Navajo Nation OMB. We can set up meetings and have those discussions so that we can hear the priorities from you and the council and President and Vice President as well. So that's always available. And all you have to do is reach out to us. Honorable Chairman Henya, I thank you very much for the support of our staff. Eastern Navajo Agency and Superintendent Sosi, his folks, they're all fantastic. And I can't speak enough about the team that I have region-wide. I wouldn't be able to do a job like this without them. And they impress me every day, every week, every month. And so I thank you for that. I'm going to make sure that I share that with all of them at our next all hands meeting. I know that they'll appreciate hearing that. Honorable Delegate Eugene, so yes, the Grazing Committee does have authority, and we want to make sure that we support them. It's important for us that they're at the table, and we look forward to making sure that that's something that we do going forward. We want to make sure that your folks also recognize their authority, and not just one component of the BIA or others, but we are very supportive of the Grazing Committee. As for the $2.3 million, we can certainly look into that. We can always make budget requests, extra funding requests, and so we will take a look at that, and we'll work with you and your folks to determine the viability of that project. And the land transfer, I hear you. I'm 100% on board with that. I want that done this week or this year. We'll look at the unused portion of land and see what severability of that from the other portions looks like. And then we'll give you a status update on that and where we are and what it looks like for completion. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, I feel like we had a recent discussion internally and with central office on that Fort Defiance Dam issue. It's all about funding, right? And we get our funding from central office. It might be that we have some funds that we could use in cooperation with the nation. The infrastructure bill might provide some of that funding that we could leverage together to get that project done. And as for the bridge status, we're going to get you that. We'll get it to you by the beginning of next week, just to be safe. I don't want to make promises I don't think I can uphold. So we'll commit to getting you a status on that bridge completion date next week, early on. And the safety issues, that's something else we can look at. We want to make sure that the Navajo children are as safe and protected as they can going to and from school. So we'll look into that and see if we have funding and the availability to make that work. And with that, Speaker, I'll return the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mahoja. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Any further comments or questions before I go back to reserve time? If not, we'll go back to Vice Chair Smith. 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And thank you again, Mr. Mahoja. The other question I have is we had gravel pits, one in Blue Canyon and one in Hunters Point. What can we do to reopen that? Because we always want resources for infrastructure, but we have resources within our own Navajo Nation. How can we get that open back up? And the other one too is I sit on the board with a subcommittee with NIIP. Is there any talk of possibly increasing the operation maintenance funding? Because they just get so much, and I know that they're in need of help. And reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
You reserve your time at 20 seconds. Any other comments or questions, colleagues? Not, let me go back to you, Mr. Mahoja.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Those are both very good questions, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. I'm going to get you answers for them. It might be that the gravel pits were closed because they may have been tapped out. I'm not sure, but we'll look into why they're closed and whether we can get them reopened. Sometimes it's environmental issues, and we need to work through those. O&M funding increase, those are challenging. I mean, I can look into it. It's a central office budget decision. There may only be so much money allocated, and but we can certainly check on that. And I think, Speaker, I may have missed Honorable Chairman Nez, and I wanted to go back to him real quick. We will get you those vegetation studies. We're going to get those going. I think that's a very good idea. I think it's important for us to make sure that we base our decisions on the most current and accurate information. And we'll also, based on that, get you a recommendation about increases due to the possible or the possibility of increases due to the drought. As you mentioned, this is a historic drought, and it's frightening, quite frankly. And I'm hopeful that we'll get out of it soon. And on the 10 sheep unit resolution, we'll look into that as well. I'm sorry that I don't have a response for you today, but we will get you one in a timely manner. And with that, Speaker, I'll return the floor.
Thank you. That I still don't have any new colleagues in the queue, so let me go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 20 seconds. Vice Chair Smith. Going twice. Vice Chair Smith going 3 times. That, colleagues, is there any other further comments or questions at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board to accept the report from Mr. Mahoja and the Bureau of Indian Affairs, from a regional director.
Honorable Almer Brigade. Honorable Almer Brigade.
You are unmuted.
I will agree.
Honorable Almer Brigade votes green.
You are unmuted.
Honorable Kealan Brigade Jr.
Delga Kiel votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Brigade Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Brigade Jr.
Delegate Paul Brigade votes green.
And Paul Brigade Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knaspach Crowdy. Honorable Amber Knaspach Crowdy via text votes green. Honorable Sherman and Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote.
Green.
Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jan votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Nathaniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is so.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker
Thomas
Jr.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie via text votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo via text votes green. That, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor, 2 opposed. Mr. Speaker, now voting.
Good. Thank you very much, colleagues. Vote of 21 in favor, 2 opposed, and 3, 4, 21 in favor, 2 opposed, and speaker not voting, motion carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Mahota, for being here with us this morning. And thank you very much. And if Ms. Mahota, if you have any further recommendations or input, please do not hesitate to reach out to the speaker's office. Moving on down. Item number 8 and our oral reports, colleagues. We are on 8B, Indian Health Services. I don't know who's going to be speaking on behalf of IHS.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. This is Rosalind So, Area Director for the Navajo Area IHS.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sows. Good to see your face. Good to see you here. Good to hear your voice. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, this afternoon. We'll go ahead and give you some time to send out a report. Colleagues, there was a report sent out by Ms. So and her team. Mr. Rico sent that out at 9:40 a.m. yesterday, and I think he'll probably resend it out right now again. So at this time, Ms. So, the floor is yours, and thank you again for being with us this afternoon. Kat.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Rosalind So. I'm the Area Director for the Navajo Area IHS. Thank you very much for the invite, Mr. Speaker, and honorable delegates and members of the Navajo Nation that are listening. I will go right into my report, and I want to just give you some high-level updates. One of them is that all of the funds that the Indian Health Service has received in the Navajo area has been dispersed appropriately to all of the service units and on the 638 program. So all of those funds have been sent out for use at each of the facilities. The next item is that we did conduct the budget consultations in late 2021. That information was shared broadly with all of the tribal leaders that we have. Navajo area has submitted all of the information, and that will be rolled up to the national IHS budget consultation process. So that has been completed. There were also some hot items that were provided, as well as the priorities that were identified with the 2024 budget consultation process. We continue to fill all of the leadership positions in the Navajo area Right now, I have a vacancy at the Gallup Indian Medical Center. I was also apprised earlier this week that I have a panel for that. So we will be going into interviews for that critical position, as well as the position in Tohatchee is vacant right now, and we're looking to fill that here very quickly. Other than that, all of the positions in the Navajo area for either CEO or health systems director positions are completely full. When I first came to the Navajo area, one of the things that I started working on was the realignment of the Navajo area IHS. Realignment because I'm just really looking at trying to align resources to the priorities that the Indian Health Service has. And so in that, what we did was we elevated the Office of Quality, because of course that's a critical component for the Navajo area. We always had that program, but it was integrated lower into one of the other programs. So we elevated the Office of Quality up to make sure that they are in a full leadership position. We also redefined and elevated the Office of Tribal Relationships. That again is important because of all the work that we do between the two tribes that we serve in the Navajo area, and then public health, understanding that we all understand now how critical public health is as we continue to address the pandemic. And of course, just to give you some updates regarding our continued focus on the pandemic, this continues to be a coordinated effort throughout the Indian Health Service, specifically the Navajo area. I'm very, remain to be impressed of our staff that continue to do the work that they do for us as it relates to COVID. It is sad and also that we have reached our almost 2-year point. On February 27th, we would have stood up our emergency operations in 2020. So in February, we will have been officially 2 years operating in this COVID, knowing that also it had come, that we were aware of it before that date. What's different this time, though, is that we've seen, of course, we have Omicron that has found the Navajo Nation, and that the cases are growing every single day in the Navajo area. And by that, it's harder to kind of monitor just what exactly is happening. So what I've done is now really looking at hospital visits, hospital capacity, and hospital usage. And so that's a more descriptive way to sort of monitor our situation. So what we're seeing, of course, we're seeing this in the national news as well, is that while we have seen this explosion of cases, we're also seeing that not all of these patients are having to come to the hospital, which of course is a good thing. And we've also seen a significant decrease in deaths as well. So this has a lot to do, I believe, with the efforts, with the overall efforts for vaccine that we have tried to make sure that all of our members and the people that reside on the Navajo area, Navajo Nation, are fully vaccinated. So we appreciate that opportunity, the work that has gone around that through all of the healthcare systems on the Navajo Nation. What we're also monitoring on a daily basis now is just the staffing, is because what we are seeing, that we are seeing more staff that are being affected by COVID or reinfected by COVID, or these, what we're calling these breakthroughs. And so what's happening with our staff situation is that we're not able to fully staff some of our programs now because our staff are testing positive or they're in isolation. So that's the reason why both of these our hospital visits, as well as our staffing, has to be monitored together. And we're doing this on a daily basis to make sure. In the last report that I had received from one of our hospitals, we had over 70 employees that were out as a result of one stage or phase or another. So that's, again, a challenge for us to be able to get to that point. But our hospitals remain very busy. But again, we're not at the point where we're having to not see patients. We have, again, of course, adjusted the services that we provide to make sure that we are addressing the needs of the patients. However, we have also notified our patients that because of our situation, some people may have to wait a little bit longer for visits, or our providers will have to prioritize the people that we are serving on any given day, again, because of these two specific categories. That has also forced us to implement at certain times in certain locations our crisis of care standards. That's just what I explained, is that there are longer waits, perhaps, prioritizing of patients, and so forth. We continue, though, depending on, again, the day, continue to struggle with transfers of patients out of our hospitals because they need higher level of care. So again, a lot of coordination there. We have at one facility, again, we have 2 staff that are designated just to call hospitals to see if we can find an open bed. And sometimes they're calling 40 to 50 different hospitals to try to find an open bed. So again, a lot of this is just looking at the way we are trying to address the needs of our patients, trying to stay as much as we can in front of the COVID that we are dealing with right now. We are fortunate, though, tomorrow on the ground, we will get the DoD, Department of Defense, medical team that will assist our Northern Navajo Medical Center. So they will be there tomorrow. I know that there's already been site reviews and making sure that, again, we have a safe location, safe place for the DoD team to come into our facilities. So we are definitely excited for that, and also to give some support, some much needed support and rest to some of our medical team at the Northern Navajo Medical Center. We also have Team Rubicon that's on the ground in Gallup, at the Gallup Indian Medical Center. We're very grateful for this team that is there to help us, again, provide the services that are needed there. And then we are looking at expanding some of our contracts with national organizations, national medical organizations that can come back in. You know, we're in a very different place than we were sort of maybe a year ago today, when we had a lot of support on the ground. And now, of course, everyone is sort of trying to get to these resources that we are all kind of fighting for nationally. So trying to streamline our business processes to make sure that we have contracts or agreements in place to bring on teams. And much of this is because we really do need to continue to put our staff forward and making sure that they are resting and being able to face what is coming to them the following days that are yet to come. So we're grateful for that. We also have a set of nurses coming to us from the New Mexico Department of Health. They have been on the ground now since early December, and hopefully we'll have them through the end of this month as well. And then we have Arizona Surge Line nurses that are on the ground in Chinle. So we are, again, grateful for all the resources that we have. One of the things that we continue to struggle with is just the lack of nursing that we have throughout the nation, but that on the Navajo reservation as well. So really trying to make sure that we are looking at all of our business processes to make sure that we are maximizing every team that we can get on the ground. We're starting to see sort of a little relax of maybe some of our, so of course, many of the contracts that we had, these individuals went elsewhere for higher pay, more lucrative options that they had. So now we're starting to see some of our contractors come back to us, which is a good thing, because then that will always help us as we continue to move forward. We also continue to work very closely with the Navajo Nation Department of Health, and continue to be on the Unified Command Group for the Navajo Nation. This is, of course, coordinating the care throughout all of Navajo area, and making sure that we are covering all of our bases for the entire healthcare system on the Navajo area. And then, of course, I want to extend my appreciation to all of the Navajo area IHS staff, over 3,000 people, over 4,000 people on the ground right now that have worked tirelessly throughout the past 2 years. And then all of our frontline workers for Navajo area 638 tribal partners, our other federal partners that have been part of our team. In addition to that, of course, we monitor on a daily basis the PPE that we have. We are in the green right now, which means that we have sufficient supply, and that this is always a matter of how fast we might be burning through supplies right now. But at this moment, we have sufficient PPE, and these are for the federal sites. We have also worked since the middle of the first part of December, looking at these test kits, these home test kits that have been made available. So this is something that every service unit has, every facility has. We've been partnering with the chapter houses to try to make sure that people have access to the test kits and making sure that they are used and available. And what this does do for us too is it allows sort of the people not to have to come to our ER facilities if they don't have to, but they can maybe take a test if they are experiencing some challenges with regards to symptoms. And then, of course, the employee cases is constantly one of the things that we are looking at. With regards to all of this, though, is again our focus on communication at every level of within our system, trying to share information, making sure that we have the best and most current information available, not only to our staff. We have also reached out to tribal leaders or responded to tribal leader requests regarding information. And I have to say, again, I want to express my appreciation to the Navajo Nation Tribal Council delegates for your ongoing support, your ongoing reminder to us at times of our responsibilities to serve, to the work that we do to serve the patients that we have. The coordination, again, is just very important for us to make sure that we are working through all of the appropriate steps to do what we need to be doing. For 2022, of course, there's still a lot of other work that needs to happen. As I sort of alluded to already, our focus will be on nursing. We have done a lot in 2021 to try to make sure that we're, doing the best that we can for our nurses. Navajo area did do a test and did a lot of studies on the salary of nurses in Indian Health Service. As a result of that, the nursing category was improved for our nursing team. So I think this is a good thing for all of Indian country, but also our nurses in the Navajo area. We're also really trying to look at creating a level playing field. So sometimes what I had noticed is that some of our staff rotate throughout Navajo area, maybe because there's better housing at this location or there's more of an incentive there. So leveling that playing field out allows us to sort of create some stability within our healthcare system. The other priority, of course, is our water sanitation program. I'll talk a little bit more about that. We continue to want to strive and improve telemedicine options for our patients. We've seen a huge increase in 2021, and we want to continue to do that. What that does require, though, is making sure that we have adequate information technology systems that allow us to be able to communicate with our patients, and so we can provide better telemedicine care to all of our patients, and therefore reducing maybe trips to our healthcare facilities. Our focus continues also to remain a true partner with the Navajo Nation, all of our 638 programs, and so we will continue to focus on all of those activities that relate to that. Whether it's communication, whether it's working together, that will be critical in the coming year for us as well. As for some really good news, we're pretty excited about the status of the Delcon new facility that's going to be coming online here within the next couple of months. So we're carefully monitoring that facility, and because we also are waiting for some additional resources for Delcon so they can have to secure their staffing package for them. So that is critical activity. We're also monitoring very closely the Badaway Gap facility, and then the Pablo Pintado facility, and then the Gallup Indian Medical Center. So there's a lot of progress moving on the Pablo Pintado. We're doing a lot of work there to try to coordinate and communicate with the local steering committee there as well, and still in communication regarding the Badaway Gap. So I'm hoping that this year we'll see some progress made on that. With regards to housing, again, this is part of an assessment that we took on in 2020 and 2021 of all of our infrastructure throughout Navajo area. And as a result of that, we got approved for to improve some housing at Crown Point, and then and then to build new houses at Saley. So these are really critical to making sure that we are able to not only recruit critical staff, but also retain staff to provide housing within the Navajo area. With regards to the sanitation facility construction project, this I know is very near and dear to all of us, wanting to make sure that we improve the lives of our Navajo people and all the people that we serve on the Navajo reservation. And many of you have heard about the infrastructure bill. And so we're pretty excited that IHS has been consulting with tribes on this topic. And we have been part of those conversations, and we know that again, this is very critical. So what we are anticipating is somewhere between about 128 million a year that will come to the Navajo area IHS, actually over a 5-year period. And so we believe that that will address everything that is on our current SDS list. Our current SDS list was provided in December. The updated list, there are 349 water waste infrastructure projects that have been identified at about $543 million. And so we are pretty excited that that is certainly a plus, a positive news for the Navajo Nation, the Navajo people, and having those kinds of resources over a 5-year period to complete these much needed projects is important for us. However, in addition to all of that good and positive information, there has to be coordination. There has to be a way that we can address this. We've had this SDS list for years and years and years, and now we have the resources to address it. So really we've been working very closely with all of the partners, whether they be NTUA, NECA. We've recently started communication with the president's office and his team about just how do we get this done, tapping into every resource that we can to complete these projects in an efficient and quick manner. So a lot of coordination and communication going on with regards to that. Mr. Speaker, I would ask on this part that perhaps we can talk about how we can provide an update to this body, probably not today, but provide an update to this body of where we are and some of our recommendations of how to move forward on some of these projects. There have been other conversations and other discussions about a one-stop shop. And so, we want to tap into what that might, how we can use that same model to be able to address some of these activities that are facing us. Moreover, we are asking to streamline some of the work between the Indian Health Service and the BIA. If you recall, about a year ago, we had about 15 projects that were sort of just stuck between somewhere in the BIA, and we were able to get those unstuck and get those put in place. And so those have been approved and moved through the process. But there is still some work that needs to happen with regards to that and the coordination that was already referenced earlier today with the BIA director. So I'm glad to talk with him as well. And then, of course, there's a need to really look at beefing up all of our staff and all of the work that needs to be done to coordinate this work. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, is that we are looking at this coming year as our survey year. We're surveyed every 3 years, all of our hospitals and facilities, to make sure, again, that we're providing safe patient care and that we're in compliance with all policies and procedures. So we have a lot of work that is focusing on that area as well. Mr. Speaker, that is my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. So. With that, colleagues, can I get a motion? Accept Ms. So's
Motion, Delegate Daniel So.
motion by Chairman Daniel So. Is there a second?
Freeland.
Second by Alderman Freeland. that, colleagues, any comments, questions at this time? Oh, yes, we do. Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Eugene, so put me in the queue.
Thank you very much, Ms. So, for the presentation. And someone told me that it might be your birthday, so if that's the case, happy birthday. I want to thank the Chinle Hospital for providing test kits this past Tuesday, and I really want to urge IHS to make as many test kits available as possible to continue to provide that information to local leadership and to our communities. I really think that the calls that I think it's Mr. Goldtooth and the regional coordination have been great for providing transparency and information to our chapters and the community. So I applaud them for that. And if there are things that the committee can do to help you obtain more test kits to distribute in our communities, you know that we will always support you. Second, I'd like to ask that the Navajo Area IHS continue to engage on the Chinle Nursing Home 638 contract. I know that there is not currently funding available in the Navajo area's line item for such a contract. So the committee and I believe the council will be very motivated to advocate to our congressional leadership and to anyone within HHS to make sure that that line item is funded so that our grandmas and grandpas over at the nursing home can receive adequate health care and assistance as they live out their lives. Lastly, I want to just make some comments on the SDS consultation. My chapters coordinated and submitted resolutions identifying a few points, and it's just worth reiterating because water is so important toward building a strong homeland for our people and making sure that young folks like me can return home and make an impact. So BlackRock in Taylor Wheatfield's BlackRock chapter, West Mesa project, which is already funded, Rough Rock North and South, and the Low Pressure Project, Round Rock North, and then the failed drain fields across the district. These are all very important priorities in District 11, and I'm happy that they will be funded under the current funding arrangement from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. But I really sincerely ask that Navajo Area IHS bring on consultants or any additional resources in the fastest timeline possible to expedite both those existing projects that the nation has funded and these additional projects on the SDS. We saw what happened when permanent trust fund and citizen projects were funded, and there just wasn't the institutional capacity at the area level to move them forward. For example, that West Mesa project received $2 million in 2016, and it still is not completed, and it hasn't even begun construction, to my understanding. And on that point, that $2 million, which was funded by the Navajo Nation, I believe that the Navajo Area IHS and IHS across the board needs to fund those projects with the $3.5 billion that they received. It's a federal responsibility. You have the funding now to do it. And so because the money hasn't been drawn down upon, let's leave that with the nation so the nation can make our limited resources go farther. I'm sure there's numerous projects across the nation that fit that bill. So those are my points. And again, if it is your birthday, I wish you a happy birthday. Thank you so much for your service and the service of Navajo IHS. Speaker, I'll yield any remaining time I have.
Thank you very much, Honorable Slater. 1 minute and 12 seconds. Reserve time. Moving on down, Honorable Keon Begay. Floor is yours.
Ado kudo shnalashi miso kudo ngilahasan nagi kudo twote laten hitnal dingi topsya hal to ton dingi ad bagang yahtazli dole. Kudot, I know a lot of the construction right away continues to be an obstacle for a lot of our Navajo people. Like right now, some like NTUA, I posed a question to the president yesterday about electricity. Now we're being told that they're not doing anything until the home site lease has been established by the Navajo individual. We got a response from the land departments indicating that they're just backlog and we're short staffed. I guess to some extent it's understandable. Like the hardship yesterday, I mean people wanting to get these funding. I mean, I think that's the same situation for a lot of our Navajo people wants to get water. And then the other obstacle that I see through the IHS is that it's not economically feasible. But yet, when it comes to actually getting water line projects, we tell a lot of our Navajo people that it's too far or it's not feasible. And I do appreciate Mr. Littlehead and Mr. McDonald meeting with my 5 chapters regarding the failed septic system. And that's another thing that although that we're getting funding to get water line out to the Navajo people, if it's the same system or the same design of water septic system or leach field, as you know that we have a lot of our Navajo people that currently has running water septic system back up in that it don't legit or you chongi or and it failed. Then IHS then go to Shinjo ba ta hosliado to Shinjo naha service nal in hobena hoda tabat no the okabe which hata itzi. So as of right now, I have a response and I brought this out to Mr. Littlehead and Mr. McDonald that around 120 individuals had forward pictures of the situation in my 5 chapters in my area. I think this is just a portion of a percentage of people that have a big problem with a lot of their water system. So I'm sincerely asking IHS to set aside a lot of funding to have these septic systems to be replaced or be serviced. Otherwise, maybe on some of these pictures you have kids' toys laying around these sewage ponds. I continue to plead with the IHS and OEH to continue what they can to fix these a lot of septic systems that have problems currently. So it is Speaker. I'll reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kalamagay. Reserve your time at 58 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Freeland. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Ms. So, thank you for the report and the update. I wanted just to give props, of course, to, as always, to you and your team, particularly the Crown Point Service Unit, as well as the Untitled Healthcare Center. I always think of them and hope that everyone's doing fine, our frontline workers. Appreciate Mr. Cox's communication out of Crown Point. He did notify us, and I did notify the chapters of the potential and what you all are doing on the south side housing. That's a real important project, and I'm glad that IHS is going to be moving forward with that. That would be a great way to help recruit, retain doctors, nurses, and other professionals that we solely need in Crown Point. That would be a great mechanism to bring them on board. I continue to hear aircraft. I continue to hear helicopters coming and going from the facility. And I hope that a lot of this, of course, is not situations where our people are still having to get airlifted out for Omicron or the COVID-19 situation. I can see the airfield lit up at night, and I hear aircraft flying in too. And there's always a concern every time I hear those aircraft coming and going from Crown Point. So I'm hopeful that our federal facilities, whether it be Crown Point or all the other federal facilities, do have the resources and continue to have the adequate funding. If not, let us know, and we can do our part to advocate to Maryland and see what we can do to help out with that on that side. My question, along with the comments, really relates to contract health as well. We continue to get some feedback from constituents related to bills or related to invoices that they continue to receive when they are airlifted when they are needed to go to other facilities, whether that be Phoenix or Flagstaff or Albuquerque. I hope Contract Health has adequate funding. If not, please let us know and we can advocate for that. And I say that because Navajo Nation is the largest tribe, and we should receive the biggest pot of funding for our federal facilities. 638 is a different situation, but we want to make sure that our federal sites are taken care of adequately. My next question pertains to test kits. I hope we do have some adequacy as far as test kits are concerned, take-home test kits. A lot of our people are asking for testing at home. I know I'm working with your PHNs and working with our CXRs. How can we adequately address that if that becomes a situation or if we're in dire need of test kits? I hope that you all are getting additional test kits, whether it be from the nation or from the federal government. And we know that the government is allowing for test kits to go out by mail. So we're hoping that additional test kits will be available for our people as well. Thank you for also having your continued efforts as far as vaccination sites, all of the continued efforts that you're making with this. And, I can't say enough for what you all have done since this whole thing has started. And you guys are all the service units, the providers, the staff, security, housekeeping, everyone who's helped during this time. We're very thankful for them. And, I really want to say thank you, particularly to Crown Point Service Unit and to Ditlantipli Healthcare Center. I can't forget them, and thank you to them for helping out Herfano and Naizi with test kits as well. They're doing a great job up there, Ms. Watto, Commander Watto and her team. But I just wanted to mention that much, Speaker, and continue always to say thank you. We are limited on resources. Yes, we're limited on funding, but IHS does as much as they can with what they have, and they do the best for our people. And I'll continue to advocate, and along with my colleagues, will continue to advocate for adequate funding levels for them. Just seeing and hearing the stories from Crown Point and from Ditlantipli especially. We can't forget Theru as well, my brother, Edmund Yazi's area. That's another site. I'm sure he can speak more to that. But anyway, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So. And then after Honorable Eugene So, I'm going to come back to you, Ms. Rosalind So. Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours.
Okay. Alcuna, Nesque, Diego. Aquí Shahat, Diego Shahat. You can't not check a whole jacket. It's hot and tail, the large souls, the front line where the firefight is. The partner has a chunk, the heart of you. It's set. Oh, you need to the need taking the washing with ending, washing. Say hot out, please, and hot straight out, please. The Traya hot out, not so many got all this. But they are shared in it on it. One question, there's people that should just kid. It waits questionly here on the way got hospitals and you could home send them. I see Tottenham card. That area is where I'm from. There's a playground right there where the hospital is, the nursing home and the housing. So, now, was on 3 different ways they test. Some are told they're going to have the results in 15 minutes. The result will be in 24 hours. Others say 2 days to 4 days. For these people that are asked to wait 2 to 4 days, in the rated alcohol disease, down what I'm to mean. I see that I use this. I know that. I don't know 15 minutes. I so they can go back to their family. Otherwise, you wait for 2 4 days. You have to stay outside for at least 4 days before you can come back, and then you have to wait for a letter or not. My letter has never came from ship, but when I got tested over there, I was and other places I went. Now, studies out, the research out, why didn't any 3 3% that we get all our 3 all the way to the booster. As I know, since day 1, we've been being vaccinated. Some of our traps are eliminated because of disease and vaccine and virus and things that came across. But this day, are there any studies on how many percent and why is it dividing our tribe? I don't know. Referring patients off the Navajo Nation. They refer down that the water. I don't know that or the steamy other from the hospital. I just basically I don't know. Katie, now veterans clinic. Veterans clinic, veterans cannot stop. But that is in the under is our question. I don't know from the test and the other not a hazmat at the General National. So that is Halet question to veterans can that look up Bahalo as it now they stay in front of these veterans. They take their tests and they know what's ailing them, or what's going to happen, where they need help. So then they ship them off the reservation to get seen here and there. It veterans. Because they got out on a start in a great veteran clinic. Because it is all be hospital dog she had to deal as Diego. From the bottom of my heart, Nick, but I can't do it. And they should JB that. If she had the kind of out the hospital knows no matter what. They're my time, Speaker.
Every time with 11 seconds. Now let me go back to you, Ms. Roslyn. So, floor is yours for response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. So to Delegate Slater, again, thank you for all of your comments and your questions. I do encourage all of our facilities to make sure that they are communicating at the local level with their the chapter officials and the delegates to make sure that information continues to flow. And I appreciate your feedback because, you know, I want to make sure that every site is doing this as well. With regards to test kits, so I think that what I will say is that we have distributed probably close to 15,000 test kits in the Navajo area in the past couple months. And we continue to do a very good job at doing that. As I said, I think we have some great examples like at Shiprock where they are working very closely with all of their chapters to distribute the test kits to make sure that there are test kits that are available. We are hearing, though, that test kits are going to be harder to come by for all of the country, as you can see around us. And so we order as much as we can, when we can. There was a supply issue right before or right after the 1st of January. And so there was a little bit delay. And so what we're doing is shifting around any availability of test kits. So every Friday, I get a report on exactly how many test kits we have and what the next week's order will be for test kits. These are really important because what this does do is that people that might be having concerns or having symptoms, they can test themselves. They're very, very simple to use and also easy to access if you can go to one of our facilities that we have them. So with test kits, I think that we will continue to try to have an adequate supply, but we also know that we're running out of them as soon as we get them. So we will continue to monitor that and make sure that we have enough test kits go around. We also don't want them sitting there. So again, that's the reason we're constantly monitoring the test kits. But I will say we have been told that there will be a less and less supply coming up in the near future. So we'll have to keep working with that. And yes, with regards to the Chinle Nursing Home, this is critical. Again, I agree with you that we need to find a mechanism to be able to do this. However, when you look at the priorities for the Navajo area IHS, nursing home funding was towards the bottom. Delegate Slater, as you get ready for the national budget consultation, we're glad to help you with any talking points that you might want to take with you to this meeting that might help us. With regards to the SDS, again, this is something that I have challenged my team in the area office. I have approved additional staffing for them to be able to start staffing up for all of this work that is coming to us and really pushing the Indian Health Service to think about a collaborative way to work with, not just with our tribes, but within the regions to see how we can strengthen the way that we do business. And because there are different, there's lots of locations where it's mostly 638. So maybe the tribes will get the money, they'll do the work. That's not the case in Navajo. So a lot of resources is what people resources is what we're going to need to get this job done. But also being creative. One of the things that I asked, I was in a meeting with my staff about 3 weeks ago, and I said, have we ever consulted with the Navajo Nation on just how these projects will run? Is there a priority list? Is there a mechanism that we can assure the tribe that this project is going next? I was told no. But I was told also that there used to be a committee that would work side by side with Navajo area IHS to really look at these projects. And my goal would be to combine projects if we can. Is there a way to be smart about doing some of these? Should we focus on the bigger projects? Should we focus on? So I think there's really an opportunity for coordination and discussion right now before we get into some of this big work that needs to happen. And again, working with the partners that we have, whether they're NECA, whether they're NTUA, whether it's the BIA for the clearing up some of the policy interpretations that we have, all of that is going to smooth out the way we move forward from here. And I am more than happy to bring my team to the table to have a robust conversation about how this can happen. And so I encourage, I'm really looking for the feedback on that. And to Mr. Begay, thank you for your comments again. Again, these are what you have raised about the right-of-ways. This is still a struggle for Navajo area IHS. And so the sooner we can work through some of these challenges, the better off that we're going to be in terms of addressing things. The septic systems, I agree with you that we need to have a conversation about how we're going to address some of those throughout Navajo area. I suspect, though, that the current SES list does not account for all of those locations where there may be septic issues because of the way the information is flowing. So I want to thank you for those questions again. I would put that in the conversation of maybe a work session or some way that we can better address the questions that you have and also the questions that your constituents may have coming forward. Delegate Freeland, thank you again for your comments. I really want to say here that I appreciate the kind comments from the delegates for the work that our staff are doing. It has been a long time since we've been in this process, and they continue to rise to the occasion every single day. And your comments, your recognition, it takes us a long ways. It's very, very helpful to us to hear the positive comments. And with regards to Daniel Cox, again, one of our great leaders that has come to Navajo area, again, having the right person in the right job is important for Navajo area to be moving forward. And so I appreciate that. With regards to PRC or patient referred care, this is again another area that is extremely complicated at times because of the eligibility criteria for this. And so if you have an individual that might have questions or is questioning bills or things like that, please either send them to Daniel Cox or myself, and we will definitely follow up with you on that. With regards to test kits, I've already said that this is sort of some days we have adequate enough and some days we don't. Last Friday, we had 0 at Northern Navajo Medical Center. And so we had to shift some from another location to get test kits over there. So again, I think just because we're working in the partnerships that we have with our chapters, that those test kits are going pretty fast. And it's also saying that our people want to know if they're experiencing symptoms, they want to be able to test themselves. We will continue to do vaccination as long as we can and as much as we can. So that schedule goes out from Navajo area IHS every 2 weeks. We try to make those available as broadly as possible. So we want to be able to do that. And then to Mr. Eugene, so thank you again for your kind words as well. I agree that some of the information that's coming out regarding COVID is confusing at best. We are trying to follow CDC guidelines, which all of us know that those are changing on a regular basis and therefore very confusing. And so we're adjusting every time those guidance come out as well. So the 15 minutes, there are different kinds of tests that can be done. There are what we call the rapid test, which is generally within 15 to 45 minutes, you can get a test result. And then there are other tests that have to be sent out to a lab. And then those are the ones that take 2 to 4 days. And that information should be happening. What has happened, we've hired close to probably 40 contact tracers in the Navajo area. Contact tracers are those individuals that follow up on these positive cases that we have. And so they're making phone calls. And so what they do is that if, let's say I test positive, then they'll interview me and say, where have you been? And the idea around that is who else was I around that I might have exposed as a result of my situation. So with regards to that, but because we have so many cases right now, we do not have the manpower to be able to respond to every positive case that we have in the Navajo area. So we're trying to adjust and really focus on the high risk patients to make sure that we're focusing on that. So we have now sort of shifted again our contact tracer responsibility to do that instead of calling every patient that we were able to do before. But I agree, it is confusing, and we're doing our best to try to do some patient education, try to be as try to do the best job that we can in this circumstances. With regards to vaccination, there are people at the Pinion Service Unit. They did a study a while back, it's been about 4 months now, of why some people don't want to get vaccinated. And people have their own reasons for that. And our job, though, is to continue to educate, is to continue to inform our patients and our staff of why it's important for us to get vaccinated. We will continue that message. We, of course, use Facebook. We use, last night we rolled out a TikTok. If you haven't seen it, it's a great little TikTok trying to get to every group of people that we have on the Navajo Reservation. So we're trying to partner with as many people as we can to get the message out there about what we are doing with vaccinations. We also have to refer a number of patients outside the Navajo area. This is a challenge for us, whether it's COVID or non-COVID. About a month ago, I was working with one of the service units. Like I said, it's taking them 40 or 50 hospitals that they need to contact to secure a bed. So that's a challenge in itself, in trying to make sure that we are getting our patients that need higher level of care out of our hospitals. And there were days where they're waiting up to 2 or 3 days to leave our facility. And you know, when our providers determine that a patient needs to go to a higher level of care, our job is to find that location for them to get them out. So in most cases, though, some of the other things that are impacting our referral process right now is just that we don't have the ability to open up all the services that we have to maybe send that person to a different, like maybe to Northern Navajo or to Gallup for a higher level of care. And so because we're not able to do everything that we normally do outside of COVID, we're struggling with trying to meet the needs of our patients. So I understand the complicated referral process. I will say that about 2 weeks ago, we gave a presentation to one of our delegates, and it was very complicated, and it can be very complicated. And so I'm glad to also make that presentation available to the delegates, if that will be helpful. And then finally, for veterans care, this remains to be one of my priorities. I absolutely think we need to do a better job for our Navajo veterans, our American Indian veterans. And right now, again, because of COVID, services have stopped, particularly at Chinle when we had providers coming into our facility. So we're hoping that we will continue that conversation and that partnership with the VA. We do have about 5 agreements right now within the Navajo area where we can transfer patients to the VA facilities. These are COVID patients. So we've also done a lot of work to try to keep patients closer to us, one maybe to Grand Junction or Phoenix or Albuquerque. And so we've been able to do everything that we can so we can keep our patients closer to home as we work through this process. So, Mr. Speaker, those are my responses. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So moving on down, aren't we all here? Floor is yours. Back to the floor. Yellow hair going twice. Yellow hair going 3 times. Moving on down, Honorable Paul Begay. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you also for the presentation. Shala so Indian Health Service Area Director. Ado colleagues here. Just a couple things I wanted to bring up. One is the people in my region, specifically Botaway Gap, Copper Mine, Kaibatu. I believe they're hearing different stories or different. They're hearing different stories on the Botaway Gap health facility. When the opening is, I guess they pretty much are asking for an update. I just like a quick summary of an update on where we are as far as the health facility coming about. Although I know that with that health facility, there's other issues that we need to address. One of the main things that the main issue that comes to mind is the road coming from First Wind Mill going to Kaibatu. So that is graded road right now, and it also serves Page Unified Schools, Kaibatu, and Botaway. Those schools use this road as transportation routes for buses. It becomes very damaged during the winter season or when it rains. So I know that when this house facility comes about, we will be serving people all the way from Kaibatu area. And I think that's a road that we need to address. I don't know if there can be some kind of a supporting document from IHS that can be drafted up to indicate that that road needs to be a developed road. Another thing is the rapid tests. I know that a couple of my chapters are going about trying to purchase their own rapid tests for some of their community members. Now, I know that anytime you are purchasing something using possibly chapter monies, you need 3 types of quotes. I was wondering if your department, IHS, has any recommendation as far as getting those, or also for N95 face masks. If you have any recommendations from companies that make those or where you purchase those, I'd like to see if you can pass that information on to me so that I can possibly share it with those chapters. As far as the rapid tests, people that go out and work as public servants, and I think we as delegates are public servants, service people, so that we tend to go out into the public a lot. Many times we would travel to either Phoenix or Albuquerque, Salt Lake. Those are high number areas as far as virus is concerned. I think some way, possibly Speaker, the delegates could have at least a couple boxes of these rapid tests so that we can use it during the times when we do travel out there in in populated areas, so that we can rest assured that we're coming back to our families in a safe manner. I'd like to bring that up also. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay.
Mr. Speaker?
Chairman, is that you?
Yes, sir. Can you put me in the queue box, please?
Go ahead, Chairman. The floor is yours.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Members of the council.
Chairman, hold on. Chairman, hold on.
Okay.
This froze up over here.
Okay.
Hold on. There's delegates in front of you. I didn't see that the screen froze up.
Okay. All right.
Hold on. I'll put you in the queue.
Thank you, sir.
That's the only one I don't know how to refresh. Who's in the queue now then? Hold on. Andy Cardi, Nathaniel Brown. Huh? And then Chairman Yazzie. Okay. With that, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the report, Shadev, and the support that we're receiving on a weekly basis from Northern Medical. It's deeply appreciated, and we are always, as Northern Agency, trying to figure out what is the best way to help with the COVID relief. Seeing that your funding was distributed to all of the entities, our Navajo Nation Council, we have Navajo Fiscal Recovery Funds that can be used for the COVID relief. What are recommendations that I could initiate to help supporting the response in Northern Agency? And maybe that could be an idea that other delegates would want to invest some of those dollars to meet the demand. Has there been any conversation with the local universities like NTU or others who have a science-based research center on how to locally produce these at-home tests? I think we're still in the same predicament as 2 years ago, relying on outside for supplies, and mainstream having more political power and we're not able to have the supplies that we need here on Navajo. What could be the possibility of manufacturing mass? I know delegates in the past had talked about manufacturing Lysol or manufacturing infected, but in reviewing the Navajo Nation anti-COVID response, I have not seen any of that, and so I'm concerned. And what else could we do when you talk about housing? Is there room for whether it's temporary housing of staff, or where are areas where we can help assist in the housing so that we can get the nurses and the medical frontline team that you need to continue providing services to our people. Thank you, Speaker, and I'll yield the right time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Moving on down, Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
G'day, Speaker. Addison and Beshmasaan. Thank you, Indian Health Service, Navajo Area Director Meso, and your team. I have some very important issues that I understand is already on your radar with the Kayenta facility. One of the issues is that letter from President's office on October 21st, 2021, and this is the 638 contract with the Emergency Medical Services. I understand that you have not responded to this,
and that is in the amount over $6 million. So this is for, my understanding is the meeting that you had on January 5th. And I see, the discussion topic points, there's 9 items on there. Now that's really important to us, and especially here in for the Kayenta IHS with the ground transportation. And this is the EMS's inter-facility transport. I know that you have been in multiple meetings, and I would like to also schedule another meeting specifically on the subject. So if you can give us a date really, really soon and help us address this. The reason why we're also bringing this up is I understand, in Kayenta, there's Eagle Air Med, that a non-Navajo organization company that's out there that IHS is paying, and that's just one. But I cannot imagine in Crown Point, Shiprock, Tuba City, Gallup, all these other IHS facilities. So the money is already there. So if you can explain to me how we can implement this mechanism, so we can have this agreement with the Navajo EMS for the IFT. So that's one issue. If you can respond to that. Again, give me a meeting date, maybe next week. That would include, and I would like to be included in that discussion, as well as some of the directors of the CEOs from Kayenta and Crown Point. I'm bringing Crown Point because we're in a very similar situation. In Kayenta, we do not have beds, especially during this time, during the pandemic. We have to wait, and I understand that you use a lot of the air transportation, but when the weather is bad, then you have to use ground transportation. I know that, Navajo Nation Antani Corporation has proposed ideas, and also how can we're standing and I get the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is where I'm going to need your support and really pushing for our very own Navajo EMS to start even an air transportation company, so we can really spending these millions and millions of dollars to keep it on Navajo. So, Ms. Stowe, if you can please respond to this very important question and these letters, the meeting that you had on January 5th. The other is the hot issue that, during the budget formulation, if we can work on a statement together on producing a letter. So let's work on, addressing these hot issues at the federal level also. I am planning a trip to Washington, D.C. soon. So I will be meeting with the area office there and bringing these issues up there as well. On another issue, I got on a phone call last night with some constituents from Kayenta, and this is with the veterans, the VA hospital, and the housing, not just the shortage, but the how some of the VA doctors, nurses are not being given homes. If you can please respond the status of that. Speaker, I'll reserve the rest of my time.
That reserve your time at 36 seconds. I'm gonna go on to Honorable Chairman Yazi, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. Rosen. So, Chairman Yazi, what's yours?
Okay, Speaker, thank you, members of the council. Ms. So, for your report on IHS. Just a couple of things I want to share. Appreciate the staff work for Crown Point IHS. Of course, we all want to praise our employees. They did a good job yesterday. I want to just want to say two things, Ms. So. One, for the Rue clinic. I know we worked really hard to get that up and opened, and just ask if you please. I know I can't tell you what to do, or the IHS staff, but if we could, just please let's keep that staff fully staffed with doctors there at the Rue.
have a lot of our people that utilize that clinic, and it really benefits our Daru community members and Pruitt and Casamero and Smith Lake individuals. So just wanted to share that. And then lastly, I just want to share that the assessment study for the new IHS, I know that's being completed, and I hope it continues to move forward. And I hope, our dream with the entire council and with President Nez and Vice President Lizer and the entire Navajo Nation, we'd like to see the hospital IHS being built right away. So I hope and pray that continues to move forward. So that's all I wanted to share, and I be waiting for your response. I do not want to reserve. I don't want to reserve my time, Speaker, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman Yazzie. Let me go back to Ms. Rosenfeld. Floor is yours for response.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and to Honorable Paul Begay, thank you for your comments as well. I will provide you a summary on the Botaway Gap update. If you recall, well, I'm not sure you were aware, but we were having regular calls with the Botaway Gap chapter officials and Tuba City. And I think, as I understand, the Navajo Nation planning staff retired, so there hasn't been any calls scheduled since then, but we're glad to participate, and I will give you a report in writing, summary in writing as well. With regards to the road to Kaibito, the Kaibito Road, I agree with you that that when this facility comes online, we want to be able to make sure that there's that road is addressed. I'll do whatever I can to provide you some information regarding the support of that road. With regards to the N95s and test kits, I'm glad to give you some information regarding that. I don't know if you can see, but I can show you what I'm holding up right now. This is a test kit. This is called the AccuView test kits. There's 3 or 4, several of these kinds of test kits that are available to us. It has 2 different tests, or two tests in them. You take one at the beginning of when you get your symptoms, and then you want to take a second one a little bit later, a few days later, just to make sure that you're testing negative at that point. These are very easy to use. There are some test kits that require a smartphone. I would, even though those work just as well, these do not require a cell phone for you to monitor the test results or whatever. So, and just to let everyone know, I did work with the Speaker's office last week, and I think we sent over 250 test kits for the delegates, because we had heard that there was some traveling that was happening. We want to make sure that you always have one of these test kits with you, and if you need additional test kits, please let me know, so we make sure that our tribal leaders are also safe and testing themselves. Very, very easy to use. It takes about 15 to 20 minutes, and it just tells you right there if you're testing positive or negative. With regards to that information, I can give you information about what we have and where our sources are coming from for both N95s and for the test kits. And just a reminder to everyone, we're encouraging people now with the updated CDC guidelines not to use the cloth mask anymore. We want you to use a higher grade mask, which is at least the N95s. And we do have some of those available. We're glad to send some of those over to this tribal council if you would like us to. So thank you for your questions, Honorable Delegate Begay. Honorable Crotty, thank you again for your great comments. How can you help us? There's a whole long list of things that we can give you. I don't think that we're quite ready to get in the business of building test kits or masks or those. That's a little bit out of our ability to do. But one of the things that I think is really important is is the messaging. There is so much information out there regarding COVID, and the more that the Indian Health Service and the Navajo Nation tribal leaders are together on how we message either the changes from CDC, new guidance, either the process that we want people to get vaccinated. Like I said, we are looking at every avenue that we possibly can to get to the people that we want to get to make sure that everyone is fully vaccinated. If they are not vaccinated, there are protocols that they can follow if they are feeling like they're testing positive or have the symptoms for COVID. Again, we're still in the flu season, so sometimes all of those symptoms run the same. So just letting you know about that. The communication, I think, is absolutely key. So whatever we can do to be on the same page with the Navajo Nation leaders, so you are informed, and then you can help us message as well. I think that is key right now. With regards to housing, again, this is at every facility, we do have challenges. At the Kanta facility, for example, that's our newest facility, we have, at that facility, they built hotel-style apartments. And those work really well. They are going really fast, so because of the staff, we continue to staff up at Kanta, but every one of our facilities right now is in need of additional housing for the staff that we need. When I first got to Navajo, again, we relied on a lot of contractors. Contractors are really expensive, so really trying to focus on bringing on permanent staff is key. Having permanent staff means that we need a place for them to live and have residence, and that's what's important. So we will continue to look at the different models that are available. Like I said, I'm really pleased that at Crown Point and at Sayuli that we're able to build out. And that just was because we were prepared. We had our plans ready to go and we were prepared, and that's how we got funding, at least for Sayuli. So we wanted to replicate that model to make sure that we are on top of that particular, all of that to make sure that we're doing the best that we can for our Navajo area IHS. And within that, at Chinle, for example, we have some older homes there. Those have all gone through renovation, and so they've been updated. So, there are different projects and different ways that we are also trying to address housing from within as well. So thank you for that question and that offer. We will continue to work with our staff and may follow up with you separately on specific requests related to Northern Navajo. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, thank you again for your comments. Yes, I will say without a doubt, there's been a lot of conversation about the EMS, the ground transportation. This has been a coordinated effort throughout Navajo area. Ground transportation means that if we need to ground transport a patient from one location to another location, or from IHS facility to non-IHS facility, that's what we're talking about, ground transportation, and really trying to make sure that there's already a tribal or the Navajo Nation has already contracted part of the EMS or the EMS program from the Indian Health Service. And then IHS also has some ambulances that are available for ground transport as well. And I agree that together that needs to be either combined, coordinated better, and trying to figure out how we maximize the resources needed to do these ground transports. And some of these, because of weather, we can't fly sometimes. So the only way that we can transport patients is through ground transport, and through these interfacility transports is maybe if a person's going from Kayenta to Shiprock, and so we need to transport them that far. Or even now, we still have some isolation hotels. We might be trying to transfer a patient to that level. So there's all different ways, and I would welcome a robust conversation with regards to how we might move forward, coordinating this service, whether it be air or ground, really looking at this, because we have put a considerable amount of effort into trying to figure out how we improve this part of the services that is required on Navajo, just because of how big our land base is and just trying to get patients from point A to point B. With regards to the VA housing for VA, this was something that I have been involved in. I know that that the VAs asked for housing for their staff. We don't have the housing to give to them, so that's part of the challenge that we have. And I believe, if I recall correctly, we did work with the township to see if maybe we could find housing for them. This is not necessarily everyday housing because they come and go. They have a schedule where they're on site and then they're not on site. So still trying to work through that part of it. I will be glad to send you also some dates for a meeting with regards to this. I know on the 638 side, there's already a plan or conversations happening on that side, but there's also an opportunity for ongoing coordination and communication. So you are informed, Honorable Delegate Brown. So I appreciate that, and we will send those dates over to you. Thank you again, Honorable Delegate Yazzie, for your comments. I agree with you. We need to keep all of the facilities fully staffed. There are times, though, as I've shared earlier, that we're limited on staff, and so then we're pulling staff from the different facilities, particularly at Crown Point. We are pulling staff sometimes from Pablo Pintado or from through to make sure that we're maximizing the support at Crown Point. And 2 weeks ago, we were in a place where we were completely full at Crown Point. And so we were not able to, we had to go on defer, which means that we can no longer take patients in our emergency room. And so and our hospital was full. So those are just the challenges that we're dealing with right now. We want to make those isolated situations, but they do happen from time to time. And we have to put public notices out there when we go to that level of care. But we were able to transfer some patients over the weekend to make that available. With regards to the status of the new GIMC Medical Center, it is my goal that before I retire from the Indian Health Service, that building is moving forward in some direction. And so we're going to have to move pretty quickly on that. So I agree with you. We definitely need a new Gallup Indian Medical Center. And I do hope that we get to see some progress on that. My understanding is that in 2022, we are expecting the most amount of money that we will get for that. So we really need to make sure that all of our plans are in place to be able to be prepared for that conversation. Thank you very much for your questions, honorable delegates, and I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. So that, colleagues, we're back to the queue. Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair, are you there? Are you back on?
I'm back right now. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Floor is yours.
Roland Soy era. IHS area director here come before the Navajo Nation Council. My name is Jimmy L. here. I'm taking care of our chapter from Black Mesa, Forest Lake, and Pinion, Whippoorwill, and Hard Rock. Number one priority, I'd like to bring this to your attention here. It's Mini Mill Waterline Project. It's been on for 20, 40, 50 years now. IHS have been very slow, and Mr. Lilyhead and also Mr. Dave McDonald, they're lacking. They're not doing much for us in the Peabody area, Mini Mill Waterline Project. We need water up there. I understand phase one was completed partially. We were looking to phase two. There's been delay project, and IHS, I think they got some money from the Mini Mill Waterline Project was given from the Peabody Coal Company to take care of these waterline projects. There's about $3 million was given to them. But I want to write an email and also process my worksheet for it, and I'll send one to you and all others, IHS, and also include you. I'd like to get this project going for the people out there. Water is needed out there, and they had enough hauling water. I'd like to reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 28 seconds. Everybody else in queue, colleagues. So let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, 1 minute and 12 seconds. Oh, did you? I get that. Thank you. Moving on down. Okay. Honorable Keon Begay, 58 seconds.
Speaker Callan.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I did hear you, Shay. I don't hear you no more.
Ja, it's not Shay.
Oh.
The report the earlier Kabahasi septic system I sure like to get a response in writing specifically what is the plan within the IHS to resolve this particular issue, and how much of the funding do we need to set aside or to advocate to say that this is how much funding would be needed to resolve this particular situation. And then the other area is that usually they help out with the sink and then bathroom equipment. Along with the water heater. I've been told that they were told that they have to purchase a lot of these items themselves. And then larger community, the one thing that we really need to look into is a community or a family sewage pond. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Keon Begay. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So, 11 seconds. Honorable Eugene So, you have 11 seconds on reserve time.
Trying to get everything in order for the people and try to help them in order for them to stay healthy and stay safe. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh. Thank you. Moving on down, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, 36 seconds.
Ayate, Speaker. My question again to Ms. So is, if we can just look at your contracts with these, like Eagle Air Med, all the other organizations and companies out there that are not EMS, what's the mechanism that you're using so you continue to provide these agreements and these contracts? What can we learn from that and implement that into the Navajo EMS so we can start working towards even air medical transportation for our people? I think Navajo EMS knows our better people than outside companies. We want to spend the dollar on Navajo organization companies, and that's a huge trust responsibility that we need to uphold from the federal level. So, again, I'm going to invite you to the Navajo, to our Budget and Finance Committee so we can continue planning. So I'll go ahead and make that request through our advisor soon, Ms. So you and your team can come before us and figure out a way to make this happen. So thank you. Thank you, Ms. So. Yeah.
Thank you. Let me go back to Ms. So. Floor is yours, Ms. So.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Yellowhair. Yeah. Again, thank you for that reminder for the Minimio Waterline project. I'm familiar with that project now. I can try to schedule a meeting maybe sometime next week to give you a full update on that and what our plans are to address that particular project. Thank you. Yeah. And then to Mr. Delegate, Honorable Delegate, Mr. Begay, again, I think that I agree that we still need to give you some information, and we will do that in writing. There are protocols with respect to what we can and cannot do when it comes to the actual water heaters and those kinds of things that need to happen. So our responsibility in general is to bring water to the home. And so then we're not able to do some of the other things that you are outlining here. However, I will make sure that we provide this in writing to you. And thank you for that question, and also giving you an update on the family sewage ponds as well. Thank you for that. And then, of course, Honorable Delegate, so thank you for your kind comments, and we appreciate all of the appreciation from the Navajo Nation Council. Honorable Brown, I will definitely work with you and look forward to this conversation about 638, whether it be air or ground activities to enhance the Navajo Nation through 638. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. So. Let me go back to the floor. I do have two new colleagues on the queue. Honorable Otto So. Floor is yours. And then Madam Chair, Charles Whitman.
Speaker, this is Daniel.
Thank you very much. I would like to indicate that, first of all, thank you very much, Speaker, for the time. I've been listening to the questions and response from from Indian Health Services, and rather so, I think shade here koto ni ishan illa do ashin kago aje ze in has aje benant batil state that in taye nan sho instant ba he ni and ed hota. Although we know that we're still in this pandemic and facing new variants and new things, and I just would like to just express that you do, send the morale back to your healthcare employees out there to really, just to say thank you. I have a friend that works in the healthcare industry, and a lot of the people that are getting hospitalized on Navajo are Navajo people that are not vaccinated. They're finally realizing how serious it is when they end up in the hospital, and it's very, Navajo can actually try to help lower the numbers, but some of them are choosing not to get vaccinated, and this is the spike that out in Chinle and in the general Indian Health Services. With the Indian Health Services. Nonetheless, I'm going to go back to Tuba City. The Tuba City Healthcare Corporation is made a request for a new facility replacement, and just wondering if your office is, how is Indian Health Services collaborating with the support with the Indian Health Services, because the Tuba City Healthcare Corporation made their trip to Washington for that purpose. And as a tribal trustee, the Tuba City Hospital was built in 1975. Indian Health Services plan to support the replacement of the Tuba City Healthcare Corporation facility. We know that facilities such as Gallup is on the replacement list, but out in the western area with one hospital and we need to start looking at structuring. I know we have a clinic up in Inscription House, and I think somehow we need to start moving forward to try to get that, maybe to make that clinic into a hospital there within Inscription House there. Although it's not in my delegate district, but you know, they chose to put that health facility there, that clinic, and I think it's the right thing to do is this bill and build a hospital there so that it can pick up the need up in that area, because we do have a hospital in Kayenta, but the traveling distance from the Inscription House and the surrounding vicinity to either to Kayenta, to Tuba City, or even to Page is the distance. And I think that's something that we could plan for in the western area to strategize for that. The other is that we know that the Tuba City Healthcare Corporation is trying to move forth on the elderly care facility in Tuba City. Just want to know how the healthcare, that the Indian Health Services is trying to accommodate and help with the support of trying to build that facility, because it's much needed. Also is the oncology center. I believe before COVID, the price tag was $45 million that was needed. And the oncology center is something that's very important, and that's the only oncology place that we have on the Navajo reservation. And I would like to just request that, you know, that dialogue from Indian Health Services to continue with the Tuba City Healthcare Corporation. If anybody has any time, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So with that, let me go on to Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Ms. O, for your report. I want to say thank you for the test that you gave here to Council. I've used several of those tests myself after coming back from Arizona, and then actually today, I also got tested again, as I was informed I was next to or near somebody who tested positive. So I've been using those test kits, and thankfully they've been coming back negative. I've also been going to IHS just to make sure. So I do appreciate those tests. My first question is, I need to schedule a time to meet with you to discuss the Northern Navajo Medical Center and how that hospital needs renovation. There have, within the hospital itself, some of the doors the width of the doors are not wide enough for a gurney to go through, or even a wheelchair. And I understand that there was a hotel that actually, a company that builds hotels that built that Northern Navajo Medical Center. The floor is also has tiles, which to a regular person, probably, it doesn't really matter. But when you're sick and you're on a gurney, or when you're hurt and you're on, you're in a wheelchair, those tile floors actually are very, they hurt. So if we could have a discussion about the possibility of renovating that hospital so that, the gurneys fit through the door and that the floors can be addressed, I would really appreciate that. Number two, Ms. So, I do appreciate you taking my call last week. I know that I've been getting complaints from constituents and people in the Northern Agency who have been talking about customer service and how it needs to be improved there at the hospital. And I myself did run into that issue when I did call the hospital. And so I do appreciate you getting onto that. And I hope that we can have more discussions on the way that customer service needs to be improved. Number three, we also met on contract health. I'd actually like to request Speaker Damon if we could have a separate presentation on contract health. And the reason is we have many of our Navajo people who are living off the Navajo Nation who got COVID. And many of them are now receiving their hospital bills. One individual has a hospital bill of over $200,000. And I know that that contract health was contacted during that time, but it wasn't covered. So I think our people need to understand what contract health is and how far that assists our people who are living off the nation. Number four, we still need to schedule a meeting regarding the medical examiner's position. So as you are aware, the Navajo Nation did pass a legislation regarding the medical examiner's office and then the position as well. One of the issues that we have been running into is the way that the hospital has been counting the deaths that have occurred in your hospital. I know that we have been playing phone tag and trying to schedule this meeting, but it is very important as we've been trying to get into IHS there in Rockville, Maryland. The last time that we did try to get a meeting set, we were told that IHS could not have a meeting and it could only be with President Nez. Which I really couldn't understand. I've been working with the chair, Daniel So, to see if Health Education Human Services would be interested in scheduling a joint meeting there with IHS to talk a little bit about the funding that's coming down, not only, I guess, with the infrastructure, but we're also talking about the funding with the budget reconciliation and how much money will be available for Indian tribes across Indian country. So I don't have very much time left. Ms. Bill, I can send you an email of these questions and hopefully we can schedule some time to sit down. I really appreciate the, you working with me to answer some of these questions that are that I have and providing me answers. Thank you, Speaker. I waive the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charles Lemon. With that, we move on down. Honorable Herman Daniels, floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The question is response understanding get Sneed or let's in the Meso IXF thank you for the report. I've been listening for questions and answers. I know we've been saying all along for 2 years, we've been saying this, wear your mask, that we've been saying that to our constituents when we have chapter planning meetings, chapter meetings. I see we've been stressing those to have our Navajo people wear their mask. As you know, they utilize these blue masks. Some are black. They're kind of thin. earlier today, I heard N95. I don't know if variant, Omicron, Delta, that they're around. AD, is there a way that IHS can provide some of these masks at the local level? According to that's the delegates office providing masks to delegates office in Winter Rock. Why just the delegates? What about our Navajo people? Laid at the grassroots level. I think about my Navajo people, especially our elders, our children. Yesterday, when President did his State of the Nation address, I kind of mentioned that. With IHS, never this kid or the couldn't hit that there's baligi, and hit you that or nature the snow Papa night this kid that quite that it. A call 8 Papa night this kid or let's go Adonana Kudo. What I'm going to do is from my region, we've been having meetings the North region, not just on Ojeto, Shanto, and Sabikin. What I'm going to do with my LDA is invite you, IHS, to give us an update at the local level. We usually do a teleconference or Zoom meeting. So I see that to give us an update at the local level. Usually people they call in, they listen in on the meetings. They like to get updated down at the local level. So from my region, I want to reach out to you and invite you to give us an update down at my region, the local level. That people.
I'm gonna drink it all. Oh my gosh, I got.
Mr. Speaker, somebody's not muted. Okay, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate that the report from IHS. Thank you very much. Reserve time.
Reserve time at 1 minute 18 seconds. Honorable Daniels. Moving on down, Honorable Charlene So, and then I'll go back to Ms. Roslyn So. Honorable Charlene So, floor is yours.
So thank you for the presentation and the report. To provide some clarification, a few of my constituents did pose a few concerns. Last year, March, some of my constituents received notification that they were going to be connected to water. Water line and these are homes that have home site leases approval and everything is done on their part. But as time progressed last year, those deadlines and the time for construction was extended. Not only March, and May, June, August, September, October, December, in January. I've had a few constituents reach out to a couple of individuals here within Shiprock area unit to get these updates. And now they're being told again until this summer. And the reason why this extension has taken place was because of the lack of funding. Now that I do want to understand and what is happening with these projects for the water line, and what is there any other future delays that we can expect? I really like some clarification on that. Thank you, Speaker. Reserve time.
Thank you very much. Also, reserve your time at 3 minutes and 19 seconds. We go back to Ms. Roslin. So the floor is yours, Ms. So.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And to let me start with Satilla Otto with regards to your questions and your comments. I agree. Yes, I will send back the message to my staff for the thanks and appreciation for all of the work that they're doing. So I appreciate that. With respect to Tuba City Health Corporation, just yesterday, actually, I meet with them on a regular basis. So yesterday we had a long, robust conversation. There's usually a whole agenda that we go through at the request of Tuba City, just providing updates from the Navajo area IHS. We have also give them guidance on new facility replacement processes. You know, we've talked about the PJD program justification document and the POR program of requirements that we should all be working on right now throughout all of our facilities to make sure that if there are any extra money, we want to be able to put these projects forward and say we're ready to go. And so we have been talking to them and we will continue to talk with them. Also, as we have reported before, that Indian Health Service is working on the final, what they refer to as the IHS new facility grandfather list. And for us in Navajo, of course, that will be Delcon that I shared is coming online, Badaway Gap, Palo Pintado, and the Gallup Indian Medical Center. We want to make sure that those 4 facilities get completed before any new list is developed. So Indian Health Service has what they call a Facility Appropriations Advisory Board, or the FAB. And they have been meeting now, and I think they're talking about how to develop perhaps a new list for facility construction. And we have several in the Navajo area that need to be put on that list. First of all, probably Tuba City, as that facility is fairly old. And so I think there's an opportunity for us to continue to work together with Tuba City Health Corporation to really talk about strategies and making sure that that facility, that all the planning documents that we're working on that. I understood yesterday that they are working on those documents and really trying to position themselves to be prepared for when the money flows. Also, I also understood from the Indian Health Service headquarters perspective that the Build Back Better plan that's been trying to make it through Congress. There might have been opportunity there for some resources. So if that doesn't pass, and we know that it's still struggling, that we want to make sure that those facilities or any resources that are coming continue to include new facilities for Navajo area. So again, as I have said before too, is that really pushing my staff to make sure that we are prepared. And that goes a little bit into the new facility or facility planning that Delegate, Honorable Delegate Charles Newton has talked about at Northern Navajo. So what we have done at Chinle and at GIMC, Gallup Indian Medical Center, and Northern Navajo is to update our facility plans. And this is really building to today, what is our needs? We know that the current facilities are outdated. We know that the current facilities are too small because of all of the growth that has happened over the years since they have been constructed. So we have updated our plans with regards to that. So, and the reason for that is, again, exactly what I'm talking about Tuba City, is that we have to have these updated facility plans so that we can put our requests forward and hopefully being one step ahead of everybody else by saying, we're ready to go. We know we need expansion by, or replacement or expansion by X amount of square feet. So those are happening right now. And I'm glad to talk with you more about that, Mr. So, just to make sure that you are comfortable and that you are informed that we are meeting with Tuba City, and I meet with Tuba City on a regular basis with my staff. So, and I will continue to do that. With regards to Honorable Delegate Charles Newton, again, I will continue to do everything that I can to make sure that tests are available specifically to our tribal leaders. I know that we need to make him available to every person that we serve in the Navajo area, but I'm particularly wanting to cover our tribal leaders as well. And I do think that with regards to customer service, absolutely, that's something that I have seen also, that not just a conversation that we had a couple of weeks ago or a week ago, but that, this fatigue, our staff is frustrated. We're constantly, it seems like recently, constantly changing guidance, constantly changing procedures. Just so much that is being thrown at our staff right now. So trying to find a way to really look at the customer service component as we live in this environment right now. And most of our work has really gone to either online or telephone. So that's even more important. And when I talk to my staff, I tell them, people aren't just calling here because they don't have anybody else to call. They're calling here because they don't feel well. And that response, that first engagement that our staff have tells the whole story for our facility. They're either going to say, well, you're going to help me, or they're already going to decide that nothing's going to happen here. So it is really important. I will continue to message that with my staff. We have done a lot of work over this past year, even in spite of COVID, to really look at our staff, leadership staff, to give them the best tools possible to address issues at the lowest level as soon as possible. When I first got here, we had probably about 140 cases of complaints, and these are complaints at the formal level. Last year, we only had 4 that we were not able to resolve. So that's a real strong, for me, indication of how much what I expect of my staff and what my staff have done, what our leaders are doing to really try to be proactive and address issues at the lowest level. And I will continue to push that, because that's an indication to me that we're doing the right things. We're not there yet, but we're doing the right things to get in front of things that are not growing to be bigger issues for our staff. So built into that is that customer service component on that. So I will definitely, Delegate Charles Newton, I will make some time available and certainly welcome the conversation, and we can bring you up to date too as to just where those plans are and where those plans are telling us of how big a facility that we can have. I've been out at Northern Navajo, actually going out there tomorrow, and really wanting to make sure that we have, again, sometimes we have space issue or land issues, and I told them, we'll if we can build it, bring in a modular, if we can do something, I will help you try to figure out where to resource that and get that on the ground to do that. With PRC, we'll stand by for a presentation with this body, and glad to do that. And also, again, this medical examiner position for the Navajo Nation. I cannot say, even though this is not necessarily the work that IHS does, how important it is right now to have this, as we have gone through COVID. There's lots of other things that we may have missed as a result of not having a medical examiner on the ground on Navajo Nation to really help us maybe explore what happened in Navajo. Why were we so vulnerable? Why did it seem like we were so vulnerable at times? So I think that conversation is very important to have, and I'm glad to have that with you, Honorable Delegate. And then Honorable Daniels, again, thank you for your questions. I agree on the mask that we should be making this available to every person on the reservation. And again, we're talking about N95 mask. N95 mask is a higher grade of mask that will give us some protection. I also want to say that the president, I believe it was last week, the president of the United States announced 400 million of these masks that will be made available. We have asked as often as we can from Navajo to the Indian Health Service headquarters, how much of this, where's this, are some of these coming to Indian country? And if they are, when are they coming? So we're fighting for our part of that as well, because we know how important this is for our community members. And as soon as we get an update, I'll make sure that we can provide that information. And absolutely, we are willing to be on Zoom with you and your constituents and your community members. There's really great examples that we have done over the past months with the Eastern Agency. Delegate Freeland has been a front runner in really setting up these Zoom meetings with his constituents, and we come on and provide the healthcare update. So we're absolutely willing to do that for you. And we bring on not only the local facility key staff, but we also bring on a medical staff so they can answer questions too for the people that might have questions. So I'm glad to do that. And Honorable Charlene, so thank you again for your questions. And I absolutely understand your concerns and frustration with the delays. But I would say that I'm more than happy to set up a call with you and also do the same thing. We've also done this with Honorable Delegate Daniels, and really focusing on specific projects so you know and your constituents know, or the families know exactly where those projects are at. So those meetings, I think, were received really well, and that we were able to do follow up with updates, written updates as well. So I am more than happy to do that for you and with you. Thank you. Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, so. Before I go back to reserve time, I do have Honorable Elmer Begay in the queue. So Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours at this time.
You are unmuted.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, I can.
Okay, shall we other members of the from the Fort Level Nation Council? Other so from IHS, that's how we greet each other and should not is Kapahansla. Torijin versus chain, Sitnajin, the chain, Ashi, the Shanala, representing in the Wells Fargo increase with. I had a question, regarding. I have a question regarding the I know that lately we've been talking about the pandemic and then also the coronavirus. So I know that the important thing today is how to recover. This I guess it's supposed to be there, thinking about that all the time, because today we've been, like, for example, NTA and other, especially here in Delcon chapter, some family got affected and they don't know is how this variant, the new variant is, because you can be okay, you don't have symptoms, but 3 days later, people get sick, really get sick real fast, and another person gets sick. It goes in really fast, and it's happening now. But I guess the only, I guess we learned a little about, that how to take care of it is, stop from spreading. So, and that people have to stop and then go. I guess the only way we know that if we're okay is we have to go to hospital from here, from this area. My community has to go to Winslow to get it checked, and then I think all US KGPs. Right now it's getting to be like that. It takes them a while to go there, and then but once it get tested, seems like it has to take about more than 2 days to get the results again. So, but we try to learn how to quarantine. So right now, I don't know how you're really working closely with Winslow Indian Healthcare Center, and then also with the Navajo Nation Department of Health. I don't know that also with the Emergency Command Center, because I don't a health command center because so right now we are thinking about it. Is the plan is like I said, that we need we need to stop, whatever we do to stop and get quarantined and then also get tested. So even in this case, is there anything that's available right now from your budget for like mobile that can go out to these communities, especially right now in Tisto, Indian Wells, and also Greasewood, and then Whitecomb. I'm not sure if it's already in the budget, or but the reason why is that it costs a lot, going over there to just get tested, but you have to wait. If these things are just available here, people can just go over there and get tested, and then so that was my first question, Speaker. I reserve my time.
So retirement 59 seconds. Honorable Elmer Brigade. We will go back. I don't have anybody in the queue, so back to reserve time. Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair, 3 minutes and 28 seconds.
Hello, good afternoon, Speaker
Hello.
again, and my colleagues at 24 Navajo Nation Council. And thank you, Rosen Soul, come before the Navajo Nation Council. Every issue is very important. We wish us luck, the Navajo Nation, to progress what we really needed for 2022. Share my follow-up, let's see. AD Kwaja Water, Minimay Waterline Project. Kudo, Nakiri the million, $2 million bait, Elias Estan. They had a very nista. I think all what the best, I think they just. They it was such a network, isn't it? What on it? And oh, and the HS. Everything that all retired, I think they need a cohort 2019 be doesn't out of 2020. Take this a very serious consideration. People need water. Water is precious. That we need water for the people up there. And also, just delayed. It said 2 more years. Or no, not the delay. Just or delay any project. I don't thank you for your great help about this. The concentration. It's so. Work close with our division director, Jill Jim. The show net doesn't name the card or no, that all carving. Yeah, it is a sea of venture. I share every help you need from you, and God bless. And yeah, Speaker, I'd like to turn this floor back to you. Any minute, any second I have, waive it. Yeah. I'm going to vote, ready to vote.
Thank you very much. Honorable Yellow Hair. That, moving on down. Herman Daniels, 1 minute, 8 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, thank you for the report and also your response regarding the mask. You mentioned Biden, was it the 400 million mask? I would just ask IHS to go after these masks for our Navajo people. Well, I see the need at the local level. So it is I see by now Diego IHS Shiki. I don't need so the Thingy about Hinage Nation. So it is about Mr. Speaker, I waive the rest of my time. Thank you. Ready to vote green?
Thank you. Yeah, moving on down. Honorable Charlene, so 3 minutes and 19 seconds.
Thank you, Shay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. So, thank you so much for your response. I really appreciate that. I will look forward to scheduling that meeting with you. Shay, I would like to defer my remaining time to auto. Thank you.
That Honorable Otto So, 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Huh? Otto So, 3 minutes and 5 seconds from Honorable Charlene So.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Shema, for that time. And yes, the Shade Roslyn. One area is, I guess, we need to plan with the Greater Navajo on the build out. What facilities are capable from a clinic status to a hospital status? We're growing to a certain degree, but our hospitals in the larger communities such as Shiprock, Crown Point, Gallup, Fort Defiance, Cuba City, and Chinle, the beds are they're full services and so forth. And I think the plan for the strategy for where is the next another facility is needed. Those are something that we need to look at. The other is I guess the 1-to-1 program. We did get a word that the 1-to-1 program is some of the projects are fully funded. So I guess a detailed rundown on what projects are fully funded. So the nation here, we're not contributing dollars to a project that is not funded or that is funded. So the other is I guess this is all within all large communities and hospitals, you know, how these EMS, Navajo EMS, and the other EMS services. We have EMS services that used to provide service to Kayenta and Tuba City area, which was 100% Navajo owned. And I guess somehow, you know, the healthcare, the hospital are not honoring Navajo-owned businesses, but going directly to the Navajo Nation EMS for services. And I'm just wondering what type of agreement or what decision happened to make that, because if it's a Navajo business person that is trying to thrive, you know, who is priority one, you know, I think they should have some sort of leverage to get these contracts because they employ Navajo. And just want to see if you can shed some light to that. And again, Shema, Charlene, thank you for the time that you have provided me. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now let me go back to Rosalind So.
Thank you again, Speaker, for that. I will start with the questions from Honorable Elmer Begay. Thank you again for your questions. Yes, I think that a couple things that I'd like to offer. One, of course, is the best way to fight back on the Omicron is getting the booster. So that's absolutely critical to make sure that all of our community members get the booster, as soon as they're eligible for that. There's also indication that there's possibly a fourth booster or fourth shot that will be required in 5 to 6 months. And so we'll, as that develops a little bit more, we will give you more information about that. with regards to the moving to Winslow for testing, I again encourage the use of self-test kits. On Friday, I get a report every Friday of the status of our test kits, and on Friday, Winslow indicated that they have over 1,000, actually 1,095 test kits available last Friday. So they should have enough. If they don't, then I know that they were working with them to order test kits as they need them. So we are working as much as we can, and we are Navajo Area IHS is still working with the Navajo Nation Command Center, the Unified Command Center. So we are on there with representatives from Winslow. Every week we meet, and then we also are in contact, on almost daily contact with Dr. Jim. So we work with her to make sure that information is flowing and that we're responsive to the requests from the Navajo Nation. So that will continue to happen. Again, Shajam, Delegate Yellow Hair, thank you again. I will follow up on the mini meal project. I know that you've talked about that from almost the first time I got here. So thank you for that. Honorable Daniels, again, yes, we will continue to advocate for the supply for Navajo Nation masks, the N95s that the president provided. Also, our staff also recirculated how you can get your test kits at the that the president also talked about last week. So that information is to you. It's actually very simple to do. You go online and order them. They will be delivered straight to your home. There's also a tracking number, so you'll know where it's at in that process. So I encourage you to do that if you have not already done that yet. So that information is being recirculated to each of you. And Honorable Delegate Charlene, so yes, we will look forward to that meeting as well. And Shatilit Otto, again, we will continue to work with you. I agree that there needs to be a greater plan being discussed, particularly in the light of this pandemic that we've been through. You can really identify, I can really identify now some of the limitations that our healthcare system have. And those are not just the facility issues that we all know about, but that's the IT, the infrastructure system, what electronic health record system should the Navajo Nation consider using, so we can all share data throughout Navajo area. That's a critical thing. Lots of medical universities, medical centers are moving to that model. They have already moved to that model where they can share information, but it also allows us to really track, patients, because all of our patients migrate throughout the whole Navajo area. So how should we be doing that? And I encourage this group to try to find a way where we have a uniform system that's going to keep and protect all of our patient data, because we're going to look back on this years from now and say, what did we do? What should we have done? What could we have done? And so that data becomes really important. So right now we have systems that don't always talk to each other. These are critical data systems that have all of our medical information. And so it's hard to be able to do business like that without telling somebody, give me all your information again so I can, start your healthcare here. So really looking at the infrastructure of the healthcare system for Navajo Nation, Navajo area, I think is critical as we move forward. And then we're talking about, maybe what facilities need to move to hospital capacity versus outpatient health centers. I think that's a very good conversation to have. I mean, you go to places like Pinon where it's way out there, but they are sort of an 8 to 5 operation and they're not open on weekends. So what if we could do something like that out there? That goes back to staffing, that goes back to housing and those kinds of things. So I think it's a critical time to look at those conversations and really talk about how we might strengthen our Navajo healthcare system and with all the things that we are learning from this pandemic. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to close with thanking thanking this body very, very much again for all of your support. I know that over the months, there are times when I've had individual conversations. I meet with the HES committee when they ask me or when I request a meeting. So I think that our system continues to work really well. I remain committed to the work that I am responsible for here on the Navajo Reservation. I think about our elders. I think about our veterans. I think about the little kids that are struggling right now because of the school systems, or their parents are out of a job, and all of these things that are going to impact us as we continue to move through, and including throughout the years to come. So thank you again very much, and I will return it back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Ms. So. Again, and thank you very much for taking the time listening to my colleagues here again. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue, so, but I do have Honorable Elmer Begay with 59 seconds on reserve time. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
You are unmuted.
Good afternoon, Speaker. The members of the Navajo Nation Council. For response. I think I was asking if there's any plans for people in the remote areas to have a mobile out here, and I think people are very to go on travel to Winslow to Shneko. That was my question. The other one is I think on these water lines and septic tanks and cistern tank, the project listed that I got from the Division of Community Development Navajo Nation, I shared it with Mr. David McDonald, and he hasn't seen this project listing because they said that it got from SDS project listing, but said that this is really new. No, so I'm just waiting for him to confirm that with me regarding these water lines, cistern tanks, and then bathroom additions.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Begay. That, colleagues, is there any other further questions at this time before I go back to Ms. Rosalind So for closing remarks? There's none. Ms. So, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Again, I apologize, Delegate Begay. With regards to the mobile unit, I will definitely work with Ms. Sally Pete on that to see what we can do to coordinate that request. And maybe there's some partnerships that we can do there to get to those communities that are out there. And then I will follow up with David McDonald on your request as well. So thank you, Delegate Begay, and turn it back to you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rosalind. So again, it's always a blessing. We've been working with you last couple of years. Thank you very much for being open and being as well. Just thank you for being who you are, working together. All my colleagues, I know that they answer their calls at any time, any day or night. And thank you for your hard work and everything you've done for all of your staff throughout the whole nation and all over that. Since this pandemic has started, I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, from my family's heart, from the council, from the staff. You guys are on the front lines every day. And we really want to thank you for everything that you've done to help save our Navajo people and turn the tide in this pandemic that we had. So that, colleagues, let's go to the board to accept the report from Indian Health Service.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
How about green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
You are unmuted.
How about green?
Honorable Keon Begay Jr. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Thank you.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman votes green. Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo does not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Dan votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winnica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winnica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund
Green.
Yazzie via text votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 19 in favor, 1 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, 19 in favor, 1 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. On accepting the report. Again, have a good day, Mr. Rosal, and thank you for being here with us this afternoon at our annual winter session. That, colleagues, moving on down, item number 8C. We're hearing oral reports from, and at this time it's from our Madam Attorney General and the Department of Justice. Madam Attorney General McPaul. Are you on the line?
Good afternoon, Speaker. I'm here.
Good afternoon. Ms. McPaul, go ahead. Well, hold on. Did we get a report? Okay. Ms. McPaul, did you send out any report or written report?
Yes, Speaker, we sent a report in on the due date, so last Wednesday.
Ms. McPaul, do you think your staff could send that over again? Maybe.
Yeah, let me re-forward that. I don't have staff with me here today to do that, so let me take care of that right now.
Okay. It's probably still walking across the street. Oh, you got it? Okay. And what day was that sent out? Hold on. Madam Chair, what day was that sent out? Wednesday? It was sent out Wednesday at 12:36. What was the date on Wednesday? The 19th. Can you send it to Mr. Rico? Okay, thank you. Well, we sent that out again. Thank you very much. We have it now. Ms. McPaul. All right, Madam Ruji.
Thank you.
So, floor is yours at this time. Thank you again for being here with us this afternoon.
Yes, thank you, Speaker Damon, and good afternoon to you and to members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. My name is Doreen McPaul. I am Kia'ani. I'm born for Bilagana. My paternal grandfathers are Honolakni, and my maternal grandfathers are Honolakni, and my paternal grandfathers are Irish, actually. And I am born and raised on the Navajo Nation. I grew up in Chinle, Arizona. Go Wildcats. In addition to being a lawyer for the last 20 plus years, I'm also a mom of 3 boys and a military spouse. My husband is retired from the U.S. Army. Just want to wish you all a happy 2022 and a happy new year. For those of you I haven't seen this month and this year, I'm here today to provide the Attorney General's report, and everybody should have a copy of the written first quarter report for today that identifies many of the various legal issues that the Department of Justice has addressed this first quarter. Separately, I just also want to note that we sent a memo on January 8th to Speaker Damon and to the council as a whole, as well as to OMB, related to council's legislative concern to DOJ regarding E-rate and ONSAT. So you should have that in your possession as well. And then additionally, we submitted a donation branch report on January 10th to the Navajo Nation leadership on the monetary and non-monetary donations to the Navajo Nation. With the recent budget and finance action on that donation fund, the report will have to be updated, but it was updated as of earlier this month. I'm going to highlight several things from DOJ's quarterly report that you have before you, but first I want to acknowledge Speaker and members of the council that the Department of Justice lost one of our team members, one of our prosecutors, just before the holidays. Kathy Begay was a senior prosecutor for 11 years with the Department of Justice, and she passed away unexpectedly just before Thanksgiving. In her career, she also served as a district court judge, and I want to make sure that we continue to honor and remember her for her dedication to ensuring that justice was served for Navajo children and families. And we offer our continued condolences to her children and her grandchildren, as well as to her family, friends, and colleagues, particularly at the Office of the Prosecutor. It's not been an easy time to deal with the death of a colleague. So thank you for allowing me to share that. I also want to acknowledge and thank my staff here at DOJ for their continued work through the pandemic, not only on behalf of the Department of Justice, but on behalf of the Navajo Nation as a whole. Our staff continues to do the best we can under the pandemic circumstances and with the increase in positive cases. And we appreciate the self-test kits that are provided to employees and other efforts to keep us and our Navajo families and our Navajo communities safe. And I just want to thank the leadership for your continued efforts towards those ends. For the Department of Justice, the COVID-19 pandemic brought on an abundance of new and novel legal issues and challenges on top of the ongoing legal needs of the Navajo Nation government. And we at the Department of Justice here have been very busy just trying to keep up within the parameters of our resources, both human and financial, to provide legal services to the Navajo Nation government and to the 110 chapters, as well as to prosecute criminal cases and fight for relocatee benefits. Within DOJ, there are 7 units to provide legal assistance to various Navajo Nation government clients. Additionally, our Office of the Prosecutor manages and oversees adult criminal prosecutions, juvenile dependencies, white-collar crime investigations, as well as child in need of supervision cases. And finally, our Navajo Hopi Legal Services Program represents relocatees before the Office of Navajo Hopi Indian Relocation, also known as ONIR. And just so you know upfront, what I plan to cover in my verbal report today is a very brief ARPA-related update, a less brief litigation update. I have a quick DOJ staffing update, and then finally a brief update about each of the units within DOJ if time permits. The report is lengthy, so I'm trying to summarize as much as I can. But regarding ARPA, this quarter, the American Rescue Plan Act has dominated a large portion of our workload here at DOJ in order to implement the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund that was enacted by Council and signed into law by President Nez, as well as the Budget and Finance Committee resolution that implements Fiscal Recovery Fund procedures. This quarter, DOJ provided presentations, attended work sessions, and shared guidance on Fiscal Recovery Fund procedures, expenditure plans, and other ARPA and FRF matters. In particular, this quarter, our Tax and Finance Unit completed 143 eligibility reviews. And we will continue to assist with ARPA and FRF legal issues. Regarding litigation, we had 2 significant matters this quarter involving the Indian Child Welfare Act, as well as Bears Ears. These are summarized in the report you have before you, starting on page 3, as well as page 41. First, regarding Bears Ears, as you know, President Biden restored protections for Bears Ears and other monuments. The litigation preceding that restoration, however, remains pending. And in addition to that, the state of Utah has threatened new litigation based on Biden's restoration. And our litigation unit is handling these issues. And we will continue to keep you updated. The other significant report for this quarter involves the Brackeen case, which is the ongoing challenge to the constitutionality of ICWA, or the Indian Child Welfare Act. This case is currently pending before the U.S. Supreme Court on several petitions for certiorari. And this quarter, our litigation unit filed a brief for the Navajo Nation that was based on the nation's treaties. And we were expecting a decision this month from the Supreme Court, but to date, the court has not yet issued an order on whether it will accept any of the pending petitions. And we know that the next order list is not scheduled until late in February, so that's the earliest we'd hear anything more from the Supreme Court. But we will again continue to keep the leadership updated on these and other litigation matters. Our last full litigation update to the Navajo Nation leadership was in August of last year, and we're happy to provide another one in the upcoming months, as well as to keep you all updated in the interim. And I know toward that end, April Quinn provided an update on ACC rate cases to NABI last week, and those matters are summarized in the report starting on page 54. Next month, RDC will hold a 2-day work session, and our water rights unit will provide a comprehensive update on the nation's water rights. And so we encourage anyone interested in listening to that update to attend the RDC work session. In your report, there is an update on each water basin that starts on page 59 of the report, just for your reference. The report also contains other litigation matter updates, including information on relocatee benefit litigation, which starts on page 42, and our natural resources unit on page 48. Their portion of the report contains various litigation related matters. There's a risk management litigation section that starts on page 37 of the report. I want to highlight here that this includes 60 tribal court cases, 3 state cases, and 7 federal cases. And for the tribal court cases, you'll note that there are 2 cases where bench trials took place in 2017 and decisions have yet to be rendered. There are also 11 fully briefed cases awaiting to be scheduled for oral argument before the Navajo Nation Supreme Court. Starting on page 5 of our report, the Office of the Prosecutor also highlights several individual prosecution cases, and there's updates on each of those cases related to federal prosecutions, federal declinations, issues with federally developed evidence or investigative material, and essentially how all of those issues impact the ability of our Navajo Nation Prosecutor's Office to follow up and prosecute those declined federal cases in tribal court. The issues surrounding federal declinations is something that the acting chief prosecutor, Mr. Vernon Jackson, has made a priority. He has analyzed the data, identified trouble areas, as well as communicated directly with our federal partners about these issues with the ultimate goal of strengthening tribal prosecutions of federally declined cases. But all of that information is contained in the written report. Please also note in the Office of the Prosecutor portion of the report, there's an indication that the courts remain closed to the public and criminal trials continue to be conducted by telephone. And each of the districts that the prosecutor's office districts from the report identifies some of the challenges related to, for example, presenting evidence telephonically, but also just issues related to untimely information regarding scheduling hearings and court dockets, which makes it hard for our prosecutor's office to prosecute those cases. And I was looking forward to hearing the judicial branch portion of the reports this council session, because it's unclear what the plan is for the courts to reopen. And I know that the court has its own reopening plan with phases, and I don't know what their phases in. And I do know there's no set date for reopening, but our office is open, our prosecutor's offices are open, and our staff continues to receive calls on a daily basis from individuals that are trying to reach the court. I did let the Chief Justice know that people were calling our office on a daily basis trying to reach the court, and the court added a phone number on their website for people to be able to leave a message. And so I encourage people trying to reach the court to contact them at that number. But I think the bottom line and what I'm trying to convey is that the continued closure of our courts is negatively impacting delivery of information, at least to our prosecutor's office, but I fear that it's also negatively impacting the delivery of justice in general. With that, I'm going to transition from litigation just to a quick staffing update. Currently, DOJ has 91 employees. At the Office of the Prosecutor, there are 39 employees. There's 12 legal staff, 2 investigators, 7 victim witness advocates, and 19 support staff. And 100% of our employees employed by the Office of the Prosecutor are Navajo. At the Office of the Attorney General, we have a total of 52 employees. We have 35 legal staff and 16 support staff. Our support staff is 100% Navajo, and of our 35 attorneys and advocates, 20 of them are Navajo, 4 are in-laws, 2 are members of other tribes, and 9 are non-Indian. And DOJ has a total currently of 22 vacancies, 15 at the Office of the Prosecutor and 7 at the Office of Attorney General. We did fill 3 vacancies this quarter, including 2 legal staff positions and 1 support staff position. And our Office of the Prosecutor also filled several vacancies this quarter. And normally what we like to do is send out an email to the leadership to introduce our new hires, and we will do that as soon as we have their information to send to you. We also like to send along a photo so that you know what these people also look like. And then just regarding staffing and workload needs, I know there was a lot of concern and questions about our Office of the Prosecutor, particularly after last quarter when we had several individuals, long-standing, long-serving prosecutors, office employees retire. Currently, we are supporting our Office of the Prosecutor with contract prosecutors for Shiprock and Aneth for criminal adult cases to keep up with the workload. While we're on Office of the Prosecutor issues, I want to note that the budget information for the Office of the Prosecutor is included in the report on page 21. The carryover dollars that went to Office of the Prosecutor, for those that were interested in that total, it's noted there, the Office of the Prosecutor received over $317,000, and that funding has been budgeted for 2 positions, as well as for equipment for those 2 positions. There's also budgeted funding for fleet fees and mileage for vehicles that are assigned to the White Collar Crime Unit investigators, as well as for leasing building space and office space for our Shiprock and Window Rock prosecutors' offices. We have a recurring challenge within our Office of the Prosecutor involving office space issues. Dilcon right now is currently housed in the Dilcon PD mobile admin building. They need their own space, and Window Rock, our Window Rock prosecutor's office is currently closed. They've been shut down by NOSHA. There are structural and environmental concerns with the building that are being addressed, and in the interim, our Window Rock prosecutor's office is housed in our Butler building, just south of the council chambers. And we just continue to ask the leadership to keep our prosecutors' offices as well as our public defenders' offices in mind when planning and funding justice centers. Not sure how much time I have to go through the unit report, Speaker.
You have about 3 minutes and 50 seconds left.
I'll just note that, in the report, there's a report from each of our units, the chapter unit beginning on page 27. They've done a lot of work this quarter with chapters, DCD, the ASCs, a lot of issues with respect to quorum, chapter stipend shortfall issues, and other matters. Ideally, we'd like to grow this unit so that there would be 1 attorney for each agency, so 5 attorneys total, but we are very pleased that Mr. Begay has 2 attorneys within his unit and a legal secretary to perform the important work that unit does. Our ECDU unit, which represents DCD and DED, also works on gaming and federal and state voting and election issues. Their report starts on page 28. HSGU is our largest unit. They represent DPS, NDOH, HR, social services, DOTI, general services, and more. They've got a very lengthy report starting on page 31 that goes through 41, and there's a lot of information there for your review related to ICWA, public safety, 638 matters, education issues, child support services, and more. And we covered the litigation unit portion of the report, but that's on page 32. Navajo Legal Services Program report starts on page 42. There's also an update on the O'Neill litigation in that section of the report. Our Natural Resources Unit provides assistance to Department of Natural Resources, Navajo EPA, and NDOT. Their report starts on page 45, and there's updates on water projects, Navajo parks, allotments, land issues, grazing and farm board matters, transportation agreements, uranium and mining issues, and also energy-related issues. And last but not least, TFU provides legal guidance to the Controller's Office, OMB, the Tax Commission, Retirement Services, and more. Their report starts on page 56, and they've been very busy this quarter with ARPA and CARES matters, but they also provide guidance on various tax, indirect cost, audit, and other policy issues. Thank you, and that concludes my report. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam AG McPaul. Colleagues, can I get a motion?
Gene So. Second, Daniel So.
Second by Chairman Daniel So. That, colleagues, any comments, questions at this time for Madam Attorney General? Chairman, Honorable Eugene So made the motion. Chairman Daniel So made the second.
This is Delegate Brown with a question.
Well, Brown, floor is yours at this time.
My question to the Navajo Nation Attorney General is our Navajo frontline workers during the pandemic. I know we lost some of our Navajo people in the line of duty, and also some of our Navajo people who are frontline workers. Frontline workers are facing, I'm not sure, but a number of years when they're not fully recovered. Some of the side effects from being COVID positive and some of the sicknesses linger. So I'm hearing this firsthand from some of our people in my areas that I represent. I know some people have vertigo that has not gone away. Some people with amputations. Some people, really. And then of course there's a mental part of our people dealing with this pandemic as well. And these are specifically frontline workers. So my question is there a way we can use some of the funding that DOJ collected, the donations, to compensate our frontline workers who have been directly impacted from COVID? I know that those are unrestricted funds. What will that look like for us, for our people, to get some of these fundings who are out of the work and who are still struggling to support their families? So that's my question, and I reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you for that, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Moving on down, Honorable Kelly McGee.
The Speaker. I hope Ms. McPaul, thank you very much for the report. Voting
it has been in the news, and a lot of policies have been passed by state government. How far or what is the plan of the Department of Justice to express our position about all of these policies that are being put in place that would severely affect our Navajo people, especially at the upcoming election? Has only atat na tika koton hit na endingi hit ashi bipa hot on ati nesikiki ako eyan kit o hayu hit nasty sa ID da atat then masan hit sheda da haki ada sa andi wanted dan to be she with the koto hit sato for them to vote or that to go ayini ashi dolle ako halet alla eni koto bisi on here, what Deja has argued last at the Senate, U.S. Senate. It's like those wings and other Sato, what at the need. Because look at Elan, the Quakia, has argued, not I has argued in working with the state and the federal government, and especially also with our own Navajo Nation election office as well. Ko elahit koto men diniki ko agi bab ato pe papa yin tito papa ni ko ai koto na desk to Lisha speaker. I reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. Councilman 2 minutes and 46 seconds on reserve time. Thank you very much. Honorable Brown, just for the record, you have 3 minutes, 12 seconds of reserve time. Moving on down, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Floor is yours. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty.
Oh, there you go.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Controller, or I'm sorry, Madam Attorney General McPaul. I apologize for that. I appreciate your report. If I could focus in on the Office of the Prosecutor, sympathies go out to the family and to the staff. When we lose a colleague and a dedicated staff, it does take a toll. So I appreciate their professionalism and the work that they are providing for our community. With that in mind, could you give the council a timeline in terms of when a chief prosecutor will be announced? There's a few areas that we need to scale up when it comes to the Office of the Prosecutor. I know the grant with the victim services needs a little bit of additional support, and we're willing to help them with our partners, with nonprofits and other funding. But in light of that, we need prosecutors at each of the districts to move these cases through. Some of these cases have we need a better idea in terms of, is it the staffing at the Office of the Prosecutor? Is it the caseload of the court? Is it both? And then what are some hybrid solutions to get through some of these cases so that, if they're offenders or habitual offenders, then they're properly go through the process and get sentenced and hopefully get the type of services that they need to rehabilitate our relatives out there. The other area is when we work with our U.S. Attorney's Office. So Arizona had their tribal consultation, and it still seems like there's not that working relationship in terms of the decline cases. And so at what point can Navajo Nation provide a dual prosecution if there's statutory limits? I know that we're trying to amend Title 17 and enhance some of the victim rights and also give the advocates some legal protection when they're providing services. So I would want to focus in on that and how can we get ready for this upcoming tribal consultation on public safety needs. I have sent out a letter requesting a leadership meeting for a comprehensive approach. And so I would like to hear from you, Madam Attorney General, in terms of what you can provide in terms of legal support. We did get the office or the Violence Against Women Act Tribal Consultation written statement. There still needs to be a lot of information that's provided. And so if you could give me some insight and guidance on how we move forward, and if we could meet regularly to discuss the violence that is happening in our communities. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Reserve your time at 1 minute, 52 seconds, Madam Chair. With that, moving on down. Honorable Almer Begay.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I had to check on this because sometimes I get mute on this phone. So, Madam AG, Mr. Matt Paul, for your information and the report that you gave us. My question goes to right now. We know that we're trying to do a lot of updates regarding the litigation we have. And also, as we know that there's a history of litigation, and that there's a history with the Navajo Nation regarding all the claims that we had within the nation regarding like water, minerals, and things like that. And that we have a history in it. But through this history, is there that during the summer or during the winter, we have these students are on break, and some students are going to school for interested in legal matters and trying to go to school to get an understanding of some legal aspect of the Navajo Nation, and they have interest to be an attorney. So, is there any fundings you have, or any programs you have which is developed within your administration? Like we have a course here in Dalcon, that we can actually be part of this and helping out through this pandemic, and that they could help out to keep the courts open. Right now, that we never use them. We just like that. People are just waiting. And I'm not sure, like regarding your prosecutor that you mentioned, and we don't even have a prosecutor in here in Dalcon. All we know is somewhere in Window Rock, and it's really ridiculous to have a court here, but you don't have no prosecutor here. The police is just in a remote, really a small office that they have, and then they say that their main office was moved it down to Twin Arrows, but everybody's over there. So it's really ridiculous how our public safety and then or judicial or set up like this. I don't know why. The main reason why that we will have a court and attorneys and prosecutor, and then we don't have no public defender over here, and something's really not here, not right. So the main reason why, it's my question regarding that. Is there any, maybe if you need help, there's some people out there. Is there any programs that is developed within your administration? That's my question, Speaker. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Every time at 1 minute and 43 seconds. That, let me go back to Madam Attorney General. Ms. McPaul, floor is yours. Response.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the delegates for the questions. I'm going to start with Mr. Begay, Keelan Begay's question with respect to voting. And I know that there was a question with respect to the time frame to express a position regarding voting issues and voting rights. And I do want to share that I did receive the request for that to DOJ as well as to the Navajo Nation Washington office. And we did reach out to coordinate a position statement, and we should have a draft statement, Mr. Begay, by tomorrow at noon. And then regarding the questions from Delegate Elmer Begay, first I want to point out that we do in fact have a prosecutor in Dilcon. She lives and works in Dilcon. What we don't have in Dilcon for a prosecutor is an office. So she was previously housed at the court itself. She's currently housed in a Navajo Police Department building, but we don't have space for her. She's in the process of hiring a legal secretary to assist with the administrative portions of the work, but we don't have office space for the secretary. So that is our challenge with respect to Dilcon, but we do have a prosecutor that lives and works in that community, Delegate Begay. And then just with respect to the questions regarding internships and students, I appreciate the question. Delegate Begay, I was a teacher before I was a lawyer, and so these issues are near and dear to my heart. And I do want to let you know that we do provide paid internships at DOJ. We have funding for 3 interns for this upcoming summer. We also partner with organizations like the American Indian Law Center, which has additional funding to place students within the Department of Justice, within our Office of the Prosecutor, to provide them some hands-on experience working within our department, within our courts, under the supervision of our attorneys and our prosecutors. We also worked with other organizations that send students out, for example, during spring break. Those are organized and paid for by those schools and organizations. And sometimes they are done for credit with the school and not necessarily for payment, but we're always looking for opportunities to expand on that. I know in our prosecutor's office, they do a lot of in-house training to develop prosecutors to meet the staffing needs of the department. They've also tried to work a pipeline program with Navajo Technical University to make sure that we are growing advocates and prosecutors to meet the staffing needs of that office. And so we are open to all of those possibilities. With respect to the question from Delegate Brown and the frontline workers, as well as the question about using funding from the donation fund to compensate frontline workers affected by COVID, I would defer the entirety of the question to the Department of Emergency Management that administers that donation fund. But what I will share is that that fund was established in July of 2020 by Council, and it houses all of the monetary donations that are received for the nation's COVID-19 relief efforts. And the Department of Emergency Management is charged with managing and administering that fund. And the fund includes a fund management plan. So assuming that the use suggested meets the needs or the definitions of that fund management plan, the only issue would be appropriating funding for that purpose. And currently, the Budget and Finance Committee has allocated almost $8.9 million for particular uses of that funding, primarily for emergency assistance, as well as for, as of the last Budget and Finance meeting where they approved a BRR for I think there's $4 million allocated for burial assistance through the Department of Social Services. But again, all of that is managed through the Department of Emergency Management. I also know that there's an additional $1.5 million that has come in beyond the 8.8, and that funding for the donations that exceed $1,000 requires acceptance under tribal law by both the president and the speaker. And I think that's been done. And so that funding just needs to be appropriated, and appropriating that $1.5 million for the compensation that you suggested is what the leadership would like to do with that funding. I just suggest working that through with the Department of Emergency Management so that they can work with Budget and Finance Committee to get that money allocated. The last several questions from Delegate Crotty with a focus on our Office of the Prosecutor. I do want to share that for our Office of the Prosecutor position, we are anxious to make a permanent Chief Prosecutor appointment for a variety of reasons. Most of all, for staff morale within the office. We've had an acting Chief Prosecutor in that position, I think, since April of 2019. We did propose to the Council legislation to amend the statutory requirements for that position in order to increase the pool of applicants. At that point, there were 0 applicants for the position. And that legislation was tabled at the NABI committee for a work session, and the work session didn't occur and the legislation lapsed. And so what we've done here at OAG, the Office of Attorney General, is we've updated and revised the Chief Prosecutor JVA in order to advertise the position. And we were advised by DPM that a new PCQ, a position classification questionnaire, had to be updated before the JVA could be changed. And so we are awaiting DPM's approval on that PCQ so that we can update the JVA and the requirements so that we can, again, like I said, increase our pool of applicants. We look forward to filling that position on a permanent basis once that's done. We do have, in terms of having prosecutors at each district, I know under our organizational chart, there are budgeted positions for a prosecutor, at least one at each district. Several districts have more than one. And the hybrid solutions that you mentioned, we've obviously been looking at that too. And as I mentioned, what we're doing currently is using contract prosecutors to fill the work demands of the prosecutor's office in Shiprock and Aneth. We don't have a prosecutor in that office that can prosecute adult cases. We do have a prosecutor for the children's cases. And so we do have conflict counsel or contract counsel that's providing that service and fulfilling that need in that office. And we're open to that and take recommendations on that from our acting chief prosecutor. As I mentioned, Mr. Jackson has made a real commitment to addressing federal declination issues. He did participate in the tribal consultation with Arizona, and they were very receptive to his very direct questions relating to, for example, how do we get the federally developed investigation material or the evidentiary material so that we can use those in our tribal cases in advance of statutory deadlines to be able to prosecute these cases and to arrive at justice for these cases that the feds are not going to take. There's nothing I can do in my power to force the U.S. attorney to take and prosecute the case, just like our tribal prosecutors have the discretion to review reports and charge a case. The federal prosecutors also have that same discretion, and they have to be able to, based on the evidence they have developed, prove every element of those crimes. So as a general rule, our prosecutor's office will not as I know, file charges, criminal charges in a matter where they don't have evidence to meet every element of the crime that's charged. So I think the rest of your comments were, I did mention in a conversation with you directly, Delegate Crotty, that we did hire additional support to help with things like developing VAWA position statements, and we're happy to do that. The challenge, I think, that we have here within the Department of Justice is knowing what the position is, or, and I think that just requires some meetings and conversations with our public safety partners and our justice partners, as well as the delegates who are interested in these issues, to develop those statements. So it's really hard to develop a statement in a vacuum and know what the leadership wants, or what the police department wants, or the Division of Public Safety wants. But we're always open to those conversations and assisting with those legal needs. And I do want to share that the Chief Prosecutor, Mr. Jackson, is also on the line, to the extent you want to hear directly from him regarding Office of the Prosecutor issues. And I want to offer that in to address any questions that I may have missed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Muji. Colleagues, are there any other comments or questions at this time? Before I go back to reserve time. There's none. Let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Brown, 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Honorable Brown, 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Honorable Brown going twice. Huh? Brown going 3 times. Moving on down, Honorable Keon Begay, 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Honorable Keon Begay going twice. Keon Begay going 3 times. Moving on down, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 1 minute, 52 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, appreciate it, Shada, for your response. I would like to hear from Acting Prosecutor Mr. Vernon Jackson in terms of what are the needs of the prosecutor's office. How do we scale up and recruit prosecutors? One of the major issues is that legislation to amend the position was to allow a non-Navajo, and I just couldn't support that because non-Navajos, they don't have to abide by Navajo Nation law. So why would we allow them to prosecute cases that on laws that they wouldn't be prosecuted under? So we could reimagine that, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
So every time at 1 minute, 8 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Elmer Begay, 1 minute and 42 seconds. On reserve time. Elmer Begay going twice. My old brigade going 3 times. That colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. So go back to Madam AG.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to turn this over to Acting Chief Prosecutor Jackson to address Delegate Crotty's questions, but I do want to add one thing to supplement my response to Delegate Brown. And our HSG unit is going to send some information as well. But in addition to using the donation fund for employees that continue to have negative effects from COVID-19, there's also the option of submitting a workers' compensation claim as well. So we will send that information along. Mr. Jackson?
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Shea Vernon Jackson is here. I need this little key on the Bashas. I share that she chair auto 20 dash could out the name. Thank you very much this afternoon for giving me the opportunity to share with the Navajo Nation Council and also the Navajo people concerning the progress and the efforts that the Office of the Prosecutor is endeavoring to make to prosecute crimes on the Navajo Nation. In the first place, I wish to show respect to members of the Navajo Nation Council who are present here today, Madam AG, Madam Deputy AG, and others, and also most importantly, Delegate Crotty, who without any delay and without any lapse continues to carry the banner and the flag of the Navajo people in terms of the crimes that are perpetuated upon our communities. Every time I hear Delegate Crotty speak, it is always with great admiration for her passion and her desire to make life better for our Navajo people. So with that respect shown, I'd like to say that there have been a number of different things that the Office of the Prosecutor has been involved in to help shore up the strength of the prosecution of individuals who commit crimes against members of our families and our communities. The first thing is there was mention about victim services. We are working hard to do what we can to ensure that our victim services branch of our program is reaching out to victims of crime to help them through the process of prosecuting cases within the Navajo Nation courts. There are efforts to broaden their ability to work with the United States Attorney's Office, the FBI, and also the local county and state victim advocate services. There are strengths that are being formed and shaped in that regard. Are there any improvements that need to be made within victim services? The answer to that is yes, there is. And there are improvements that we're looking at in terms of services that they can deliver, vehicles, for instance, that can be purchased for them to meet with victims, and things just as basic as cell phones being purchased for them to ensure that they have good contact with victims. There was also a question about what we're doing to shore up the prosecutor lineup of prosecutors that we have around the Navajo Nation. I want to say, first of all, that the prosecutors that we have currently on board, that includes prosecutors that prosecute children's cases. These are modern day warriors of the Navajo people. They're working diligently in arguing cases and arguing on behalf of the Navajo people with regards to holding people responsible for crimes that they commit. I bow to them and I take off my hat to them to appreciate their efforts, the hard work, the behind the scenes effort that they make every day as we anticipate all the work that they have to do. I just wanted to express my appreciation to every prosecutor from Crown Point to Tuba City to Delcon, all the way up to Kayenta and areas in between, including Chinle and Jitlajin. Every one of the offices, the prosecutors are working diligently, some 12 hours a day, 14 hours a day to ensure that the cases are effectively prosecuted. What are we doing to upgrade the bench line of our prosecutors. The first thing that we're doing, obviously, is that we're advertising positions that are vacant. That's number one. Number two is that we are working to look at the possibility of initiating contracts, independent contractors with those prosecutors who have left, who are not really interested in working a job, let's say, but interested in picking up cases in terms of arraignments and pre-trials and whatnot, which are very time-consuming parts of a prosecutor's job. We're looking at that. We're looking at also moving particular specialties around. We recently moved the attorney position in Kayenta and also in Raymount to Window Rock. These two positions, attorney positions, will be specifically responsible for prosecuting cases that are declined by the U.S. Attorney's Office. In most, I would say 95% of those cases that are declined are major crime cases that are highly complex, that involve a lot of defense maneuvering. And these attorneys will work to ensure that we move forward on those cases. So we're doing that also. Just as a footnote, I was standing outside of one of the marches that occurred in Window Rock, and I was listening to a number of individuals who were speaking on behalf of sexual assault victims. And I heard one speaker talk about how the prosecutor's office should create a major crimes unit, and that major crimes unit should concentrate on these cases that have been declined by the U.S. Attorney's Office. And from where I was standing and listening to it, I thought, yes, that is absolutely correct. That's what needs to happen. In addition to working our lineup of prosecutors, we're also looking at how that the data that we use in the program works for us better in terms of the declinations that are being made by the U.S. Attorney's Office. We're having data-driven analysis done to help us with our efforts to ensure that we're covering all our bases. The next thing that we're doing in terms of moving along the lines of strengthening the prosecutor's office's ability to protect communities around the Navajo Nation. We're also holding U.S. attorney offices responsible for these declinations that they're making in terms of making sure that they are communicating with us clearly as to the reasons why that they're declining these cases. We're holding them to the fire concerning evidence that they have developed on their own, that they are required to share with us. We're holding them to the fire in that regard. Can we do more? Yes, we can do more. This consultation that's coming up that Delegate Crotty mentioned is one good venue where we can do that. And I believe that Delegate Crotty did hear my presentation at the Arizona Listening Conference. That passion, the momentum, the effort that I made there in that session is going to be the same type of approach that I'm going to use in New Mexico and Utah as we go forward. So those are a couple of things that we are doing to strengthen the effort of the Office of the Prosecutor. The last thing I'll say is that we definitely need a permanent chief prosecutor. That is a vital part of how these efforts are going to be made a success. I appreciate the Navajo Nation Council and giving us the unmet needs budget that recently was allocated to us, which has helped us to meet some of our needs. We thank you for that. And so I just wanted to express appreciation for Delegate Crotty once again for carrying the flag of justice and for ensuring that victims of crimes are taken care of and people are held responsible for the crimes that they are alleged to have committed. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for that information. That, colleagues, let me go ahead, and I don't have anybody in the queue. Is there any colleagues?
Shay, put me in the queue.
Eugene, so floor is yours.
Hey, I fish to go to outside. It's windy. Might be something coming in. this is horse on me, get on screen. But they I have one question that goes into 2 and maybe modifies into 4. Either we always dance, this situation in regards to crime and any other thing that natural resource, everything that's decaying seems like we never catch up. And the more crime, the more money we try to find, the more policemen, all the way up to judges, prosecutor, everything that's in there. The more we try to put money in there. I was always thinking, are we going to just forever do that?
Oh yeah,
She said.
She said, yeah.
If there's any, just thinking if there's any studies or research of how and why, etc., these crimes starts. Are we, is Navajo Nation researching something or making studies how we can, turn this whole thing around? Where we don't have to just compete with crime? Is there a study being made, research being made by any office on the Navajo Nation because of what's going on, what's happening? That it requires a lot of money every year, a lot of money. The more money we put up, the more crime all out there. Sometimes you feel that the Navajo Nation is owned by gangs. That in Chinle, you can't even go outside anymore. At night, you had to close the door. And then, that's how we are living these days. There were a lot of places where I used to ride my horse and walk. Beautiful places that I grew up in that are still left on here in Chinle. But you can't do that no more. It's scary out there. Seems like the more we feel that way, the more we might have to wipe weapons. And everybody has a weapon on the Navajo Nation. Maybe we can protect ourselves that way. Seems that we're going that way, that route. Sometimes I feel that maybe this is what the old people used to talk about. One day our younger generation is going to become our enemy. Our kids. Is that where we are now? So that's where I see these things, and the more police, and more prosecutor, more judges, more lawyers, etc. And we just keep on going. I just don't understand. Are we going to get something? Is there a way we can stop this? Does anybody have a plan? Does anybody know what we can do to stop this? That's my question. Is there anything? Is there research? Is there a study being made how these things are happening? And then we need a lot of rehabs because a lot of people need rehabilitation. Go back into the world and try to survive. Sometimes I feel that I'm not going to say, but I just feel like my brother told me you made a 180-degree turn because he knew me how I was. I was a drunk. I was rehabilitated at another alcoholism program. From then on, my life has changed. And today I feel good about how I was. So those are some of the things that we need rehabs, where our drugs and alcohol abuse, addiction can be turned around. And how we can get social service to do a lot of parenting. And I always feel that it should be in the curriculum of the schools. So sometimes it seems like a step far enough. We have to do something. So we try our best to train our younger generation, our kids, and our grandkids and great-grandkids. I got a great-grandson, great-grandson, and their daughter. So I feel really unsafe for them, where the world we're headed to. And to make it worse now, the Republicans don't really care much about our democracy no more. We're there, we're getting there. I don't know if we're ready for that too. Hey, yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene. So that, colleagues, any other further comments or questions at this time? We go back to reserve time. Che, Honorable Keon Begay called you before, but you didn't answer. 2 minutes and 46 seconds. It's because I love you, Che.
Speaker. Again, under this Department of Justice, you know that the Navajo Nation Council or Navajo Committee passed a resolution requesting the United States Postal Service to do an assessment that they do on the Navajo Nation. I have been making contact with the Albuquerque office, which I'm told that they cover the Navajo region. I think it would be more helpful if Department of Justice would be able to maybe assist in requesting that particular assessment. I did make a report before the Human Rights Commission, and they determined that this is a legitimate reason which relates to the voting issue, because mail-in ballot and especially our elderly, depending on monthly checks, they get these their checks at the post office. A lot of our chapters, 2 of my chapter, don't have post office, or they either go into Trinley or Blue Gap, or probably elsewhere as well. Department of Justice in asking what the council has asked, maybe in terms of a legal statement to say that I think there needs to be some type of a response to the Navajo Nation government in this particular service that is being requested. So Department of Justice, and there needs to be a discussion or to schedule a meeting. Maybe we can schedule that after the council session. So what I'll be, Speaker, Speaker.
Thank you. That, Madam Chair, everybody, 1 minute, 8 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the report from Madam AG and Acting Chief Prosecutor Vernon Jackson. I just want to thank the council. The work that we do together has always focused on bringing, safety to our communities, especially for our children. And so I just want to extend that thanks to my colleagues on the council, to the Office of President and Vice President, Madam Chief Justice, and together we can really create the community that we want for all of our children, for our grandchildren and their children. And so, Speaker, if I may request your staff to pull together that leadership meeting so that we can have that idea of what is happening here on Navajo when it comes to public safety. What are our top recommendations? What is the federal response that we need? How can we train our own? And how can we just continue to heal? So thank you so much, and I'll yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you, Madam Chair Crotty. I'm having staff, we're going to reach out to you to get additional information so that we can go ahead and start putting that leadership meeting together. That, or anybody else on the board? Any other further comments, questions? We'll go back to
Delegate Daniel
Delegate
So,
James.
request to speak.
Chairman Daniel So, then
Delegate James to speak.
Vince James. With that, let me go to you, Chairman Daniel So, then Honorable Vince James, then I'll go back to Madam Attorney General. Chairman Daniel So, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you, Speaker Damon, other colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and Madam Attorney General and prosecutor. The main aspect I really want to, I guess, focus on is the matter of the Arizona State Legislature passing laws that would limit or make it difficult for our Navajo rural residents to vote in state and federal elections. It's like a night and day attitude to the Navajo people. Over on the New Mexico side, there was great acceptance of our redistricting proposals. And on the Arizona side, they basically just put them to the side and went on their own. And so in that aspect, as we are part of the throes of U.S. Congress putting aside the right to vote aspects, is there any gathering of legal minds on how to best strategize a pushback? I know from the council, we asked Speaker to convene the 20 or so sovereign nations of Arizona to address that aspect. But on the other side, on the legal minds, how do we best strategize? I guess in your thoughts, Navajo Nation Human Rights Executive Director was the main person leading the redistricting proposals. And is there a chance that we could convene a meeting to address and basically look at those? Perhaps convening another litigation update, and we can strategize on how to go forward in that aspect. The other aspect is referencing crime. This question would go to prosecutor. There's supposed to be a judicial court district in Pueblo Pintado, and that thing hasn't been fully manned. And I guess the main thing is, how then do we have the reach of the prosecutor go into the areas where there is a higher rate of crime, especially in the areas that are just defined as the nation having Indian country jurisdiction of the those that are not of the executive order lands or of the treaty trust lands. And so how then do we establish a better presence? Know that public safety hasn't really been helpful in that manner also. We do have increasing crime rates, all related to alcohol and drug expansion. And that is one of the things that we really need to focus on. And you know of one particular case that I wrote to you about, and as of this morning, victims basically want a meeting with me, and I haven't scheduled it with them. And it all relates to criminal investigation, public safety, and the ability for your office to come and lay down Navajo law. That would be the extent of my comments and statements and questions. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you, Chairman. So I actually used up the entire time. Honorable Vince James, floor is yours.
Yeah, Shinale Speaker, other members of the council, other Shahasi, Isanok Kodod Eyad Bahna Dishkito Lehigi, Look Antke has Anje, Aje Coinces, Aje the legislation by Las Lento, Shinat Lenigi, President Nez, Aje Biji Kai, the Vice President Lizer. Ako AD in his art and nas kids ko DOJ dota hot outside on not play chokot out they out z ko ako ela hit out aliado halit out ipenah neshla equado fanadish kido nana the quid the quajet and he don't need look until coincidence because Anje not saucy bit, don't know it. He gitos not saucy bit. The kids are beat not strategish the qui. A quite out what out baby chata so z lane a coconza the whole just a called all this to go the qui she what out but Nikeda dot hello but and Kata dot seho hot up in our adult on Chitahayot that chokot out to be haot z ko quaggy hot out none hidel kidole. Reserve my time, Speaker. Yeah.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 21 seconds. Let me go back to you, Madam Chair, Madam Attorney General. This with Paul.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the questions that have been raised. Let me just go back to my notes here. I think the first question that was raised was from Delegate Eugene So, and just the expression of how the sort of criminal cycle is sort of never ending. And his question was how to stop crime. And I don't have an answer for that. I really wish I did. I don't know that anyone has a answer on how to fully stop crime. And I'm not sure if there are any current studies or research on how crimes start. I think that was another question. I will share a couple of thoughts, and I think that he touched on part of this. When I worked for the judicial branch, when I was right out of law school, there was a study by one of the fellow staff attorneys there looking at the top types of crimes that were presented to the court. And for those top 10 crimes, they were alcohol related. And Delegate Daniel So mentioned that as well with respect to the increase in crimes at Pueblo Pintado. And I just want to congratulate Delegate So on your rehabilitation. And I think that it is an individual journey, and it's an individual responsibility. There's self-respect involved, as well as respect for others and respect for the community as a whole, and that's what these laws are intended to address, is public safety in the communities and keeping people safe. And when there is disharmony, the things like crimes happen, but they aren't representative of what we learn as Navajo people in terms of and hojo and the values and the culture that we value, that criminal behavior and criminal conduct is not consistent with those teachings. And he mentioned education and both parenting and schools. And I think that that's where a large portion of this has to happen with, in the family and in the home, and drawing on our strengths and our culture and our teachings to help our people. Talked about rehabilitation, and I think that the way our justice system is set up is unlike the state or federal justice system, where there's an emphasis on punishment and jail. There's a value in our justice system on rehabilitation and restorative justice, and I think those are in line with our cultural values. And so that's the best response I have for that. I wish that there was a magic answer to stop crime, but I think that the leadership meeting request that Delegate Crotty has made to look at public safety issues, I think that that's a place where some of these answers might be developed, because we can talk about some of the, what our law enforcement, for example, is seeing in terms of crimes, and then develop a plan to do some education and training, and through social services and all of our other programs, and with our local families and communities to try to address crime in our communities. With respect to the Delegate Kalen Begay, the issue about the U.S. Postal Service assessment, my department is happy to assist however we can, Delegate Begay. I do know that the Washington office was to request consultation with the post office, and I think that consultation is needed on a regular basis to address the multiple issues that the nation has with the post office, including more postal boxes and as well as voting advocacy. And I think that ties into the questions that Delegate So raised regarding the state legislature and the laws that have been passed recently that impact negatively the voting right of Navajo people. We through our Economic and Community Development Unit, they have regular meetings with the Arizona counties regarding voting issues and to coordinate logistics for elections. And we also monitor the bills and provide updates. We do have a settlement with the state of Arizona, and we will just continue to work with the counties to protect Navajo voters' access to the ballots. In terms of the legal mind strategizing a pushback, we have had conversations with internally here at DOJ with our litigation unit, as well as our economic and community development, but also including the Office of the President Legal Counsel and the Legislative Legal Counsel, specifically with redistricting, and we'll have some follow-up conversations. But I think that the suggestion about convening a meeting to address that in a follow-up litigation update is we are absolutely open to that, Delegate Daniels, and we look forward to that and those conversations. We look to the leaders for direction on those matters so that we know the positions to take in these cases, and we do it to the best of our abilities. Delegate, so I have to say I don't have an answer with respect to the Pueblo Pintado court issues, and I would just defer to the judicial branch on the issues that are there. But in terms of our Office of the Prosecutor, we will continue to receive and review complaints that are sent to our offices for referred for prosecution, and prosecute the cases that our prosecutors are able to prove. So I will. I hope that addresses your questions, Delegate. And then I think the last question was from Delegate James, and I know that there's been some frustration regarding the Ganado fire truck legislation and the funding that was approved to procure those. And we have been working closely with Division of Community Development to make sure those happen consistent with the Navajo laws. And so we just need one document from DCD to be able to finalize that. But we are just trying to follow the laws that the council enacts. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Michi. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. So let me go back to reserve time. I have Honorable Vince James, 3 minutes and 21 seconds.
Thank you, Shanella, speakers and members of the council, Dosha Kahasi. So in regards to the response, my question to that would be, is there a reason why yourself or your staff does not make any of these suggestions or comments on the 5-day period, or even before it goes before the council to make those amendments? That's my question to you, because this is an after the fact deal thing, and I believe there's similar situations for other projects that you and your staff would make, but you don't make those amendments or recommendation when the legislation is going through the process. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Your time, 2 minutes and 26 seconds. That, we go back to Madam Agee. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the follow-up question, Delegate James. I think the only answer I have is that we don't generally make public comments. If there's an issue, we try to raise those directly with the Office of Legislative Counsel. We do have a very collaborative and productive working relationship with the Office of Legislative Counsel. Often they do share legislation with us so that we can collaborate on those. It doesn't happen with every legislation, and it's just a matter of resources. We provide legal guidance to the government, but it's subject to our availability of resources, and that includes human resources. So, we're all overwhelmed. We're all, experiencing burnout, and we literally are just trying to keep up with the work demands and the volume of work that comes in, and the volume of legislations that are enacted, we do our best to read them, to be prepared at committee and at council, and sometimes we fall short. And all I can say is that we can try our best to do better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back on to the floor. Is there any other comments or questions at this time? If not, Honorable Vince James, you have 2 minutes and 26 seconds on reserve time.
Delegate Yellow Hair.
Thank you again, Speaker. And then thank you for the response again. In regards to the document, what documents are you asking from DCD? Reserve my time. Thank you.
Every time at 2 minutes, 14 seconds. Let me go to Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair. Floor is yours.
Okay, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I just want to make a information to my Honorable Daniel, so concerned about public and title is not open, and I was there when with judicial that we opened this public and title to court have for the people out there due to the distance from Crown Point to public and title. And right now, the only Crown Point can accept the court case. So I don't know how many court cases are going to be at public and title. That needs to be reviewed. This court would have also should have been go to way out on the other side on the east side. Should have been there, but this is there now. Just for information to court case needs to be reviewed by Chief Justice. And I think the court case is kind of low. So Crown Point is still taking care of the court case. I reserve my time so that she has on Soba, see, a public and title. Thank you. Reserve my time, yeah.
That every time at 3 minutes and 50 seconds. We go back to Madam AG.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. The only thing that's left for the Ganado fire truck procurement is a sole source memo to be able to use the same vendor that purchased the other fire trucks under tribal law. This should be bid out, but we're trying to process it more expeditiously so that we can use the same vendor that provided the fire trucks to the fire department. So we're expecting that before next week, and those that will all get processed. I hope that addresses the question. And Delegate Yellow Hair provided some comments about and statements about Pueblo Pintado and Crown Point, but I'm not sure that there was a question directed to me in the comments. If I missed it, Delegate Yellow Hair, if you could please restate it, I'd be happy to try to respond. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, colleagues, before I go back to reserve time? Done. Let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Vince James, 2 minutes and 14 seconds.
Thank you, speakers, members of the council. Madam AG, is there any other legislation projects in the similar situation of the situation of Ganado Fire District? Reserve my time.
Serve your time at 1 minute and 58 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Okay, yeah, Nanas to the speaker of Navajo Nation Council. Yeah, I just guess the AG is listening to. So anyway, that the Pablo and Tato was opened back in maybe 2012, and under the former Chief Justice Herb Yazzie. And we talk about it. Where should we put up this court? And we're thinking about it. It's going to be over in Cuba, New Mexico. And Chief Herb Yazzie decided at the Pueblo Pintado. So we put up court up there. But I know before there was only Crown Point was the only court as a district court, Crown Point. I don't know, I think only Crown Point District Court is still here the case for Pueblo Pintado area. Maybe Chief Justice Jan should maybe answer that one. And that was my my comments on that one, AG. Aro yeah, ayon za no Cuba de asin za ari ne sada kano ero tawa yatin to Honorable Daniel. So once the comments is scattered, took a court to the hearing by data then everywhere. To the COVID no even in closed out yet. I think the cushion by chief prosecutor always a problem too. This is where we lose a case. Majority of these cases have been case dismissed. The prosecutor to the case. The quedo here now died down to by the prosecutor. It is a question now the prosecutor. It is a chief prosecutor to had it back then. I also is title. I'll just wait my time. Speaker, yeah, none. Could.
Thank you. That we go back to Madam AG. Floor is yours for response.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want, with respect to the Ganado fire truck issue, I know that there's one other similar legislation, the purchase of vehicles for TAOS, and I can't remember what the acronym stands for, but how to do a provider purchase with public funds and to make those transfers is not something that we've done before. And that's what we're working through with DCD to be able to purchase these fire trucks and transfer them to the Ganado Fire District. But Delegate James, I'm happy to have Catherine Belzowski reach out to you directly on the Ganado fire truck issue, if that would be helpful to understanding, what has transpired and what the plan is to have it resolved so that the fire trucks can be purchased. But thank you for the question. And then I just want to also share with respect to Pueblo Pintado, and just this is the update we have with respect to the court from our chief prosecutor. But essentially the Pueblo Pintado court is closed due to COVID, and the court clerk for Pueblo Pintado is working out of Crown Point. And even though cases are filed through Crown Point, they're docketed in the Pueblo Pintado court. And Judge Livingston is hearing cases for both of those districts, Crown Point and Pueblo Pintado. And the prosecutor from our office that is assigned to those cases is from Crown Point. And so I hope that clears up some of the questions to my department with respect to Pueblo Pintado. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on down, I have a new colleague, Honorable Otto. So you're in the queue. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, can you hear me,
Yes.
Speaker? Okay. I appreciate the time and listening in and also going through drop zone. But earlier in part of your report, you alluded to the litigation that is filed against the U.S. government pertaining to the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act and so forth. And first question is, has there any response from the federal authorities pertaining to any sort of settlement? The other is that I guess with the prosecutor's office throughout the Navajo Nation, we really need to try to get these offices to open the doors for the direct services. I know you did allude to you're trying to keep your doors open as much as you can, but I do get calls from constituents asking me how come this is closed, or it was over here, this was like this and that. And you and I, Madam AG, understand that the council has certain authorities, and with the Department of Justice under the executive branch, you also have certain authorities, and it really baffles me when council delegates have to get involved. It really tells me that there's something wrong with that program. There's a reason why that individual that's supposed to receive direct services is coming to a delegate, because they're saying we're not getting those services. We fund the tribal government through appropriating the comprehensive budget every year. We give the funds to the executive branch, and it's not only the prosecution, but what I'm getting to is across the board. Also with the executive branch, we get constant inquiries. I got an inquiry on Monavi Dirt Road, and I had to express my thoughts to the president, because I'm running out of excuses to the direct services where these direct services were supposed to be provided. You know, the executive program is all under the president, and you know, maybe if things were turned around, maybe those programs were put under the legislative branch, would have been different. You know, that way you hold the council delegate or the council you know, hold him or her responsible. But if programs are not doing that, what do we do? Is there a recommendation, Madam Attorney General, that could be rectified so that, you know, the proper agency and the proper division directors and the proper branch could be held responsible? Because, like I said, if I go, you know, the calls that I get, you know, they say, this is not open, this is not open, what's going on here? I've been coming here, I've been trying to file this, I've been trying to file that, I've been trying to go to this office. But those programs are working under the direction of the executive branch. Is there a recommendation from your office on how can we hold them responsible for not providing these direct services, because we appropriate funds? And Madam Attorney General, we appropriated funds for your program to provide direct services to the Navajo people. So therefore, I always say, what's going on? What's hard about a lot of these programs not providing those services? Because the people are getting frustrated with us, and they think that we're the ones that run the Department of Justice, or we're the ones that are running the police department. No, we're not. But is there a recommendation from your office so that we can hold these division directors and programs responsible for not providing those direct services? Because those programs work directly for the president. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So let me go back to Honorable Vince James with 1 minute and 58 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker Tans, and other members of the council. Again, thank you very much for the response on Madam AG, but we did have a couple meetings with Kathy, and she was supposed to come back and get together with us, but that never happened. So that's why I'm asking these questions. It would be understandable if we weren't, if we were meeting, for me not to ask these questions, but at least we have it on record now. Again, I think it would be more beneficial for your office to assist any legislation with projects, the things that you guys recommend, instead of once the legislation is approved and then come back and it goes to your office, and then from there you guys start recommending certain wording or recommending certain process and whatnot. And so that's the problem that we run into with not just this particular legislation, not this particular Tucanato Fire Department, but many other projects that we run into, that your staff ends up making their own internal decisions, or they throw it back. And that's where all the animosity and the frustration and the impatient kicks in, when certain departments, in this case like DCD, would have to relay that information back to the chapter officials and chapter administration staff. So I would not mind setting up another meeting with Kathy. We've been waiting for her meeting. I think she did not respond to 2 of our meetings that was scheduled. So hopefully this time around, she'll join our call. So with that, again, thank you for the response. Madam AG, thank you.
Thank you. Let me go back to Madam AG.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you, Delegate Otto, for the questions you posed today. I think you asked me an easy question and a hard question. So I'm going to start with the easy question. Regarding the litigation against the United States regarding O'Neill, in terms of a response from the government, they did file a motion to dismiss, and we have a response that's due next month. But simultaneous with that, we do have a meeting with USDOJ for settlement discussions, and that meeting will happen next month as well. So that's the update on that, Delegate. So, and then with respect to the recommendations on how to hold programs responsible with respect to direct services, I have a couple thoughts on this. And I know that you have people that come, each one of you have people that come to you with their issues and their concerns, particularly when they're not getting services. And you get one side of the story, and sometimes you share these with me if there's a legal issue involved. And I know that there were several in the last year, primarily related to non-payment of services where the vendors were coming directly to the delegates. And I appreciate you letting me know, first of all, and then also allowing me the opportunity to share with you that we were in representing the nation's interest, trying those payment issues. A lot of those had issues with the underlying contracts where they weren't processed, or where there were invoices, hundreds of thousands of dollars beyond the contract amount. And so those are issues that we were trying to work through. So I appreciate you sharing the information so that we can let you know what's going on. And if we don't have a plan to address it, to be able to develop one. So we appreciate you sharing the information that you receive. And then, in addition to being the Attorney General working on legal issues, I'm also a division director as well, and I have to run a program. And in my experience, if as a division director, there's an issue that's not getting resolved, that we need some action on or some response to, in my experience, if I elevate that to the division director, or beyond that to elevate to include the chief of staff, I can't think of a situation where I didn't get the issue addressed. And so I think just based on my experience, the recommendation I would share is to elevate those concerns and issues to the chief of staff. And he has been at least responsive to my needs when I've had to do that. But I appreciate the questions, Delegate. And then Delegate James, I don't know that there was a question for me with your comments. And like I said, what I can do is commit to doing a better job of trying to monitor the legislation that the Office of Legislative Counsel is proposing, and to ensure that my staff does follow up. I do know that DCD set a meeting at a point in time when you weren't available, and so they met directly with Ganado. And so there are additional meetings happening as well, but we will do a better job of trying to keep you updated on those as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam AG. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time? Going twice. Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Can hear you.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the report, Ms. McCall. I do want to say that I do appreciate the statements that are being made by Delegate Crotty. We have been working together to try to address Title 17 and also the amendments that need to be made to Title 17. So I just want to appreciate the fact that Delegate Crotty has been assisting me during this time, and the kudos that have been shared regarding her advocacy. I will have to say that that the prosecutor's office has failed to assist us in this Title 17 revision. Listening to Delegate James and what he's going through with his fire trucks, I know that the prosecutor's office will come forward when we start submitting these amendments and state that they were not a part of the meetings. However, I have made it clear to my colleagues and also to Speaker that they have been provided the opportunity to take part in these meetings, but they're choosing to not be a part of these meetings is on their office. And as such, we will continue to move forward with amending Title 17 and to address the issues that are happening here on the Navajo Nation. We do get plenty of complaints with the Law and Order Committee regarding the services that are not being provided to our people, not only with public safety and justice, but also with the judicial branch and with the prosecutor's office. The most recent complaint that has been submitted to the committee is the consultants who have been hired as prosecutors who do not understand Navajo Nation law. Police officers have reached out and stated that they are getting a little bit frustrated with the consultant there in Shiprock, and they're having issues having to try to educate them on what is happening on the Navajo Nation. It is really disheartening to hear that this is happening. So I think it is important for this committee. We're always asking about consultants, how much money is being made, by these consultants. The most recent one, I believe, there was a delegate that mentioned a consultant getting paid $20 million yesterday. And we do have consultants that are being hired by the Department of Justice. I don't know if this is the first time that consultants have been hired to assist with the prosecutor's office. However, it is concerning to hear that the prosecutors are not knowledgeable in fundamental law, nor are they knowledgeable in assisting our police officers. In addition to that, we have been made aware that there has been a person who has applied for the chief prosecutor's position that was not considered. And listening to the report, it sounded as if nobody did apply for that position. So I think that this well-qualified individual who is Navajo speaking, who is Navajo, who has attended law school, should be considered for the chief prosecutor's position. And I don't understand why this particular person is being dismissed. So in terms of addressing the crime on the Navajo Nation, I think that things need to be made clear in terms of what is happening. I don't want a response. We will be getting a response from Law and Order Committee. I'm going to go ahead and turn the rest of my time over to Delegate Otto. So, Speaker, I don't expect a response back. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Honorable Otto, so 1 minute and 3 seconds.
Yeah, I appreciate the time.
Okay.
From Madam Chair Charles Newton. So a lot of these things that we talk about from delegates, we really need to find a way and something to hold the programs responsible, accountable, because a lot of the time those direct services aren't provided, and that's what a lot of us delegates go through. They'll ask us about roads. When is the grader coming through? When is so forth. And what I'm getting to, Madam Attorney General, is that we appropriate funds at the end of the year, of the fiscal year, before the new fiscal year, and we appropriate millions of dollars. I think this year we probably appropriated about 674 million. And these programs have money. And towards the end of the year or mid part of the year, they start moving monies around, whether it's for bonuses or, to buy supplies or furniture, whatever. But this direct services is something that the people pays for. So that's just my thought. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Any further comments or questions at this time?
Speaker?
Yes.
This is Edmund Yazzie. I want to just say a few words, if I may.
Chairman, floor is yours. Good evening.
All right. Speaker, thank you. Members of the council. And also on the report, AG, thank you for the report. Just a question, maybe, Speaker, we can go into this later, but not not to let it drag out. I'll use your advice, Speaker, maybe just to have another call later under executive, and I'd like to get a follow-up on what's been all going on with the past controller. When we were, there was a lot of topics that were talked about under executive, and we haven't heard nothing. And so I think it's safe for me to say pending charges. And so I'd like to see if we can get an update and executive at a later time from Madam AG. Speaker, sir, I don't want to reserve my time.
In which, Chairman, we will work with the Office of the Department of Justice and Madam Attorney General to set that up. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? If not, let me go back to Madam Attorney General.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the delegates for their comments. The request from Delegate Yazzie for an update on the criminal matters regarding the past controller, we can certainly provide an update in the executive session on that as well. I did anticipate some questions about this, primarily related to the Department of Justice refiling charges. And I do want to share with respect to the relationship between my office, the Office of Attorney General, and the Office of the Prosecutor is an administrative responsibility. And so the Office of the Prosecutor has the full substantive responsibility to review and charge and prosecute cases without any micromanaging from my office, and we give them that deference, and they are fully capable of doing that job. And my role in communicating with the leadership about that was really to facilitate just that communication with the council and the leaders with respect to this particular case, because it was high profile. But I don't see the complaints until they're filed. I don't see any of the evidence. I don't, participate in any other way in this criminal matter or others. But what I can tell you is that with respect to the refiling of charges in this matter, there was always an intent to bring additional charges. And there was also a corresponding federal investigation ongoing that required a continuance of the trial date that was previously set in that matter. And in terms of dismissing and refiling charges, this is a routine practice that the prosecutor's office does, and it's well within the rules. So I can share that publicly because I know there was questions about that, but with respect to the specifics about the case, we can certainly provide as much of an update as our prosecutor's office is comfortable with in executive session. I don't think that there was a question for me from Otto, so just the sort of relaying the concerns that are received from the delegates. And I know that Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton indicated twice that she doesn't expect a response. I don't know if she's saying she doesn't want me to respond, but what I will share with respect to a couple of things, with respect to the $20 million that was mentioned, and she said she doesn't know if DOJ has hired conflict counsel or consultants in the past to assist with prosecution, and then had some additional comments, but let me address that first. The Office of the Prosecutor has had conflict counsel since before I was appointed to as Attorney General, and I can tell you a couple reasons why. One primary reason for conflict counsel is sometimes these criminal cases come to the prosecutor's office and they involve employees or families of the prosecutor's office staff. And so it is inappropriate for that office to handle that prosecution when a staff member's family is involved. And so that gets referred out to conflict counsel. And then with respect to the contract prosecutors that are assisting currently in Shiprock and Aneth, that is primarily a result of not a conflict, but just volume. And so in order to keep up with the workload with those districts, we are supporting the Office of the Prosecutor. Otherwise, those cases won't move. And you heard Mr. Jackson say earlier that his staff is already putting in upwards of 12 hours a day to keep up with their workloads. And so this is an effort to assist with keeping the community safe, addressing the workload, and also assisting with not having to put that additional volume of work on our prosecutors that are already working tirelessly. I have not heard the issue that you relayed from the police officers and their frustration. I did read a portion of the executive branch report. I did refer that to Mr. Jackson, who's going to have a follow-up conversation with public safety there. I know that there was a concern about not being able to reach the contract prosecutors after hours, and that kind of issue that he is going to resolve. But our conflict counsel have all been on contract with the nation again since before I arrived. They're all members of the Navajo Nation Bar Association. They're licensed to practice in our courts. And part of becoming a licensed Navajo Nation bar member is being familiar with Navajo fundamental law and cultural values. And so they at least have that. And so we will try to address the other concerns and deal with the frustration. But as I said, this is the first time I've heard about it. And I invite you to share any of these questions or concerns with me in advance of a public forum. I am here, I'm available, and I'm happy to hear the concerns so that I can have them addressed. Finally, with respect to Title 17 and the comment that our Office of the Prosecutor has failed to assist with the revisions, our Office of the Prosecutor, as well as our Human Services and Government Unit, were actively involved in those meetings that were scheduled primarily by you, Delegate Charles Newton, individually without Law and Order Committee involved or the other delegates involved at the outset. And I removed my staff from those meetings for their own well-being. The meetings were hostile and abusive and not conducive to a working relationship. In addition, I had complaints that there was no enforcement of mask wearing or 6 feet social distancing and those kinds of things in those meetings. And so for their safety, I've allowed them not to attend. Separately, we have been meeting and working with our Department of Public Safety to
Point of
provide—
privilege, Speaker.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair.
Speaker, this council has always enforced the notion that if delegates are going to be accused, that there be proof. We've had only one meeting with Department of Justice where there was one Department of Justice attorney who was present. All other meetings have been done teleconference. So if she could prove this abuse, because the last update that we received was the letter that she sent out saying that they didn't want to work with me because of the potential restraining order that I was thinking of putting against the First Lady. So if she can provide proof, she is an attorney, she knows that if there's going to be accusations, that those need to be followed by proof. And Speaker, I specifically stated that I didn't expect a response as we were going to address this at Law and Order Committee. But obviously she may have not heard that part of it, or perhaps she just disregarded it and continued with the accusation. Thank you, Speaker.
Let me, Madam Attorney General, we can work together. Your office would reach out to Madam Chief staff and get that information. It seems like Madam Charles Newton is going to address this with you all at the next Law and Order Committee meeting. Back to you, Madam AG.
That's fine. We look forward to that meeting and that conversation. And Speaker, in that regard, I did send a letter to you, as Delegate Charles Newton has mentioned, and I've not received a response. And I would like a follow-up meeting on that so that I can ensure that if my staff is participating in further meetings, that they're protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam AG. I will work with Chief Ledge Counsel on getting that response back to you. With that, colleagues, thank you, Madam AG, for the response. I don't have anybody else in the queue.
Speaker, this is Doreen again.
Yes.
I apologize. There was one more issue that I wanted to address that was raised with regard to the chief prosecutor position. If I could address that.
Go ahead.
Thank you. When I mentioned that we hadn't had an applicant for the chief prosecutor position, my comments were specific that was in advance of proposing a legislative change to the council. And so since that time, we have had one applicant who's applied, as Delegate Charles Newton has mentioned. However, the Department of Personnel Management had posted a JVA for that position that was an incorrect JVA that had requirements and criteria that were not included in the JVA that we had presented to DPM. And so we did send a letter to the applicant and explained what happened, and we also invited that person to reapply. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, we go back to the floor. Any other further comments or questions? I don't have anybody with the reserve time. Went twice. Went 3 times. Good board to accept the report from Madam AG.
You are unmuted.
You okay?
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Honorable
Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knaus-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knaus-Crotty via text votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green for AP.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan.
Green.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Hello, green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henry. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
Vote red. Thank you. I vote red.
Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes red via text. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Cortez, estoy en consejo.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable
Green.
Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Okay, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 19 in favor, 4 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Somebody muted me. Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, 19 in favor, 4 opposed, and speaker not voting, motion carries for accepting the Attorney General's report this evening. Thank you very much, Madam Attorney General, for being here with us this evening. Yeah. With that, colleagues, moving on down. Item number 8, under oral reports. Item number D, I think we just have Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council of a written report. Is there a motion?
Freeland.
Motion accept the report by Honorable Freeland.
Second, Charles Newman.
Second by Madam Chair Charles Newton, and that was sent out when? For the record. 4 p.m. this afternoon, colleagues. Mr. Rico. That, go to board. Accept the report.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. does not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knassar Crotty. Honorable Amber Knassar Crotty.
Yeah, Shema, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green, thank you.
Honorable Amber Knassar Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Panal Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Panal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So via text votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, motion to accept the report, 22 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. That continue on down, item number 9. Under our reports, under written reports, A, B, C, A, Senate Committee, B's, Boards of Commissioners, B, Bureau of Indian Affairs, D, IHS Area Director, E, NTUA, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. That, colleagues, is there a motion? Written reports.
Delegate Rick Nez.
Second, Freeland.
Second, Honorable Freeland. That, colleagues, go board, accept those reports.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul McGee votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Party.
Jamal, this is Delegate Crowdy. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Cardi votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes
Honorable
green.
Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Hey, Rose, I'm
Charlie-
making that stew and I only
Charlie
have shredded carrots. Do you have carrots?
Madam Chair, Amber Cardi, can you mute your phone?
Honorable Charlene Sylvia Tex votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Votes is
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winica.
green.
Honorable Edison Winica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 23 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you. With that, 23 in favor, 0 opposed, Speaker not voting, motion carries. Moving on down, colleagues, on our agenda. We have completed our reports. Going on to item number 10, which is old business. 10A, which is legislation 0123-21. Colleagues, this legislation was, well, let me go to Mr. Rico to give the overview, and then we do have, it's sponsored by Honorable Freeland. There is a motion by Honorable Nathaniel Brown and second by Honorable Keon Begay. Mr. Rico, if you could do an overview.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0123-21 on October 19th, 2021, there was a motion to table legislation number 0123-21 until the Navajo Nation Council winter session. Motion was made by Honorable Edmund Yazzie, second by Honorable Pernell Halona, with a vote of 15 in favor, 8 opposed. Speaker Damon not voting. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, can I get a motion to reconsider, take this off the table in motion?
Delegate James motion.
Motion by
Delegate James.
Honorable Vince James.
Second, Delegate Paul Begay.
Second by Honorable Paul Begay. That, colleagues, comments, questions? Not? Let's go to the board. Take this off the table in motion. Let's vote.
Honorable Albert Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Kaniswa Crotty.
Shema, this is Delegate Cardi. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kaniswa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan.
Green.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote
Honorable
green.
Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is here.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting?
Thank you very much. That 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. On the tabling motion, That, let me go back to Mr. Rico for an overview now that the legislation is back on the table. Mr. Rico?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0123-21, an action relating to the Navigated Committee and Navajo Nation Council confirming the appointment of Mr. Anselm Morgan to the Commission of Navajo Government Development for a term of 4 years as the Eastern Navajo Agency Council representative. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland. There are committee reports attached from the Navigated Committee that recommend a due pass and refer to a Navajo Nation Council. There is a action report from the Navajo Nation Council that the legislation was tabled on October 19, 2021. The tabling motion was made by Honorable Edmund Yazi, second by Honorable Pernell Holland, with a vote of 15 in favor, 8 opposed, speaker not voting. Motion to table legislation 0123-21 until the Navajo Nation Council winter session. There is currently a motion held by Honorable Nathaniel Brown and second by Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Mr. Speaker. My apologies, Mr. Speaker. Navajo Nation Council has final authority. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, there is a motion again by Honorable Brown, second by Honorable Keon Begay. Colleagues, just for an overview on legislation 0123-21. At this time, colleagues, Madam Chair Charles Newton, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, and Chairman Yazi do not have any more time on this, on the main motion. Chairman Hino, you have 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Vice Chair Slater, you have 24 seconds. Chairman Rick Dez, you have 42 seconds. And that's it on the time. So with that, colleagues, I'm going back to the floor at this time. But I'm going to go
Speaker, point of privilege.
Go to do the 5-minute overview. Yes, point of privilege.
Yeah, Speaker, can you just recap as to why we tabled this legislation, just for the record? Thank you.
It was the time frame was specific, Madam Chair Charles Newton, that this legislation was just to be tabled until winter session. That was the time frame. The specifics, going back to that day, not fully remembering everything, there was a debate on if this was an immediate action that needed to be taken at that time, or if this is something that we could wait until winter session. And it was twice. It was, yeah, this was actually a table. It was tabled the second time it was approved. The first time was by Chairman Hino. That didn't go through. Second time was by Chairman Yazi. With that, I'm gonna go back to Honorable Freeland. You have 5 minutes on the board.
Point of privilege, Speaker?
Yes, Madam Chair Charles Newton, point of privilege.
Speaker, I left my notes at home, but is this the legislation where there was a directive attached by Delegate Daniel So regarding the government development and having them come back before us within a specific time? I can't remember, and I'm hoping that Chair So is listening in to refresh my memory on this. Thank you, Speaker.
I think that well, I remember that it was individuals that did not, that were currently on the board or did get approved without any kind of commentary or debate. I remember that part. Madam Chair, notes, there's no directive on the tabling motion. Which was what? It was a what? That's something different? Yeah. Okay. No directive on the motion. That, Honorable, going back to the floor, Honorable Freeland, you have 5 minutes for recap.
Archaeological, Speaker Archaeological, good evening, colleagues, as well as all of those listening on the line. We present to you again this legislation 0123-21. It is in regards to confirmation of the appointment of Mr. Angela Morgan, who is from Smith Lake Chapter, to the Commission of Navajo Government Development for a 4-year term as the Eastern Navajo Agency Council representative. I humbly ask for your support and your vote this evening, Shanata. I do have Mr. Morgan on the line if he wants to say a quick introduction. Shanata, Mr. Morgan.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Morgan, in it? Eastern Navajo Agency, and Sam Morgan, Sanajin, Halsoy Pasichin, Adokia Ani Dashinaldo, and I Tobas Azadashiche. Sanas Basa Aja Inat Nansta. Ako Toba Naoka. Confirmation to the Commission. This is my 3rd or 4th time appearing before the Council. And when the Habatologish Oba Naoka. The Christian Commission Dandini Yanda is Neri Ada Yeon Dabade Kid. But for some reason, my confirmation that I requested by documentation is not being considered. And this is the 3rd time I'm coming before the Council. Mr. Speaker, that's all I will say. Thank you.
Speaker, Mr. Morgan Shanata, adult speaker, adult Shanata, 24th members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. There was a reaffirmation resolution passed by the Eastern Agency Council in December during their quarterly meeting. They are asking for the appointment of Mr. Morgan to serve as the representative on the Navajo Commission of Government Development. That legislation did pass by 24 in favor. Excuse me, that's a different one. Excuse me. That legislation did pass by 58 in favor and 0 opposed. And then there was also a resolution presented by 45th Agency Council also recently in support of the confirmation. That one did pass in January of 2022 with a vote of 24 in favor and 0 opposed. So with that, Speaker, again, I ask my colleagues to humbly request my colleagues for their vote and consideration of this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. My colleagues, I don't have anybody in the queue. Again, I do have reserve time though. So I'm going to go back to reserve time. 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Chairman Henio.
Reserve my time.
Wrong one. Henio reserves time. 3:03. Moving on down, Honorable Slater, Vice Chair Slater, 24 seconds.
Reserve my time.
3 seconds. Moving on down, Chairman Rick Nez, 42.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Mr. Morgan. Yeah, Nathan, you did come before council to clear the Shinasling. Ado, Annie at ICU on the Betek hit the Hotan Hitato, Nekaho Halit on Ato, Hate Alabasins at the Betek. No, Nay, I and Ek hit open still. Riba Kens and O Korosnik. We can just go ahead and vote on this and then hit that on that's all. So I believe that we could just vote on this now. I'll just waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Go back to reserve time. Chairman Henio, 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Chairman Henio, going back to reserve time, you have 3 minutes and 3 seconds.
So that, the Speaker Damon, Kailan, allowing me on my reserve time again. Stand back about 24th Navigation Council. Just listening to the debate last week regarding legislation 251-21, and there was many references made to now Commissioner on Navajo Government Development. So could I, as a Commissioner on Government Development, and being serving on that for so many years now, and nothing to have put before council, then we haven't seen anything yet. But then again, there's still that hopes that something might come out from the commission. And look how they especially on legislation 251-21. And from the commission, there was a report that was mentioned, the effectiveness of the Navajo Nation Council reduction. And I remember Commissioner Morgan being part of the commission at that time. So on the effectiveness and how, from what his part was. Reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 1 minute, 56 seconds. Moving on down.
Point of privilege.
Honorable Otto, point of privilege.
Thank you very much. I guess the getting mixed up between the confirmation legislation and the council increase legislation, as Chairman Henio alluded to. Which are we alluding to? The increase of the council legislation, addressing the increase of the council legislation now? Because this just wanted to as chair to go ahead and try to get the meeting back in order. Let's get back to the confirmation. Thank you.
Honorable Otto, there was a question in relations to that, and I highly suggest that that question is relatively in order. Chairman Henio is asking the appointee his recommendation on that. Moving on down. Honorable Slater, 23 seconds. Thank you. It was its time. Colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time? There's none. Honorable Freeland, let me go back to you. For a question back to the nominee.
Kushi, Akiela, Shnat, Speaker Damon, Odo colleagues, Peshpons, Anin Lenigi, Shana, Honorable Jamie Henyo, thank you, Shana, for the questions and comments. I'm going to go ahead and defer that to my agent, or in this case, the nominee, Mr. Ansel Morgan. Shnat.
Yananati, not Noshini, Peshpasana. Mr. Morgan Kado, that Ashi Hanatsi on the expansion of the 24 Navajo Nation Council delegate, the Office of Navajo Government Development, under the direction of Mr. D, the former director, and the commission thereof, went ahead and did some analysis, because it was an issue or a subject of interest that was brought forth from the local legislative branch. And then also considering the fact that there's 110 chapters and there were 24 representative chapters and at the end, Delegate Wanika went ahead and asked to drop the legislation. So that subject was on the floor of the commission, and the support went out by resolution to 24 to 48. So 48, they did some regionalization or either a diversion of chapters. You're looking at about 4 to 6 chapters per delegate. Delegate Hinyo. So Anlede sin de net an nílto an da ahagi nachahayos nach do artiego en gaan kista jota nigo to na bazadis de kushi de ne san kilhan da ka hoda nigo to ako baban sahas kezgida akot ende akondit referendum bin yedo le to nigo hot I ben hodit de nehe da get all the neige ede don is later ye last in the sin dodge. Then the planning begins once the referendum is passed by the people. There's also some question that was raised by the former President Joe Shirley, as far as that decrease to the 24 was concerned, because there was some litigation that has occurred in the Supreme Court. Sad agatit sad gilato so the legislation is born within the council floor, and then it's moving forward, and it's really away from the commission's table at this point in time. Thank you.
Freeland, does it conclude your response?
Mr. Speaker, yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. With that, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time?
Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniel, floor is yours.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Mr. Morgan, but I mean, that's it. Toihetliin na kaida nei da should say. Or that and like on a radar, a simply talk out the radar, tapping the sky, man valley adult studied. Or J to shot to speak and not of Anibanash. So a code Kodo neighbor or three Kodo dam. Sherman Navia had the Diego a Diego hitting the house net. I don't know if or not the dice may go. I get rid of a yes, go. I get a hitting the house net. So, Susan do a ya with a question. My desk in the back Kodo dam. So I said, I had Nessa, Nessa. I don't know to net that so. Or think quite all lady saying I think and as Mr. Codonet, Mr. Destiny, hit a net, but it's a bite a day where we're doing this for our Navajo people could eat a year to over. But now Scott or listen at Anna, or not with these, nearly to or the baby not a deep place. I don't have your back, need to have your back wings and even Mexico. So the other about little less. Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to vote. Thank you. Save my time.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? If not, let me go back to reserve time. Chairman Henio, you have 1 minute and 56 seconds.
Yes, for that time and a response from Mr. Morgan. Thank you. I will yield the rest of my time to Madam Chair Charles.
Madam Chair, 1 minute, 47 seconds. You good?
Yes, Speaker, I'm good. Thank you, Speaker, and also thank you, Mr. Morgan. It took me a while to remember why this legislation was tabled. And it was actually Delegate Henio that brought up the question that made me remember. So I'm looking at your website right now, and my understanding is the Office of Navajo Government Development is you're supposed to be working to create government reform recommendations. How many recommendations have been provided to this council regarding changes or reform that has to happen to the government? I'm looking back at your documents. I don't see anything. I also went back to make sure that we are that I'm in order in terms of searching through my emails. I don't see anything. I also want to know in terms, I remember this conversation that we did have. What are your thoughts of, I know that at one time there was a question that was even brought up here at council regarding relationships between those who are in power and then the staff. So where do you stand on that issue, and how do you plan to address those types of issues that come up here on the Navajo Nation? And then my last question is, what exactly does government development do every day? If we're not getting any types of recommendation for government reform, what is your office or what are your staff doing there in terms of helping to assist with the government and then also with council? I see that you have been on this board for some time, so I'm expecting a very thorough answer. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Freeland. Response.
Hello, Speaker. Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Junior Charles Newton. Thank you for those comments and questions. I will defer that to our nominee, Mr. Morgan.
Yeah. Yananate. Delegate Charles Newton. government reform. As a Commission on Government Development, government reform. Del Seta Jono Eyahi Yahadne. Oh, Hayude Bahaoti. And there was a one time there was a discussion on regionalization. And across the whole 110 chapters, I think there was a lot of people that voted against it. So that was presented by, at the time, to the commission by, I think, Mr. Leonard Sosi. But district breakdown. And then we were at 3 different forms. I reported that during the last time I came before the full council. 3 different recommendations that was submitted to the council. And relationship with staff and supervisor. I'm not going to comment on that because that's one of the reasons why my confirmation was tabled. What does the commission do? Not commission, but Office of Government Development. When the Navajo Nation Council approves your annual budget to the government development, the Government Development Office creates Form 2, and that's part of the budget forms that is brought forth. And in the Form 2, you have sustainable government initiative at all levels of non-nation government as one of the performance criteria. To continue and promote the cultural sustainability pursuant to CNG-0301-20. Now, the other one is Government Reform Initiative. This is goal 2. And that is to Commission of Government Development to have suspended 4 government reform initiatives due to COVID-19 pandemic. And we're still also planning to pursue that. And then we have the referendum that I just talked about earlier. And hopefully that was supposed to have happened in 2021 general election, but because of the pandemic, it got bumped into 2022, and hopefully that also occurs. However, we have a litigation with the school board member election. It's kind of like circumventing the process. And then the Navajo Nation Chapter Technical Assistance and Empowerment. The Office of Government Development still assisting certain groups of chapters that are asking for assistance. Alternative forms of government. The 4 or 5 different models. Because right now, one of the things you don't really see is the that's lacking is a Form 2 for the commission, the government development for Form 2. So public education and sustainability is the other one. Partnership with educational, government, and community-based organization. And Delegate Freeland, and then Mr. Speaker Damon.
Mr. Morgan, Speaker, that concludes our response. Thank you.
Thank you very much with that. I do have a colleague in the queue, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours at this time.
You are unmuted.
Yeah, Speaker, around the members of the Navajo Nation Council, around Delegate Freeland, your legislation, around Mr. Morgan, she nashed is Kapan Sloan, what is it? But she's seen 19 last she does not go. Aro katode jeno hilwin le do aro ndednat danisnil hunta shehol shiko ani ya dis ado aro hasin to de pansi kistide government reform no hunta to hol shiko to sa ineta o ta hol shiko asin to dis ado and I alita I khila yahto tla khila jeno to asla Då antar kisten linkliko ili ja ofta ansas kisten linkliko. Akot ende då sedation lini but dish asnsen do my time lini ko Charlene so delegate Charlene so I yield my time to her.
Thank you. Jag är National Angry 24 Navigation Council. I will shut the
So you have 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Honorable Charlene, so you have 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
Thank you. For the first question, for the reappointment of Mr. Morgan, I would like to ask, what are his thoughts as far as chapter reform, and what are the outlined short-term goals and long-term goals? Because at this point, we have not heard any suggestions or any direction from the Navajo Nation government development. And that poses a concern to me, especially now with the legislation hoping to increase the delegates to 48. What is their opinion? What data have they gathered to the state? And what is Mr. Morgan's stance on this? That's my question. Reserve time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Charlene. So, unfortunately, since Honorable Alma Brigade gave me that time, we cannot reserve the time. That. I don't have anybody else. I do have Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, and I'll come back to you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, the floor is yours.
Hello. Yeah, the speakers said thank you very much, appreciate it. And then legislation on it in 0123-21. But yeah, I say not the government development. She's not a crow. I am behind Mr. Morgan. A crow A48 because 48 I don't make it no. It doesn't need so there's not big idea to. This argue crow. I let out our job how these lands not it. To share this ungated budget. Budget is the main one. Could the 36 again 12 councilmen keep a cut non-nato. None 48, 24 non-nato. The best balance I don't know either then. That I don't about us of either. Budget is very important. It's number one. The Kupa had laid on the back door. And the very doubt in the councilman, 88 days, I let our yacht or later no. Abony na Yaholia 24. A legislative office could attorney. You could 88 the difference again legislative office on date on the kucher. She never called nature or no. But I see. Councilman, you I don't know how to this at queer. Even in the other acts, let be never started neck judicial. But any kid, she ate or done she. He at the Kotoya, legislative office hours ago. Never call another work other a bunny button date only, a neat date only. All your by your team, he told me. As from judicial, because it is already. I was looking at comparison between 36 and 48. Just the net the best thing the cut on with a auto the T48 and what are the confirmation that Anthony share should be added but or legit and the by a cannot in the water at that illness. Hala at or let at this kitty French benefit raises increase tremendously. Out of that, a peso or the increasingly another one, another 24 is going to cost money. Could I never cut it with a no? Can I please can't you keep question? Shipping na a hajo it are at the north in so yeah. Shall and just know that they don't just know how to see in the fishing door Lena. Fishing way never that or a because when I was card. But then I lot and I about this, collect Adi Mr. Morgan out of by only he like a honorable she is honorable Mr. When you can does it in one out of here I'd like to request for reserve my remaining balance, reserve my time. Thank you. Select.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair, on the confirmation legislation. 1 minute and 4 seconds. That let me go back to Honorable Freeland.
Hagoshina hit last night Honorable Elmer Begay Shina Ado Shteji Honorable Charlene So Ado Shina Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair. Thank you for those questions, those comments. Agia. I'm going to go ahead and defer that to Mr. Morgan as the nominee. Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, Delegate Freeland, thank you. Shanant Ahnofini Kone, na dikit Krage. Koko Kodo Eyahi, not Anshi Sad behind the Sitole. Government reform, Miki Asiego, but not dikit. Koko Anna Rede. Na kinachado nachada aita eyahi nabikia under the commission. A coco, I don't know what nabikia titla. How to do changes nigo eyahi at the chapter level. So it's really a plan and a discussion that has taken many years. The first one that was created was the proposed 2020 Navajo chapter government reform, no district cooperative and township governance, 48 district governance and township. That's one of the government reform that was created based on the decentralization. The model 2 that was created also was that the chapter president, manager, 110 remain, abolishing the president and the secretary treasurer. That's the second one that we're talking about and we talked about. And number 3 model, regional federated finance, 110 chapters remain, institute regional financial hub to assist chapters. When we brought this to the chapter, when we went through public hearing on this particular models, a lot of them says, there's a lot of financial improprieties at all 110 chapters. So why can't you just take the money back to Window Rock then and just leave the chapter as is? And this was all created and to be presented to me move forward. And the pandemic came in. That's going to be a response on chapter reform. And that kind of constituted, right here we have the model 1 that has district cooperative and township governance. 48 governance township no that kind of when they said 48, they kind of figured, well, somehow we have to figure that out and figure out how many delegates are we going to need. And 24 with the 48 district governance township, we do katashashin. Let's increase the number of council delegate to 48. That's one of the recommendations. Composition. The other areas that talked about reassessing the need for legislative staff assistant. 48 Iliagos, are they going to still need the legislative staff assistant? No, I thought increasing the number of standing committee. And then the other thing that was talked about also was the Ways and Means Committee as a chief tax writing committee of the Navajo Nation Council, replacing the tax commission. And then one of the major things that also was talked about is the and that kind of is a governmental authority, powers of self-independence and self-governance inherited by the Navajo. That's kind of like acknowledgement and pursuant to the Treaty of 1868 between the Navajo Nation and the United States of America. As a commission. No, like I said, at the last time that I came before you, we talked about sustainable government initiative that was presented to the council. And this, I'd say be based on some area based on the other hojo. Now we get such case a lot. Nigo a hoda baha I could base money budget and whatnot. So a question he Mr. Council Delegate Winika legislation. So again, it's a referendum before the people. Do you want the delegates to be increased from 24 to 48? Yes or no? That type of referendum, not exactly in those language, but Ado Bikedo in the day. La wado need lata she Nahat in detole. Don't big titole. Ado base bahasa and betato na il detole. So I'm pretty sure when and if there's a need to recall that legislation by Mr. Winika to increase delegates, I don't know if that has been reviewed by the full council. The Office of Navajo Government Development and members of the commission can also come forward and kind of report on the information that I kind of briefly touched upon. So that also goes along with the question of short-term and long-term goals. It's kind of a heavy project, heavy task. Because of the geographics is so wide. As a small commission and a small office within the Navajo Nation, we go to chapters and do public hearings, and then it costs money also to go out and travel. And then not all the commission go, only certain members. Like if for instance, in my case, when they had the public hearing in Eastern Navajo, I would have had to serve as a commission to answer questions, and then other agencies, state go out there. So it is about this. Delegate Freeland, those are my response.
Mr. Morgan, Speaker, Council members, that concludes our response. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. That we'll go ahead and go back to the floor. Colleagues, is there any other comments or questions at this time? I don't have anybody in the queue, but I do have reserved time.
Sure.
Honorable Eugene So. Floor is yours.
Ya te, Mr. Morgan. Sigue contigo. Sigue contigo. Could I append them to Sahara? Would I have government reform? It really is needed because people need it. And in the Consultations, it really needs to be worked on. I would really like to vote green for you, and let's do some work for the last year we're going to have. Thank you. I'll wait my time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jinso. Any other comments, questions, colleagues?
Thank you, Amos. Alana.
Lona, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, and members of the Twin Flood Navajo Nation Council. Good evening, and everybody on the line still with us today. Thank you for being here, and good evening. The question that I had was, Mr. Morgan, you've been in that position there for 8 years now. I want to know what kind of stuff that you have done for the Commission for the Navajo Nation that you have worked for us. I mean, you mentioned a few things that council delegates increased, and I didn't hear anything about the salary increase for the council delegates or the president and vice president. So I just kind of want to get your viewpoint on that, if you had talked about it, because I know it went through your office over there. And with that, Speaker, I'd like to reserve my time. I'll give my rest of my time to Delegate Eugene Charles Newton. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Lona. That, Madam Chair, Charles Luna, 3 minutes, 56 seconds been allocated to you. Madam Chair, Charles Luna, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, my AirPod died, so I am a little bit concerned about the response that has been provided regarding the question that I asked about the relationship regarding a supervisor and a subordinate. We are talking about your primary responsibility of reforming government. Part of reforming our government is understanding what is currently wrong or what needs to be addressed. For instance, looking back at your webpage, I saw that on August 1st, 2016, an executive order number 04-2016 was signed into law. 3 chiefs signed this order, which makes it mandatory to 1, to review, provide suggested updates on, and disseminate to all division departments, chapter or judicial staff, the sexual harassment policy of the nation found in section XV1F of the April 12, 2016 version of the nation's personnel policies manual. It goes on a little bit further, defining what prohibits sexual harassment in the workplace, procedures that are described, and it identifies appropriate sanctions and disciplinary actions. 2, to respond promptly and effectively to sexual harassment concerns raised by employees. And 3, require all division, department, chapter, or judicial employees to attend an annual mandatory sexual harassment training to be provided by the Division of Human Services. As you may have heard, as women, we are saying no more. We are demanding to be treated with respect by our colleagues and our supervisors. We expect to enter a workplace that pays us equal to our male colleagues. We also expect our voices to be heard. That is exactly what this executive order does. Now, I have taken this mandatory training, and we were taught that even as bystanders, comments, jokes, and actions of your colleagues could be considered sexual harassment. So when I'm talking about entering a workplace that respects us, I would have expected your answer to address those issues because it's part of government reform. We have had these discussions at council about workplace relationships, especially those taking place between a person of power and their subordinate. I understand that as a bystander, I can report that sexual harassment is happening in the workplace if I see actions that reflect such behavior. This is why employers require disclosure from employees. It is a scary thought for me as a woman to know that the very office that stands for government reform chooses to not answer the question regarding the relationship between a supervisor and their subordinate. I'm a little bit worried, and I'm just going to come out and ask, can you not answer the question because maybe it affects your buddies, or maybe you continue to promote those types of behaviors? I think that this is an important question that you should ask, or that you should answer. And I would respectfully request that you answer that question, since it does deal with government reform.
Point of order. Eugene, so is a point of order.
My point of order is, we're accused of somebody for something. Maybe he might even have an attorney that don't want him to say anything. That's my point of order.
I think
Speaker, can I respond to that?
Madam Chair, Charles Newman, I don't think that there's an accusation. I think what you're just trying to get the position statement. Could you clarify that?
Yes, Speaker. I'm looking at the Office of Government Development, and I'm reading from their documents and then also from the webpage itself. And as you know, Speaker, this is an issue, and it is an executive order that was signed in 2016. So if anything, there's not accusations. It's just pointing to the fact that the Navajo Nation adheres to these laws. So I just don't understand why that question can't be answered. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, is there any other comments, questions at this time? If not, let me go back to Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. 1 minute and 34 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Gina Charles Newton, Chairwoman. Yeah. Madam Chair, Gina Charles Newton. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 1 minute and 3 seconds. You accept?
I do accept, Speaker. Thank you.
Well, floor is yours, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. Should say Delegate Yellowhair, thank you for giving me some time. Again, Mr. Morgan, you are before us, and this council has approved several times people who have come before us asking for our favorable vote, and many times we don't ask these types of questions until issues arise. I believe that my colleague, Delegate Daniel So, did ask for government development to come back before this council. I can't recall the exact reason why he's asked for government development to come back before this council, but I do want to state that I am a little bit concerned as you'll be serving. You've already served 8 years, and I feel like nothing has been done. Nothing has been proven. So at this point, my vote is a red. And I'm really concerned that you couldn't even answer the question regarding a law that's currently in place by the Navajo Nation, and that you support government development, but cannot answer questions that currently is in place. Thank you. Laws currently in place. Thank you.
Colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time?
Point of order. This is Daniel.
Honorable Herman Daniels, point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Kudo. I raise a point of order, Kudo. Adonana, Kudo. We need to be respectful, yeah, Kudo. Adonana, Kudo. Time had I did especially when we give time, we need to be respectful. Adonana, Kudo. At the last time when Mr. Morgan came before us, this is not the first time. 2 or 3 times he came before us, and we went into executive session too. So we need to be careful on what we're saying. I don't know how we ask questions too without that, Mr. Speaker. That's what I'm trying to say.
Thank you. That colleague.
Can I respond to that?
That colleagues. With that point of order, thank you. I know we have come back and forth on this legislation. Seems like this legislation is ready to be voted on now. So, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Is there any further comments or questions, colleagues?
Speaker, I'd like to raise a point of order.
Madam Chair, Charles Lewin, point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't understand how this is disrespectful. I'm citing to law that's currently in place. I feel like that this coming from male
Speaker, point of
delegates.
order.
What is your point of order, Madam Chair?
Speaker, my point is that my colleagues need to understand that I'm not going to be disrespected anymore. Look at the law, read the law, and I'm citing to the law.
That, Chairman Edmund Yazzie, what is your point of order?
Speaker,
Speaker,
what
on
did Delegate Slater
members
say?
of the council.
I want it on the record. What did Delegate Slater say? I want
Speaker,
his
a
people
point
to
of
hear what he
order
has
is
to say.
being made. A point of order. My point of order,
Chairman
Speaker,
Yazzie.
is that when you.
Chairman Yazzie, what is your point of order?
My point of order is that when we do point of orders, we have to abide by the guidelines of the council. In this case, there's none, sir.
Speaker, read Rule 25A.
Chairman Yazzie, what is your point of order now?
My point of order is that in the ruling, it states that a delegate that does a point of order has to read a ruling in the bylaws of the council. In this case, there was no ruling that was made and no point reference, sir.
Daniel didn't properly do a point of order.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that point of privilege. Well, definitely a point of order there, Chairman Yazi. With that, colleagues, we're back on the main motion. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Is there any further discussion on this legislation?
Speaker, I would like to raise a point of order to the side comment that Delegate Slater made.
Well,
I'd like him to say it on the record.
I didn't hear no side comments, and there's been numerous side comments throughout the day. Madam Chair, Charles Newton. I don't know if he was making, I don't know if he was making a comment or anything. Madam Chair, Charles Newton. That, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Is any other comments or questions? Going twice. Going three times. Go to board on the main motion. Legislation 0123-21.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Begay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable
Charles
Regina,
Newton votes red.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knapp Carty.
Shema, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knapp Carty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Pinal Halona.
Lone votes red.
Honorable Pinal Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo via text votes red. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So via text votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Vote. It's okay.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red. Excuse me, Delegate Brown
Nathaniel
votes
Brown.
green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika does not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 15 in favor and 7 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, this is Daniel. Are you recognized?
We're voting right now, colleagues. With a vote of 15 in favor, 7 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries on legislation 0123-21. That, Honorable Daniels?
Yes, I want to make a motion to recess for today. Tomorrow, Speaker, motion.
Yellowhair second.
Yeah, well, why go? Before I recognize a motion, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. In response to my colleague's request to clarify what I said, I'd like to state on the record now, and it was directed toward yourself, Speaker, and I said that in order to raise a point of order, you need to identify the rule that is being broken or needs to be rectified. And there were many points of order where people were just going back and forth between my colleagues without citing a rule. And I said, you are losing control of the council. So I hope that clarifies things for the record.
Thank you very much, Honorable Slater, for that clarity. Honorable Daniels, back to you. There's a motion to recess. Is there a second?
Delegate Yellowhair.
And this is at 7:04 p.m. Second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Colleagues, if this motion does take place, convene tomorrow at 10 a.m. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? For the record, there are by how many? There are seven 2/3 legislations, 8 2/3 legislations left, and 9 simple majority legislations. Colleagues, that there's somebody who speak. Go to the board. Motion recess.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith.
You wanting to speak on the motion?
I'd like to ask a question on tomorrow's event with the recognition. Will that be teleconference?
Yes, that starts at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Speaker. I do have one I need to represent, and I've been kind of feeling under the weather, so I don't want to be at the council.
Okay. Let's go to the board, colleague.
Speaker, Delegate Paul Begay.
Honorable Paul Begay on the motion to recess.
This is not on the motion to recess, but may I speak in reference to the morning's program?
You have 5 minutes right now.
I'll make it short. I'm sure everybody's tired. It's called Venda. We have Page High School students, Navajo government students. HESI has met over there at the treaty chapter, and they sang Navajo Blessing Way songs. These are our young men and women in high school. They will be singing 4 Blessing Way songs. It might be good for the delegates to
to be there and listen to it. And so they case or thank you.
Thank you very much. That, Honorable, any other further comments, questions? None, it's good board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable K. Elmer Begay Jr. K. Elmer Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knutsvall Crotty. Amber Knutsvall Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutsvall Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona.
red.
Honorable Panal Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Rich James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Vicky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
What is, go ahead.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker
Honorable
votes
Thomas
green.
Walker- Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Amber Knutsvall Crotty.
Shema, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Amber Knutsvall Crotty.
Shema, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knutsvall Crotty votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo does not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 17 in favor and 3 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. A vote of 17 in favor, 3 opposed, and speaker not voting, motion carried. We're officially adjourned at 7:04 p.m. Colleagues, actually recessed. Tomorrow, colleagues, is day 3, January 26, 2022. Tomorrow there'll be a presentation from 8 to 15 from Department of Agriculture regarding the honoring our livestock, Kimberly Johnson. And then moving on that for at 8:30, we will have our recognition ceremony. There's a recognition by Honorable Keon Gay, recognition by Vice Chair Smith, recognition by Honorable Vince James, recognition by Chair Amber Crotty, then also a recognition by Chairman Daniel So and Honorable Paul Begay. Colleagues, from that point, we will go back, come out of recess at 10 a.m. We will see you tomorrow morning, colleagues. Have a good evening. Safe travels. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be starting off on new business, A legislation 0209-21. Cat. Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. Shad. Run it. The colleagues, wonderful. Archaeological. Put that in the red. So ladies,